Chapter 532. Chonyo Baolin. At the foot of Snake Spirit Mountain. As usual, Niu Jinda was patrolling the camp with his guards. Suddenly, he heard a commotion outside the gate of the camp. He couldn't help but frown. He had been in the army for many years, and he had always been strict with his troops. He had never seen a situation where he had to obey military discipline. With anger in his heart, Niu Jinda arrived at the gate of the camp and saw Cheng Chumo arguing with the guards, as well as Yuchi Baolin behind Cheng Chumo. "Uncle Niu, it's me. Hurry up and tell this bastard to let us in." When Cheng Chumo saw Niu Jinda, he quickly waved his hands excitedly. "This is the military camp. Chonyo, what are you doing here?" Niu Jinda's expression didn't improve, and he was still very serious. "Ahem, Uncle Niu, that 7 cultivators sect bullied Xianxia as his brothers. Of course we're here to help him vent his anger. Don't worry, we're here to help, not to cause trouble." Cheng Chumo had no choice but to suck up to Niu. Niu Jinda secretly rolled his eyes and asked, "Do Jijia and Jingda know that you're here?" Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Jingda replied in unison, We know. Seeing that the two of them were solemn and didn't look like they were lying, Niu Jinda could only believe them. He waved his hand and motioned for the guards to let them in. Then he said, "Come in. Someone will arrange a tent for you later, but this old man will say the ugly words first. The army has its own rules. Don't break the rules and make things difficult for this old man." Cheng Chumo nodded repeatedly and said, We know. Don't worry, Uncle Niu. We definitely won't cause trouble for you." Yes. We're here to help Xiaoxian get revenge, not to cause trouble." Yuchi Baolin scratched his head and chuckled. Niu Jinda was too lazy to talk nonsense. He waved his hand and continued patrolling the camp. F*CK. So Xiaoxian isn't in the camp. In the end, we came here for nothing. After successfully sneaking into the camp, Cheng Chumo hooked up with a few soldiers of the right Wuwei. After a few words, he figured out the current situation in the camp. When he realized that Li Zixuan wasn't in the camp, he couldn't help but grumble. At that time, Li Zixuan had boasted that he would be able to destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue in 3 days, and that he only needed the imperial court to send an army to surround the Serpent Spirit Mountain and not let the people or beasts inside escape. Therefore, everyone subconsciously thought that he would be preparing for the attack in the barracks. Therefore, Li Changxian, Cheng Chumo, and the others all fell into this misconception. Then Brother Chonyo, are we still going to stay here?" Yuchi Baolin asked. Cheng Chumo rubbed his chin. After thinking for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "Wait, 2 days have passed. I don't believe that Xiaoxian would go back on his words. Let's see how our good brother will challenge an entire sect by himself tomorrow. The two of us accidentally missed the big battle a few days ago. This time, we can't miss it no matter what. Yes, we can't miss it this time. I also believe that Xiaoxian can do it." Yuchi Baolin waved his fist and said firmly, Newspaper for sale. Today's headline of the newly published Datong Daily. Hero's widow makes trouble. County man's wife retreats with wisdom. 5 copper coins for a copy. Early the next morning, the sound of newspaper sellers in the streets of Chong and woke up the world's largest city. With the development of Datong Daily today, it was no longer as low level as before, where it had to rely on paperboys to sell newspapers. Now, at the intersection of every street in Chong, and there was basically a kiosk. Firstly, it was convenient for people to buy newspapers as soon as possible. Secondly, it was convenient for readers to receive tips for novel authors. In the past, readers who wanted to give tips had to go to the strange Interest Pavilion workshop in the east of Chong and City. Now, there was no need to go through so much trouble. You only needed to go to the kiosk near your home, tell the person in charge how much you wanted to give, and then pay the money to receive the fan badge. It couldn't be more convenient. Of course, if you were worried that the person in charge of the kiosk would embezzle the money you gave, it would only prove that you were thinking too simply. The distribution and sale of every fan badge in the workshop were recorded. Every month, there would be a professional to check the accounts. Once someone was found to be embezzling, there was nothing much to say. They would be fired immediately and never hired again. Obviously, no one was willing to give up such good benefits in the workshop to do such sneaky things. As a result, the number of fans of every author in Datong Daily's novel section increased exponentially. This was especially true for A Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Up until now, the word count of A Mortal's Journey to Immortality had almost reached 1 million words, and the total number of fans had exceeded 30,000. This made the other authors envious and jealous. What do you mean by a county's man's wife retreating with wisdom? I don't care about that. Hurry up and give me a newspaper. I want to read A Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Yes, yes, yes. Brother, you're a kindred spirit. I'm also a loyal reader of A Mortal's Journey to Immortality. I saw Han Li enter the forbidden bloody ground yesterday. I should know what's inside today. Yo, brother, you're also reading A Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Soulmate. Huh. I'm guessing that there must be magical treasures and pills in the forbidden bloody ground. Hee. I'm guessing that there must be beauties. Han Li is so powerful now, but he still doesn't have a bed-warming maid. That's not suitable. Wow. Brother, you're right. The two bookworms were talking about the plot in front of the group. They seemed to appreciate each other and regretted that they had not met earlier. However, the people behind them were not having it. Sigh. I say, are you two done yet? Isn't it just a stupid novel? Other than training, leveling up, and finding treasures in arcane realms, what's the point of it? Look at how useless the two of you are. That's right. That Immortal's Journey to Immortality isn't that good either. It's the same thing over and over again. It's okay when you first read it, but it's boring after reading it for too long. The other person quickly chimed in. The two people in front of the group were not having it. Hey, are you two here to pick a fight? If you think Immortal's Journey to Immortality isn't good, go write one yourself. That's right. Do you have Immortal's Journey to Immortality medals? Did you see it? Branch leader. I'm the branch leader of Immortal's Journey to Immortality. I didn't say that the novel was bad. So what right do you have to say? The person behind said unhappily. Isn't it just a medal? What's so great about it? Hey, why are you still here if you don't have a medal? Go back and spout sh*t. You're still in the right to read novels for free? Ew. Who read novels for free? The money I use to buy newspapers isn't money. The young man in the lead said disdainfully. How can there be such a shameless person like you? Do you want to read newspapers for free? Chapter 533. The quarrel between the mortal fans was just a small interlude. Near the other newsstands, there were still many people attracted by the Datong Daily's headlines. The wife of a county man repulsed 1,000 women in wisdom. Which county man's wife? Could it be the bride that Li Xianxia just married a while ago? Quick, quick, give me a copy of the newspaper. Give me one too. It's definitely not Li County man's wife. Haven't you heard of the saying, repulsed 1,000 women in wisdom? How can the girl that Li County man married have such ability? A slightly older, middle-aged man in the back said in disbelief. Hey, what are you saying? Can't Li County man's wife repulsed 1,000 women in wisdom? I think the girl is quite good. I heard that she's a beauty from the surrounding villages. Beauty? Can beauty be eaten? Ignorant. You're the one who's ignorant. Didn't you say that it's impossible for her to be Li County man's wife? Let's see, and we'll know. Let's see then. Who's afraid of who? Some people were arguing over the main character in the headlines, while others had already bought the newspaper and were discussing the contents. These shrews are really despicable. Relying on their husband's military achievements, they actually bullied Li County man's family. He's the benefactor of us poor children. How dare they? Yeah, how despicable. The imperial court can't blame Li County man for losing the war. I really don't know what they're thinking. Under the arbor of a tea house, a few young people couldn't help but complain as they read the newspaper. Luckily, Li County man's wife is quite quick-witted. Otherwise, Li County man's reputation would have been ruined by these people. Indeed, But this old Madame Zhao also came at the right time, and she's much more righteous than those shrews. Hey, I know this old Madame Zhao. Her son is in the Imperial Army and lives in the south of the city. I didn't expect that. Fei-chen, you know her? Then when you have time, bring us to visit this old madam. I'm afraid that even scholars like us can't compare to such a person who understands the principles of righteousness. That's right. These three were Jinyu Academy's Hua Hongyi, Chen Tianhua, and Liao Fei-chen. However, the three of them were no longer as poor as they used to be. Chen Tianhua and Liao Fei-chen both published novels on Datong Daily. Although they were not as popular as the legend of a mortal's journey to immortality, their monthly income was still slightly higher than ordinary people. So now, they could occasionally drink tea and go shopping. Yeah, especially when the Annie said, "My son has already shed blood on the battlefield. We can't let him shed tears in the underworld because of these vile people who use his name to do whatever they want." I was very touched to be able to say such words. This Ani Zhao is a person worthy of my Chen Tianhua's respect. That's right, that's right. However, those women still have a conscience and didn't ask for the compensation money from the Li family. Otherwise, Hua Hongyi, would personally go and judge these people. That's right. At least they have a conscience. The widow of a meritorious official is being unreasonable, and the wife of a county magistrate is retreating with wisdom. What widow of a meritorious official? What retreating with wisdom? How arrogant! Laifu, go buy a newspaper for this old man. A vigorous voice came from a dark red carriage on the road. Yes, old master. The coachman outside the carriage responded and trotted to the newsstand to buy the newspaper. 15 minutes later. Preposterous. This group of shrews is really unreasonable. Even if Li Zixuan is responsible for the defeat of the Imperial Army in the Battle of Snake Spirit Mountain, he can't take full responsibility. Besides, the Imperial Court has already given them compensation, and this group of people actually ran to Li Zixuan's house to ask for money. How insatiable! These wicked people should be arrested and punished. That's not right. These people can actually gather in front of the Li family's house at such a time. There must be some dirty tricks behind this. The person in the carriage was Wei Zheng, who was rushing to the morning court. At this moment, he was muttering to himself as he read the headlines. From a certain perspective, the appearance of Datong Daily could be said to have provided Wei Zheng with a lot of material to remonstrate with. In the past, he had to personally go to the grassroots and find out where the officials were neglecting their duties, taking bribes, or where the citizens were being bullied. Then, he would organize them into memorials and impeach them in the morning court. But now, he only needed to find some unfair or illegal matters in the newspaper and then bring it to the imperial court to ask for the emperor's judgment. Good. This granddaughter of Du Daoling is really not ordinary. Not only does she make good wine, but she also has such quick wit. She's really not simple. Wei Zheng couldn't help but laugh when he saw Han Yushi arguing with the group of women. Good. This Madame Zhao is really a hero among women. She gave birth to a Qilin son who fought for the country and sacrificed his life. She's also deeply righteous. How rare. She deserves a reward. This old man wants to ask for a reward for this person. When he saw old Madame Zhao appear later, Wei Zheng couldn't help but slam the table and shout loudly. "Oh, don't let the hero bleed and cry." This person called Little You summed it up well in the end. Datong Daily is really full of talents. Therefore, a morning court that was supposed to be very calm was stirred up again because of the headlines of Datong Daily. After the ministers condemned Jiang Zuhua and the other women, Wei Zheng stepped out of the crowd and asked for a reward for old Madame Zhao. It was rare for this old troll to ask for a reward for others. Lier also gave face, mainly because he originally planned to give old Madame Zhao some rewards, and issued an edict on the spot to give old Madame Zhao the title of a 7th-rank noble lady. Yes, there was no doubt that the Tang dynasty already had the saying of a noble lady. Since the Han dynasty, the wives of the princes, dukes, and ministers that is, those who were in power and above, were called madams. The Tang, Song, Ming, and Qing dynasties also gave the mothers or wives of high officials additional titles and were called noble ladies. The imperial edict as a royal document began in the Western Zhou dynasty. For example, the Xianxia Zhou Shu contained the Great Edict, Tang Edict, Kong Wang's Edict, and so on. It was a document that the Zhou emperor used to warn his officials. Qin Dun did not use it. It was occasionally used in the Han dynasty and was not used regularly. The Tang dynasty used imperial edicts to punish and reward. However, the imperial edict system was gradually perfected during the Ming and Qing dynasties and formed a complete system. With Li Er's edict, the other families who had gone to the Li family to cause trouble were even more terrified. They didn't expect that such a small matter would be heard by the heavens. Moreover, Li Er rewarded Madame Zhao. Didn't he mean that he was dissatisfied with their actions? Therefore, Jiang Tsuhua, who was still in prison, was cursed over and over again by countless people. Chapter 534. F***CK. This godforsaken place is so unlucky. There are so many mosquitoes at night. Cheng Chumo raised his head, lying on the back of the horse, and said with a sad face, unlike the other young masters of the rich and powerful families, Cheng Chumo was not someone who could not bear hardships. A few years ago, he had gone to war with Chang Yaojin, Li Jing, and the others. Even so, the mosquitoes last night were still unbearable for him. Not only did the mosquitoes around Snake Spirit Mountain suck blood, they were also F***king poisonous. Although it was only mildly poisonous and not fatal, it was still enough to make one suffer. Cheng Chumo's face, which was not handsome to begin with, was already covered in red bumps. This fellow was still scratching everywhere, as if he would not stop until his skin was broken. Hee, I think this place is pretty good. Wuxia Baolin chuckled as he sat on his horse. Speaking of which, it was strange. Cheng Chumo slept in the same tent as him, but the mosquitoes only bit Cheng Chumo. Wuxia Baolin was completely fine. He was still white and chubby. No, black and chubby. It would have been better if Wuxia Baolin had not spoken, but the moment he did, Cheng Chumo was a little angry. F***CK, Baolin, you're still being sarcastic here. One of those mosquitoes bite you. Is it because you're too fat? Wuxia Baolin said embarrassedly. Maybe it's because I'm too dark, and those mosquitoes can't see me at night. Why don't you bask in the sun more, Brother Chonyo? You be like me then. Scram! Cheng Chumo scolded angrily. If I look like a coal ball like you, how am I going to find a wife? Hee. Wuxia Baolin laughed dryly. He looked at the sky and said, Brother Chonyo, today is the third day. Why isn't Xiaoxian here yet? Do you think he hasn't thought of a way yet? Cheng Chumo's brows furrowed slightly, but they immediately smoothed out. He sat up straight and said, That won't happen. Ever since I've known little Xian, I've never seen him stumped by anything. He'll definitely come today. Okay. Zhao Song, is there any movement on Li Zishuan's side? Afternoon, in the Sweet Dew Hall, Li Er asked casually as he read through the memorials. Your Majesty, Li Xianan should still be in the workshop and hasn't done anything yet. Zhao Song replied softly. Oh, isn't today the third day? Did I remember the wrong date? Li Er put down his brush and asked doubtfully. Your Majesty, you didn't remember wrongly. Today is the third day of the 3-day period proposed by Li Xianan. Hey, that's strange. This kid is still cooped up in the workshop. Is he at his wit's end? Do you know what he did in the workshop 2 days ago? Li Er furrowed his brows and asked in bewilderment. Zhao Song bowed and said, Your Majesty, Li Xianan is a martial arts grandmaster. This old servant's subordinates didn't dare to get too close to him and could only wait outside the workshop. Therefore, this old servant has no way of knowing what Li Xianan did in the past 2 days. I only know that he entered the workshop 2 days ago and hasn't come out since. Li Er nodded. After pondering for a long time, he sighed and said, It's getting harder and harder to see through this kid. Right now, all the people of Chang and are waiting for the results of the Imperial Army's second expedition against the 7 cultivators of true virtue. He better not make a fool of himself, at this critical moment. When Li Zixuan declared that he would destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue with his own strength, Li Er still had some confidence in Li Zixuan. After all, Li Zixuan had given him too many surprises before. However, after so many days, Li Zixuan still hadn't made any move. Li Er's heart turned cold. At this time, he only hoped that Li Zixuan wouldn't make a fool of himself and lose face for the imperial court. As for the 7 cultivators of true virtue, it wouldn't be too late to attack them after the army regrouped. Senior Marshal Brother, how are your injuries? Snake Spirit Mountain, inside the secret chamber of the 7 cultivators of true virtue. Snake King looked at the imposing Batian in front of him and asked excitedly. Speaking of which, these 2 martial brothers could be considered as brothers in distress. Previously, Snake King was injured by Li Zixuan and returned to this secret room to recuperate. 2 days ago, it was Baishan's turn. However, Baishan's injuries weren't as serious as Snake King's. Moreover, the recovery ability of a peak Grandmaster Realm expert was even more outstanding. Therefore, he was able to recover in just a few days. Junior Marshal Brother, you guessed right. My injuries are completely healed. Batian laughed and jumped down from the stone bed. Then, he asked with a concerned face, Junior Marshal Brother, how is your body? Senior Marshal Brother, it's good that you're fine. As for my injuries, I'm already very lucky to be able to keep my life. In the past few days, Batian was the only one here to recuperate. Snake King felt that there was no hope for him to fully recover, so he gave up on recuperating. Baishan's face darkened, and he said hatefully, It's all because of that little bastard Li Zixuan. We were originally living in peace, but that brat wanted to destroy our sect. Now, both of us are injured and crippled. I, Batian, am not a man if I don't take revenge. Senior Marshal Brother is right. I have no other wish in this life except to kill Li Zixuan. It's all up to Senior Marshal Brother. Snake King's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness as he hurriedly pleaded loudly. Batian immediately said with a murderous look, Don't worry, Junior Marshal Brother. Once the Imperial Army retreats, I'll take you and your brothers to find a place to settle down. Then, I'll come back to settle the score with that brat. I'll kidnap his wife first, kill his parents, and then slowly torture him. Senior Marshal Brother, this is a good plan. We should let that brat have a taste of our strength. By the way, Junior Marshal Brother, are you still suffering from the backlash of the 7 Virtues Snake? A trace of pain flashed across Snake King's face. He nodded and said, Now that I've lost all my internal force, I can barely control the 7 Virtues Snake with the power of the bloodline. It's reasonable for me to suffer from the backlash, but I'm afraid that I can't hold on for long. But what if that brat leads his army to attack the mountain after the 7 Virtues Snake is out of our control? What should we do? Baishan's face gradually became serious. He frowned and pondered for a long time. Then he said decisively, Then, let's launch a surprise attack on them while we still have the strength to fight. Junior Marshal Brother, you can control the 7 Virtues Snake to open the way, and I'll detonate all the poisonous pills in the sect from behind. We can take advantage of the chaos to break out of the encirclement. What do you think? Snake King was shocked when he heard this. However, after thinking about it carefully, he felt that there was no better way at present. So, he nodded and said, I'll listen to Senior Marshal Brother's arrangement. But Senior Marshal Brother, you have a hurry. I can control the 7 Virtues Snake at most for 3 more days. Okay, then let's make preparations today. Before dawn tomorrow, when the army is still asleep, we'll catch them off guard. Chapter 535. Xianxia, did you arrange for those women in Datong daily to cause trouble at the Li Mansion? South of Chang and City, Dunhua Square. In a quaint room of the wealthy house, the white-haired old man leaned on the couch and looked at the young man standing below and asked in a deep voice, Granduncle, this is all my fault for not thinking it through. Please forgive me. Hearing this, the young man bowed and said with a frightened expression, Xianxia, you gave advice to the family. What's wrong with that? The white-haired old man laughed loudly and raised his hand, indicating for the young man to stand up. Then he continued, Xianxia, your plan is a good one. If it's well planned, we can ruin Li Zishuan's reputation without any effort. But the bad thing is that Xianxia, you met the wrong person and acted a little too hastily. The young man hurriedly said, Granduncle is right. Xianxia really did not think it through this time. The white-haired old man showed a gratified expression and said, those in power must learn to know how to use people well. Xianxia is obviously not a person who can take on big responsibilities. Xianxia, you must learn from this in the future. Don't ruin things because of these incompetent people. Yes, Granduncle. Although the young man disagreed in his heart, he did not show it on his face. He pretended very well. Oh, that's right. Have you arranged for the meeting of the big families tomorrow? The white-haired old man was suddenly startled and raised his eyes to ask. Granduncle, don't worry. Everything has been arranged. There won't be any mistakes. The young man said confidently. The white-haired old man nodded and laughed. Ha ha, Xianxia, I still believe in your ability to do things. Tomorrow's meeting is also a good time for you juniors to get to know each other better. The young man smiled and said, actually, Xianxia has the same idea. Excluding the royal family, there are only 6 of us left in the 5 families and 7 sects, and we all have our own camps. Now, the Wang family of Taiyuan is still estranged from us and is getting closer and closer to the royal family. In the long run, we will be divided by the emperor. Therefore, I also think that the aristocratic families should contact each other. The white-haired old man agreed and said, Xianxia, you understand it best. Those old fellows are not as good as you. Now that we can't count on Snake Spirit Mountain, it's up to you, Xianxia. Granduncle, speaking of the Snake Spirit Mountain, my father heard some news. The white-haired old man frowned and asked, what news? The young man stepped forward and whispered, my father heard that the imperial court has sent 10,000 soldiers to surround the Snake Spirit Mountain. However, they will only surround it and not attack. Why? It's said that Li Zishuan made a military order in front of the emperor, saying that he wanted to destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue by himself. The imperial court only needed to send an army to surround the Serpent Spirit Mountain. The white-haired old man was stunned at first. Then he laughed and said, ha ha, this kid really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Shameless boasting, shameless boasting. If the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect was so easy to destroy, how could he have returned with 4,000 imperial guards in defeat? I thought this kid would be a good opponent, but I didn't expect him to be an arrogant brat who only knows how to talk big. Xianxia, you can help Li Zishuan spread the news. Spread the news? The young man was puzzled, but then he suddenly understood and laughed. Granduncle is wise. In this way, we will be able to defeat Li Zishuan without any effort. This grandson will send someone to spread the news early tomorrow morning. Although the news that Li Zishuan wanted to destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue by himself was not a top-secret military intelligence, the only people who knew about it were the few big shots who went to the Suite du Hall to discuss the matter that day. They would never spread the news. As for the man named Xianxia, it was somewhat inconceivable that his father could get hold of this news. Now that 3 days had passed and the sky was about to turn dark, nothing had happened. Those who knew about this news gradually began to doubt Li Zishuan's bold words and believed that Li Zishuan was going to die this time. Li Zishuan didn't know what others were thinking. He was making the final preparations for his expedition and was responsible for his own safety. The kerosene is full. It should be enough to fly to Snake Spirit Mountain. These bombs should be enough to blow up a mountain. The ropes are tied tight, the tarpaulin is not damaged, and the bombs have isolated the source of the fire. Oh, what a waste. Lai Tzu. After Li Zishuan carefully checked everything from top to bottom, inside and out, he jumped into the square rattan basket. Ignite the fire. With a whoosh, the kerosene was ignited. The fuel tank that contained the kerosene was specially made by Li Zishuan, and it could control the intensity of the fire. Not long after, the huge, ball-shaped oil cloth quickly swelled up. Gradually, the rattan basket left the ground and slowly rose into the sky. The third day of the 8th month of the first year of Zhengguan. It was a night with a light breeze. In the east of Chong and city, a bright flame suddenly rose from the workshop of the strange Interest Pavilion and slowly flew out of the city. The first to notice this strange scene was the spy sent by Zhao Song outside the strange Interest Pavilion. "Boss, look, 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 there's a ghost fire in the sky." T, there's no ghost. What's that? The leader of the men was about to reprimand his subordinates when he inadvertently saw the flame in the sky and was instantly scared out of his wits. The night in this era was different from the modern era. There were no streetlights here and no nightlife. Once night fell, there was only pure darkness. Therefore, that flame looked extremely dazzling. Boss, that flame flew out of the workshop. Could it be that there's a ghost in the workshop? A short man couldn't help but cower and say, "Smack!" The leader of the men slapped him and scolded, "Chen Nan, you little bastard, don't scare yourself. I've lived for so many years and have seen everything, but I've never seen a ghost." Yes, boss is wise. The leader of the men snorted and said, "You guys continue to keep an eye here. I'll go back and report the situation here to Zhao Song's husband." The eunuchs of the Tang dynasty were often referred to as husband. This husband is not that husband. Don't get the wrong idea. Boss, don't. It's better to let this little brother take care of such a troublesome matter. The rest of the men were stunned. By the time they reacted and said this, their boss had already disappeared without a trace. Speaking of which, even Li Zixuan himself probably didn't expect that the debut of his hot air balloon in Tang Dynasty would be mistaken as a ghost fire by these idiots. Chapter 536. Mother, brother, look, someone is releasing a sky lantern. Yi Lane, Meng Wenhao's house. After dinner, Yaya came to the courtyard and inadvertently saw a bright flame floating in the sky in the northeast direction. The little girl couldn't help but shout excitedly in that direction. The so-called sky lantern was another name for the Kongming lantern. It was commonly known as the wishing lantern or the praying lantern. It was an ancient handicraft of China. In ancient times, it was mostly used for military purposes, but some people would release it on major festivals such as the Lantern Festival and the Mid-Autumn Festival to make wishes and pray. There were two theories about the origin of the Kongming lantern. One was that during the 5 dynasties, there was a woman named Xianxia. When she was fighting in Fujian with her husband, she used bamboo strips to make a square frame, pasted paper on it, and made it into a lamp. Burning pine resin was placed on the chassis, and the lamp flew into the sky with the hot air as a military communication signal. This kind of pine resin lamp was called the Kongming lantern in Sichuan. The main reason was that this kind of lantern looked like the hat worn by Zhuge Liang, hence the name. The other theory was that it was invented by Zhuge Liang during the 3 Kingdoms. At that time, Zhuge Liang was besieged in Pingyang and couldn't send troops out of the city to ask for help. Kongming calculated the direction of the wind and made a floating paper lantern. He tied the paper lantern with a message asking for help. After that, he really got out of danger. So, the later generations called this kind of lantern the Kongming lantern. No matter which theory was correct, it was an indisputable fact that there were already Kongming lanterns in the Tang dynasty. That's true, but there are still more than 10 days before the Mid-Autumn Festival. Why would someone release a sky lantern at this time? Meng Wenhao's mother heard her daughter scream and ran out to see the commotion. After seeing the flame clearly, she said with some doubts, "Mother, that's not a sky lantern." Meng Wenhao said sullenly at this time, and then he gestured with his hands. "That ball of fire is at least 4 to 5 miles away from us. Generally speaking, the farther something is, the smaller it looks. Now that we can see it so clearly from such a distance, it means that this thing is at least dozens of times bigger than an ordinary sky lantern. It's definitely not a sky lantern." Meng Wenhao's mother thought carefully and felt that her son's words made sense, but she still had some doubts. "But if it's not a sky lantern, what else can it fly so high?" "I don't know." Meng Wenhao shook his head and said, "But my master definitely knows. Meng Wenhao's mother rubbed her son's head. Yes, yes, yes. How's your master is the best. All of you should go and rest early. How? You still have to go to Minister Hu's grain store tomorrow to settle the accounts. Meng Wenhao's father had been out at sea for almost 3 months. Now that the pillar of the family was gone, Meng Wenhao had no choice but to step up. Therefore, he took advantage of the 2-month farmland leave to find a job to supplement the family. The other party was Squire Hu's family that Mother Meng often worked for. As for his position, he was the bookkeeper. Relying on the glorious halo of being the top scorer in the School of Mathematics and the advanced mathematical knowledge in his mind, Meng Wenhao alone was equivalent to 10 of the Hu family's original bookkeepers. Thus, Squire Hu not only treated him with special respect, but also gave him an unusually high salary. Oh. And then, Meng Wenhao replied in a muffled voice, but his expression became somewhat strange. Your Majesty, according to the report, a big ball of fire just flew out of the workshop of the interesting pavilion, and it's flying northeast. It should be out of the city soon. In the Sweet Dew Hall, Li Er rubbed his sore wrist and was about to return to Xianxia's place to sleep when Zhao Song suddenly rushed in and reported. A flying ball of fire? Li Er frowned, and his face became a little strange. After a while, he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly stood up. Let's go to the Xuanwu Gate. The Xuanwu Gate, the north gate of the Taiji Palace, was located on the slope of the Dragon Head Plain. It overlooked the entire Chong and city and was an important gate in the north of the palace. Of course, compared to its geographical location, the Xuanwu Gate was more famous for its political and military position. After all, there was a change of regime here last year. In fact, in a few years, a bigger and more magnificent building would be built here, and that would be the famous Daming Palace. It could be seen even from outside Chang'an City. If there were no accidents, Li Er would order it to be built in the 8th year Jingguan. Your Majesty, look, it's that ball of fire. It should be flying out of Chang'an City soon. Zhao Song pointed to the eastern sky and said to Li Er when they came to the tower of the Xuanwu Gate. Li Er nodded and responded, but his eyes were staring in that direction without blinking. Zhao Song did not know why Li Er was so focused, but he did not dare to ask. He just stood at the side with his head lowered. Let's go back to the palace. After a long time, the ball of fire became smaller and smaller until it finally disappeared. Li Er flung his sleeves and turned to leave. He left a sentence in the air, but it stunned Zhao Song. When Li Zishuan returns to the city tomorrow, ask him to come and see me immediately. Zhao Song frowned and followed behind Li Er. He wondered, isn't Li Zishuan still in the workshop now? Why does your Majesty have to wait for him to return to the city tomorrow? A punch to the left, a punch to the right. I urge everyone to take a punch. Li Zishuan couldn't care less about how depressed Zhao Song was. He was busy cleaning up the mess he had made up in the past. When the hot air balloon flew into the sky earlier, he regretted it. That was because the wind was blowing from the south, and the Qinling Mountains were northeast of Chang'an City. The wind direction was not suitable at all. If Li Zishuan did nothing and let the ball of fire fly freely, it would definitely not reach the Snake Spirit Mountain. It would only fly further and further to the north. Back then, when Kongming made the Kongming lantern to ask for help, he had already calculated the direction of the wind. Although Li Zishuan was a Taoist, he did not learn the ability to calculate. Hence, he was a little confused when he flew up. This was really the only thing that he had missed out on. Fortunately, Li Zishuan was smart enough to come up with this idea. He kept throwing punches to the west. His punches were infused with true qi. Using the recoil force of his punches and the push of the south wind, Li Zishuan limped towards the northeast with the ball in tow. Those who had learned force analysis would definitely be able to analyze it. Damn it, does this count as a rocket with its own gas tank? Li Zishuan mumbled gloomily as he worked in the air. Ahem, I have to admit that his description was very apt. Chapter 537. Huh, Brother Chonyo, it's already so late. Where are you going? Shoo, Baolin, lower your voice. At the base of Snake Spirit Mountain, in the darkness, a fat man and a little girl were huddled together and whispering to each other. Baolin, I think little Xian should be here soon. I plan to go out and take a look. Do you want to come with me? But it's already the second night watch period. The military has a rule that other than the soldiers on night duty, no one else is allowed to run around at night. If we get caught, Uncle Neo will beat us up. Hey, I say, why are you so stupid? Can't we just be smart and not get caught? Just tell me if you want to go or not. The fat shadow scratched his head and said, All right, I'll go with you. Hey, that's more like it. Second senior brother, why are you sleeping? If the soldiers at the base of the mountain attack, we'll be finished. On the mountain path of Snake Spirit Mountain, an anxious call came from a thatched hut that was temporarily built at the checkpoint. Wu, stop messing around. In a few more hours, we'll be breaking out of the mountain. Wang Lin, you brat, why don't you sleep a little longer? In the hut, the man on the bed turned around but didn't get up. He muttered impatiently. Huff, huff. Ruhua, I'll be able to go down the mountain to find you soon. Hee hee. You still want to escape? If you don't listen to me, I'll kill those two old things. Ha! After a short while, the man seemed to have fallen asleep and was still muttering. The skinny young man beside the bed was speechless. He pushed the man on the bed twice and shouted, Second senior brother, you can't sleep? If the Imperial Army attacks at this time, we can only wait for death. Second senior brother, quickly get up. Hey. I say, Wang Lin, aren't you annoying? The man on the bed finally couldn't stand the disturbance and sat up. He reprimanded. What are you doing here instead of sleeping? The army at the foot of the mountain has been surrounding us for more than a day or two. If those cowards dared to attack us, they would have attacked us during the day. Why would they wait until nighttime? Our Snake Spirit Mountain's terrain is so steep. If they really dare to come up at this time, I'll do a handstand and eat shit. The young man at the side was scolded until he retreated. In the end, he muttered, Second senior brother, how do I eat shit while standing upside down? The expression on the second senior brother's face suddenly froze. You. He pointed at the young man under the bed and couldn't say anything else for a long time. After taking a few deep breaths, he roared, Wang Lin, get the hell out of here. You're sleeping outside tonight. Hee, right here. We'll wait here for little Xian. Inside the camp, after Xianxia and Wuxia Baolin avoided several waves of guards, they came to a bush on a small hill nearby. Xianxia turned back and said proudly, Hee, I'm sure you're right. Baolin, how is it? You won't be discovered if you follow me, right? Wuxia Baolin nodded like a chick pecking at rice. He said in amazement, Big brother Chonyo, you're really amazing. But how do you know when there's no guard on the road? Hee, you're the only one who doesn't know. Brother, I already figured out the night guard rotation pattern here. Xianxia's tail was wagging as he showed off. Wuxia Baolin immediately looked at him with admiration. He looked around and asked in a rough voice, but it's already so late. Can little Xian still come? Did we wait for nothing? Don't worry, kid. Xianxia patted Wuxia Baolin's shoulder and smiled. Although little Xian likes to boast, he always comes true. This time won't be an exception. Isn't it only midnight now? I'm sure he'll come before midnight. After all, today's the last day of the 3-day period. Let's wait here. We can see the Yuan Gate from here. If he comes, we'll be the first to see him. Okay. I'll listen to you. Wuxia Baolin nodded and squatted down as well. Unexpectedly, the moment he squatted down, he heard Xianxia yelling exaggeratedly. Holy shit! Baolin, look! Big brother Chonyo, what are you looking at? There's no moon tonight. Wuxia Baolin was puzzled. Moon, my ass. Look up. This guy is prettier than the moon. What the heck? Why is this ball of fire flying so high? Xianxia slapped the back of Wuxia Baolin's head, then raised his head and exclaimed in surprise. Out of curiosity, Wuxia Baolin looked up as well. What he saw was incredible. Roar! Oh my god! Brother Chonyo, let's run. This ball of willow, the wisp, we can't beat it. Let's go back and call for help. When Wuxia Baolin saw the flying ball of fire, he was so scared that he jumped up and shouted in panic. Shut up. What willow, the wisp? There seems to be someone up there. Coincidentally, the ball of fire was getting closer and closer to their heads. Xianxia had good eyesight and could vaguely see someone dancing up there. He hurriedly covered Yuchi Baolin's mouth and scolded him. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Shut up. There seems to be a fairy up there. Yes, yes, yes. That's a fairy descending to the mortal world. Oh my God. Did the heavens see that I, old Chung, am still single and sent me a fairy? Hey, hey, hey. Why did she run away? Good and evil will be repaid, and the heavens will reincarnate. Today, the heavens have bestowed justice upon me, and I'll use lightning and fire to purify you sinful sinners. Silence reigned on Serpent Spirit Mountain. Just as everyone was about to fall asleep, a loud bellow came from the 9 heavens. Everyone immediately woke up from their dreams. Which scoundrel dares to behave atrociously in my 7 cultivators sect? Batian dashed out of his room and was shocked when he saw the flying ball of fire in the sky. However, he pretended to be calm and shouted, "Hee, I'm your grandfather." That wasn't the only thing that came from the sky. There were also 4 or 5 black iron balls with sparks on them. Child's play. Batian thought that they were hidden weapons. He took 2 steps back to avoid them and sneered at the sky. However, before he could finish his sentence, he felt several earth-shattering heat waves coming from all over his body. Boom, 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 boom. Sand and stones flew everywhere, and the sound shook the sky. The peaceful Serpent Spirit Mountain peak instantly turned into a living hell. Batian, a peak Grandmaster Realm expert, was seriously injured in an instant. Ah, save me. Save me. My leg. My leg. This is the wrath of the heavens. It's over. It's all over. Damn it. Why didn't you run down the mountain with Yinda and the others last time? Li Zishuan didn't show any mercy. He threw the bombs in the hanging basket down as if they were free. The mountain collapsed and the ground caved in. All the houses couldn't withstand the explosion and collapsed in the blink of an eye. Many disciples of the 7 cultivators sect who didn't have time to get out of their houses were buried in the collapsed houses. For a moment, cries for help could be heard everywhere. Senior brother, how did this happen? What happened? Snake King staggered a few steps and came to the side of Batian, who was seriously injured and lying on the ground, and asked in disbelief. Run. Junior brother, quickly take 7 cultivators of true virtue and run away. Run as far as you can. Chapter 538. For the 215 heroic souls who died here 3 days ago, I'm here to avenge you today. I'm going to wipe out the entire Snake Spirit Mountain. Since they were so far away, and the flames of war were raging below, Li Zishuan naturally couldn't see Baishan's current situation, nor could he hear the conversation between the flying snake and Batian. He controlled the direction of the hot air balloon while throwing bombs down below, bombarding the area without any blind spots. This guy was now like a fighter pilot flying a bomber. He just wanted to charge and kill. Roar, roar, roar. Just then, a deafening roar came from below. Li Zishuan could clearly hear it from above. It was none other than 7th cultivator of true virtue. Oomph. Just in time, you bastard. Li Zishuan quickly searched for 7th cultivator of true virtue's position with his eyes. After a while, he finally found 7th cultivator of true virtue rolling on the ground behind the original hall of the 7 cultivator of true virtue sect. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Li Zishuan didn't hesitate. He ignited 4 or 5 bombs in a few breaths and then threw them at 7th cultivator of true virtue. Aren't your snake scales as hard as iron? I like to see if you can withstand a bomb or not. Boom, 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 boom. Roar. As it turned out, no creature could resist this violent bombardment. The 7th cultivator of true virtue was instantly covered with wounds, and it issued a painful howl. The sound of the howl was even louder than the sound of the explosion, and it reverberated throughout the entire Serpent Mountain. Poison, poison. Upon hearing the howl, the Snake King's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He desperately wanted to run in that direction, but at this moment he was surrounded by flames and couldn't rush out at all. Moreover, a bomb just happened to detonate right next to him. With a loud boom, the flying snake's limbs were instantly blown off, and he was blown far away, no longer able to speak. Most of the houses in this era were made of wood. After Li Zixuan's previous bombardment, the place had basically turned into a sea of fire. In order to prevent anyone from escaping, he did not hold back and bombarded the top of the mountain twice. A quarter of an hour later, apart from the crackling sound of the burning wood, there were no other cries for help or howls. Li Zixuan finally stopped. He looked at the motionless seventh cultivator of true virtue lying on the ground. Then he suddenly had an idea and controlled the hot air balloon to slowly descend at the foot of Snake Spirit Mountain. 15 minutes ago. Brother Chonyo, it's almost midnight. Let's go back. Little Xian probably won't come. Yuchi Baolin pulled Cheng Chumo, who had been looking to the east. That was the direction Li Zixuan had just flown in the hot air balloon, and said in a muffled voice, "Sai, Baolin, stop messing around. Didn't you see the fairy dancing for me on a fireball just now?" Cheng Chumo impatiently slapped Yuchi Baolin's hand away and said with an intoxicated look on his face, I didn't see anything." Yuchi Baolin slightly despised Cheng Chumo in his heart. However, he really didn't see clearly whether there was anyone on the fireball just now. His vision was very blurry at night, and he only saw a ball of fire just now. This was more or less what modern people called night blindness. In ancient China, because the ancient people were malnourished and carrots hadn't been introduced into China at that time, some people believed that the ancient people generally suffered from night blindness. Although this statement was slightly exaggerated because night blindness was mainly caused by three things: disease, congenital heredity, and vitamin A deficiency. The ancient people mainly suffered from malnutrition due to insufficient protein, fat, and sugar intake. Vitamin A deficiency wasn't very serious. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many cases of night battles in history books. However, it was an indisputable fact that the ancient people suffered from night blindness compared to modern people. Sai, Baolin, it's not that I want to nag at you, but with your eyesight, even if fate comes, you won't be able to see it. If you continue like this, you're probably destined to be single forever. Cheng Chumo patted Yuchi Baolin's shoulder and said in a tone that was heavy and not at all full of shame. If this fellow knew the truth, would he still be as calm as he was now? Huh? Yuchi Baolin glanced at Cheng Chumo with an innocent expression. He really got shot even when he was lying down. Boom, 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 boom. At this moment, Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin first saw a large patch of bright fire appear on the peak of Snake Spirit Mountain in the east. Right after that, they heard a loud rumble coming from there. The two of them were so shocked that they fell on their butts in the grass. Holy F asterisk CK. Holy F asterisk CK. There's thunder. There's thunder over there. This thunder is 2F asterisk King Awesome, isn't it? Cheng Chumo couldn't be bothered to hide anymore. He jumped up and shouted, "That's not thunder." At this moment, Cheng Chumo felt a gust of wind by his ear. Then, he heard an extremely calm voice. Cheng Chumo subconsciously spat out, "Bullsh asterisk T. Other than thunder, what else can cause such a Uncle Nyo, why are you here?" Cheng Chumo turned around and saw who it was. He was tongue-tied. At this moment, he really wanted to slap himself twice. Yuchi Baolin had already wilted when he saw Nyo Jinda. When he heard Cheng Chumo's suicidal words, he almost burst out laughing. In any case, this child was having a hard time holding it in. Why am I here? This old man wants to ask the two of you, why are you here? Not sleeping in the tent in the middle of the night and going out of the camp without permission. Do you know that you're ignoring military rules? Even if this old man breaks your legs today, Jijia and Jingda will have nothing to say. Neo Jinda put on a poker face and scolded the two of them coldly. Don't, Uncle Neo, don't be angry. Baolin and I just needed to pee and came out to pee. Coincidentally, there was thunder over there. Ah, right, you said that it wasn't thunder over there. What was it? Cheng Chumo shrunk his neck, licked his face, and cleverly changed the topic. Neo Jinda glanced at this fellow. How could he not see that Cheng Chumo was changing the topic? However, he was just scaring these two children just now. He didn't really want to use military law on them. At this moment, he snorted and said, Although this old man doesn't know what it is, it's definitely not thunder, because there won't be rain in the next few days. At this point, he couldn't help but move his legs. When he said that there wouldn't be rain in the next few days, it wasn't because he saw the weather forecast, nor was it because he could predict the weather like Zhuge Liang. It was because he had a rheumatic leg. Besides, what kind of thunder can shake the earth and mountains? With this momentum, the peak of Snake Spirit Mountain is probably going to be flattened. This is probably Xiaoxuan's method. This child really can do what she says. Niu Jinda stroked his beard and guessed. What? It's Xiaoxian? F***ck vomit. Cheng Chimo reacted with a face full of horror. Then, he staggered a few steps and ran to the side to vomit. So, Brother Chonyo's fairy is Xiaoxian. Yuchi Baolin scratched his head and laughed foolishly. What fairy? Niu Jindao was a little confused. Above our heads, just now. Yuchi Baolin, if you dare to tell anyone, this old man will definitely kill you. Yuchi Baolin was about to explain when Cheng Chimo's angry and sorrowful roar came from the bushes beside them. Chapter 539. Chang'an, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, this old servant has something important to report. West Court, Empress Zhangxuan's bedroom. Zhao Song stood in front of the door with a hunched back. His face was anxious and helpless. He knew better than anyone else that Li Er was probably exercising with Empress Zhangxuan at this hour. Whoever dared to disturb them now would not end well. However, Zhao Song was at his wit's end. His subordinates had reported such an important matter to him. If he did not report it to Li Er in time, he would be fully responsible for any accidents that happened. What's the matter? After about 3 breaths, Li Er's muffled voice came from the room. It was obvious that he was not in a good mood. No one would be in a good mood if they were woken up in the middle of the night, let alone the ruler of a country. Zhao Song's heart sank. He secretly hated the subordinate who reported this to him. However, now that things had come to this, he had no choice but to say, Your Majesty, there was thunder and fire in the northeast of Chang'an City. Half the sky is burning red, and that direction is Snake Spirit Mountain. I was worried that the army at the foot of Snake Spirit Mountain would be attacked, and the situation would change. That was why I came to report in the middle of the night. I hope Your Majesty can forgive me. After Zhao Song finished speaking, the room fell into silence. Li Er did not say anything. Zhao Song could only wait outside the room, not daring to move. After an unknown period of time, Li Er's emotionless voice finally sounded. I got it. You may leave. Got it. Would it be over just knowing about it? Zhao Song was full of doubts, but he did not dare to ask. He could only bow and yes, then carefully left the courtyard. In the bedroom, Empress Zhangxuan's hair was messy, and her cheeks were slightly red. She leaned on Li Er's shoulder and asked doubtfully, Erlang, aren't you worried that General Niu's men were attacked at night? Li Er recovered from his thoughts. He lifted Zhangxuan's chin and smiled confidently. 10,000 elites surrounded a small sect of less than 100 people. If the other party gave up the geographical advantage and attacked at night, I can only say that they are tired of living. Moreover, Jinda is very strict in managing the army. He definitely won't let anyone take advantage of the loopholes. A confident man was the most charming. Zhangxuan smiled and leaned closer to Li Er. Then he asked, what happened in the northeast to cause such a big commotion? Seeing how calm Erlang was, he probably already knew about it, right? Can you tell me? Li Er looked towards the northeast with a deep gaze, and then said to Empress Zhangxuan with a smile, whatever happened over there, Guanyin Maid will know tomorrow. Shouldn't we continue what we were doing just now? No. The weather is dry. Be careful of candles. Clang, clang, clang. In this era where there was no TV, internet, or computer, most people would be asleep at this time. However, there was an exception, and that was the night watchman. The job of a night watchman had already appeared in the Zhou dynasty. The rites of Zhou recorded. Compare it with the evening strike of the scorpion. According to the Tsihai's explanation, it was strike the scorpion in the night, which was the same as the most commonly used clapper. The curfew system in Chang, and city was only for ordinary people. The night watchman was not included in this list. This was because the night watchman's function was not only to report the time, but also to patrol at night and prevent fire and theft. If they encountered someone stealing, they could report it to the authorities and get a generous reward. Therefore, the night watchman was a very respected job in ancient times. Yonla Lane. Two old men in blue clothes and blue hats. One was holding a gong, and the other was beating at the side, singing the same tune. Why were the two of them doing the night watch together? It was mainly to boost each other's courage. After all, there were no streetlights at this time, and it was dark all around. Anyone would be afraid. As usual, the two planned to go home and rest for an hour after this time. At this time, a fire suddenly floated over from the sky. What was even more strange was that there seemed to be a long thing hanging under the fire. Ghost, 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 ghost. Huan run. Demon, demon. Oh my God. Changwei, wait for me. Both of them had a look of horror on their faces. They didn't even want the things in their hands and immediately ran away. Huff, huff, huff. Damn, this is really not something a human should do. No matter what, I won't act cool next time. I'll just stay at home and hug my wife. In the sky, Li Zishuan looked at the familiar mansion below, took a few deep breaths, and said gloomily, the straight-line distance from Chang and city to Snake Spirit Mountain was at least more than 20 kilometers in the sky. He had to act as a human-shaped engine twice, and the worst thing was that the wind was against him when he came back. How could he not be tired? Even a Grandmaster expert would be exhausted like a dog. Thank goodness. I've finally succeeded in acting cool this time, and I've avenged those people. I can go home and rest in peace. Li Zishuan controlled the hot air balloon to the sky above the Li residence. Then, he slowly turned off the fire and planned to let the hot air balloon slowly descend to the west courtyard. Bam! If he wanted to land, he had to unload the goods first. Li Zishuan let the hot air balloon descend 10 meters from the ground and untied the rope that tied the corpse of 7th cultivator of true virtue. With a bang, the corpse of the giant snake fell to the ground. Then, he prepared to let the basket land. Which scoundrel dares to steal from the Li residence? The head of the guards of the Li residence was awakened by the sound of the giant snake falling to the ground. He hurriedly ran to the west courtyard and shouted in a deep voice. Then, he was about to barge in. It's me, Feijai. It's none of your business. Go and rest. Li Zishuan said in a deep voice. Pang Feiji was stunned. Then, he said in surprise, Is Lord Zhu back? He also stopped in his tracks. He was so anxious just now that he almost forgot the rules. There were women living in the west courtyard. It was not convenient for him to go in. Okay, go and rest. Don't disturb others. Li Zishuan nodded indifferently. Then, he continued to control the hot air balloon to land. Pang Feiji could only vaguely see the faint light of the fire in the courtyard. He hurriedly said, Yes, Lord Zhu. After saying that, he retreated. Now, I sneaked out of the city and returned in triumph. Does this count as me sneaking out of the city and not taking advantage of the situation? Li Zishuan jumped out of the basket, turned off the hot air balloon, and roughly cleaned it up. Then, he dragged the corpse of 7th cultivator of true virtue to an open space at the side and muttered to himself, Husband, you're back. At this moment, the door opened, and the candlelight in the house also jumped out. Han Yushi, who was wearing a thin pink cloak, stood at the door and smiled at Li Zishuan. Chapter 540. Comfortable. How can the grudges and grudges of the pugilistic world be more comfortable than sleeping with my wife at home? I won't leave home for so many days in the future. The next morning, Li Zishuan stretched lazily on the bed and moaned in an extremely satisfied manner. Han Yushi, who was dressing up in front of the immortal mirror, rolled her eyes at Li Zishuan and said, Husband, it's already morning. Shouldn't you be up to practice Taiji fist with us? Nowadays, the immortal mirror was popular in Chang'an. It was difficult for many rich families to get a mirror, but the Li family didn't lack it. Not only did Han Yushi have a big mirror, but even Lan and Madame Li's rooms each had a big mirror. In this aspect, The Li family was richer than the palace because only Empress Xianxia had a big mirror in the huge palace. Aya. Yes. I almost forgot about the important matter. Wife, did you slack off every morning when I wasn't around? Li Zishuan patted his head and quickly jumped off the bed. He hugged Han Yushi's slender waist from behind and gently blew into her ear. Husband, itchy, stop fooling around. Han Yushi laughed coquettishly and quickly turned her head. She said angrily, Who's lazy? In the whole family, other than you who knows how to be lazy. Who could be lazier than you? Wow, my wife actually said that I'm lazy. Looks like my work last night wasn't good enough. Let's not go out for now. Let's do it again. Li Zishuan pretended to be angry and was about to attack her. Snake. Okay, Snake. Help. At this moment, Xiaohe's terrified scream came from outside the door. Li Zishuan shook his head. It looked like his good thing was going to be ruined. Taiji Palace. The morning court was in session. Ever since the court issued the decree to reduce taxes on raising chickens, every household in the Guangzhou region has raised an average of more than 70 chickens. Because many farmers have kept their eggs for hatching chickens, the price of eggs in all the provinces and counties has more than doubled. The price of eggs in Chong and has risen the most. Merchants have heard the news and have moved large amounts of chickens and eggs from the Jiangnan region. However, it is still a drop in the bucket. This old official earnestly requests Your Majesty to conscript ships to transport chickens and eggs from Jiangnan to stabilize the price of chickens and eggs. Fang Xuanling's loud voice echoed in the hall. I second the motion. As soon as Fang Xianling finished speaking, Wei Zheng jumped out and was the first to agree. His speed was so fast that everyone was dumbfounded. Cough, cough. The main reason was that eggs were too expensive in Chong, and recently, Wei Zheng's source of income was also very small. Now, he could not eat eggs every day. Wei Yin was very depressed. Li Er looked at Wei Zheng strangely, then nodded and said, Approved. Minister Xiao, you will be in charge of this matter. Xiao Yu stepped forward with a straight face and said, This old subject obeys the decree. Reporting to Your Majesty, the 7 cultivators sect was destroyed overnight. General Niu has led the army back in triumph. At this time, a soldier in bright armor entered the hall and reported loudly. Immediately, there was a buzz of discussion in the hall. General Niu is really amazing. He came back so quickly. Yep, General Niu and the others are still the best at war. He's much faster than Li Zhanshi. Previously, when Li Zishuan was defeated at Snake Spirit Mountain and returned to the court, Niu Jinda led 6,000 soldiers to attack Snake Spirit Mountain twice. Although many of them did not receive the news at first, they later heard some rumors from various places. Now, in just 3 days, Niu Jinda had returned in triumph. This made them praise Niu Jinda's godlike ability to command troops. At the same time, they criticized Li Zishuan's lack of experience in battle, which caused the court to lose soldiers and generals. Good. Quickly summon General Niu to the palace. Li Er's eyes flashed as he ordered in a deep voice. Yes. This old subject greets Your Majesty. About half an hour later, Niu Jinda came to Taiji Palace in full armor and greeted Li Er with cupped fists. Dispense with the formalities. Li Er stretched out his hand and said with a pleasant expression, Jinda, you've worked hard. Snake Spirit Mountain is full of poisonous miasma, and the terrain is steep. It's easy to defend and hard to attack. Jinda, quickly tell me and the ministers how the remnants of the 7 cultivators sect were destroyed overnight. Niu Jinda straightened his body and said with a smile, Your Majesty, this old subject didn't work hard. In fact, this old subject didn't contribute much to the destruction of the 7 cultivators sect. As soon as his voice fell, all the ministers were shocked. Only Li Er sat on the throne with a happy expression, as if everything was under his control. Why do you say that, Minister Niu? Although he had already guessed the result, Li Er still helped to ask the question in everyone's heart. As Your Majesty said earlier, the terrain of Snake Spirit Mountain is steep, and it's easy to defend and hard to attack. If we forcibly attack the mountain, although we can take down the 7 cultivators sect, we will inevitably suffer heavy losses. Therefore, this old subject led the army to surround Snake Spirit Mountain 3 days ago and didn't attack, waiting for Li Zishuan to come and fulfill his promise. At this point, many of the ministers were puzzled. Promise? What promise? Could it be related to the 7 cultivators sect? Fang Xianling, Zhangsun Wuji, Qin Xiong, Cheng Yaojin, and the others just smiled and didn't say anything. They were all present that day, but they couldn't help but feel shocked. After listening to Niu Jinda's words, it seemed that Li Zishuan really did what he said. He single-handedly destroyed a sect that had a peak grandmaster and a 7 cultivators of true virtue serpent, whose strength was comparable to a great grandmaster. This kind of thing sounded crazy. Niu Jinda ignored everyone's doubts and continued. Last night, this old subject was asleep, but I was awakened by a loud noise. This old subject went out of the tent to investigate and found that Snake Spirit Mountain had been struck by lightning and was accompanied by endless flames. In less than half an incense stick's worth of time, the mountain peak turned into a sea of fire, and I could faintly hear miserable screams coming from there. Today, at dawn, this old subject went up the mountain with the soldiers and found that all the houses of the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect had collapsed. There were corpses everywhere on the ground, and some of them didn't even have a complete corpse. Broken limbs were everywhere. After Lu Baodan, a disciple of the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect who was captured earlier, identified them, the sect master of the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect, Yin Batian, Elder Fei Shi, and the other 30 or so bastards were all killed. However, this old subject didn't find any trace of the giant beast of the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect, the 7 cultivators of true virtue serpent. Hiss! After Niu Jinda finished speaking, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. No wonder this old man vaguely heard the sound of thunder last night. At that time, I thought I was dreaming. What exactly happened on Snake Spirit Mountain last night? How could it be so tragic? Who did this? How could they be so ruthless? General Niu just said that he would wait for Li Xianxia to fulfill his promise. Could it be that Li Xianxia did all this? Chapter 541. Everyone's guess is correct. 3 days ago, Li Zishuan made a military order in front of His Majesty. He said that he would wipe out the 7 cultivators of true virtue within 3 days and take revenge for the soldiers who died earlier. Last night, he did it. The 7 cultivators sect has been wiped out, and the main culprit and the remaining evildoers have all been executed. This old subject congratulates His Majesty for having such an outstanding talent in Great Tang. In the Taiji Palace, when Niu Jinda heard the discussion of the ministers in the hall, he smiled and said loudly to Lier, "General Niu, your words are biased." While everyone was still in a daze, a fat middle-aged official wearing a scarlet robe stepped out of the crowd and cupped his hands. General Niu only heard the thunder last night, but it doesn't mean that Li Xianxia did it alone. Moreover, as far as I know, the Snake Spirit Mountain is hundreds of feet high. How could Li Xianxia climb to the top of the mountain and release the thunder at night alone? How is such a method different from that of an immortal? And Li Xianxia is just like us with a mortal body. This kind of battle record is definitely not done by Li Xianxia. Maybe the 7 cultivators sect did all kinds of evil and the heavens couldn't stand it anymore, so they sent down the thunder as punishment. Niu Jinda narrowed his eyes and recognized the official in front of him as Chamberlain Cui Shanfu. He smiled meaningfully and said, "Oh, has Chamberlain Cui been to the Snake Spirit Mountain before? Otherwise, how could you be so familiar with the situation there?" To tell you the truth, if it weren't for Gudu's letter, this old man wouldn't have known that there was such a poisonous mountain in the depths of the Qinling Mountains. The rest of the people originally wanted to agree with Cui Shanfu, but after hearing this, they immediately shut their mouths and cast doubtful looks at Cui Shanfu. Cui Shanfu's eyelids twitched, and he hurriedly said, "General Niu, you don't know, but this Cui has a distant cousin who often travels around to sell goods. He once got lost in the Qinling Mountains and happened to pass by the Snake Spirit Mountain. What this official just said was all from him. Niu Jinda said with a faint smile, "Haha, what a coincidence." However, what I said just now was not all speculation. If you don't believe that Snake Spirit Mountain was destroyed by Li Zishuan alone, you can go to the entrance of the Li family in Yongla Lane and take a look after the court. The corpse of 7th cultivator of true virtue on the Serpent Spirit Mountain is still there to dry. Although I don't know what kind of method he used to transport the great serpent of 7th cultivator of true virtue, which is 30 feet long and weighs several hundred kilograms, from the midst of an army of tens of thousands of soldiers without anyone noticing. But I'm sure you won't have any doubts after seeing the spectacle of heavenly thunders and earthly fires, right? Hearing this, Cui Shanfu's face suddenly became extremely ugly, but the other ministers couldn't help but exclaim. Cheng Yaojin laughed and said, "Good, there will be snake meat to eat. I, old Cheng, have eaten all kinds of snake meat, but I have never touched the meat of the great serpent of 7th cultivator of true virtue. Now, I have to taste it properly." Li Er secretly rolled his eyes. He then turned to Zhao Song, who had long been shocked out his wits, and ordered, "Go and summon Li Zishuan for an audience." Oh, this old servant obeys. Zhao Song came back to his senses and hurriedly responded. Then he walked out of the hall. As soon as he walked out of the palace, he saw a person running over and saying, "Old Zhao, bad news. Li Xianxia is missing. He's not in the workshop." The person who sent him breakfast just now found that the Drunken Wind Pavilion was empty. Everyone in the workshop is now looking for Li Xianxia. The person who came was the head of the spies that Zhao Song had planted around the workshop. Zhao Song said unhappily, "Idiot, follow me to Yongla Lane." The head of the spies was dumbfounded. He scratched his head and muttered to himself, Why are we going to Yongla Lane? Don't tell me Li Xianxia can fly home." However, no one paid attention to his muttering. After Zhao Song finished speaking, he had already walked far away. Wow, what a big snake. This snake looks so ferocious. It actually has 7 heads. This beast probably eats people. Look at how thick its body is. In front of the Li residence, there was a lively scene. Earlier, Li Zishuan teased the frightened Xiaohe. Then, he ordered the servants to carry the corpse of the 7th cultivator of true virtue to the front of the Li residence and set up a special shelf. This way of placing the corpse made the 7th cultivator of true virtue look even more ferocious, somewhat resembling its might when it was alive. Dear neighbors, the people of the 7th cultivator of true virtue tried to harm me twice in a row, wanted to kill me and my wife. They even tried to assassinate the ministers of the imperial court in broad daylight. The 7th cultivator of true virtue is disregarding the law. Therefore, 6 days ago, I received His Majesty's decree to attack the 7th cultivator of true virtue together with the commander of the Northern Yamen's imperial army, Dugo Hexin. As for the details, you should have heard my wife mention them before. We could have taken him down in one fell swoop. But at the last moment, the elder of the 7th cultivator of true virtue, Flying Snake, released this ferocious beast and charged into the army, killing 215 heroic souls. In order to avoid more casualties, I had no choice but to order a retreat. But good and evil will eventually be repaid, and the heavenly Tao will reincarnate. Last night, I attacked the Serpent Spirit Mountain alone and destroyed the 7th cultivator of true virtue in one fell swoop with the help of the heavenly lightning. The sect master, elders, and disciples of the sect were all killed, and the enmity of 215 heroic souls was finally avenged. This is the consequence of being so vicious and disobeying the imperial court's decree. Li Zishuan stood in front of the door and shouted at the crowd. "What the hell? I didn't hear wrong, did I? Li Xianin destroyed an entire sect by himself. That's too scary. Not only did they have many experts in their sect, but they also had a 7-headed snake. How did Li Xianin do it? Hiss, that's too ruthless. But heroes really come from the young. Li Xianan is so young, but his martial arts are already so good. Master Li gave birth to a good son. He's really good at both civil and martial arts. Looking at the red-lipped, white-toothed, and seemingly harmless young man in front of the gate of the Li residence with a relaxed smile on his face, everyone couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. They thought to themselves, this man is so ruthless. He wiped out an entire sect by himself. We can't afford to offend him. We can't afford to provoke him. Li Zixuan was very satisfied with the result. He glanced at the crowd and pointed at the seventh cultivator of true virtue hanging on the frame, saying, I, Li Zixuan, don't like to cause trouble, but I'm not afraid of trouble either. If someone wants to harm my family again, I won't hesitate to kill them no matter how powerful they are. Even if I have to chase them to the ends of the earth, I'll kill them. The ordinary people shrunk their necks and couldn't help but ridicule him in their hearts. You're going to destroy an entire sect just because you don't like it. Who would dare to provoke you in the future? However, the complexions of several men changed, and they quietly retreated. Li Zixuan smiled and didn't care about them. Li Xianxia, His Majesty summons you immediately. Chapter 542. In front of the Li residence. When Li Zixuan saw Zhao Song and the others, he was stunned. Zhao Song was Li Er's most trusted eunuch. Why would he personally come to deliver the decree? Butler Zhao, may I know why your majesty has summoned me? Seeing the arrival of the angels, the crowd in front of the Li residence dispersed. Li Zixuan braced himself and greeted them. Now, among the people he didn't want to see the most, Li Er was definitely at the top. Although the bombing last night was very satisfying, Li Zixuan had a headache when he thought about how he would have to clean up his mess later. After all, he was now in a feudal monarch's dynasty. He had used supernatural powers. If he didn't explain it clearly, it would be easy for Li Er to be suspicious. Zhao Song first glanced at the seventh cultivator of true virtue that was hung up in front of the Li residence. He could feel the remaining bloodthirsty and ferocious aura on the snake's body. Even Zhao Song, who had been in the Grandmaster realm for many years, could not help but be shocked. He secretly wondered how Li Zixuan defeated this giant snake. After a while, he said, Mr. Li, you must be joking. We are just following His Majesty's orders. How can we guess His Majesty's intentions? You'd better come with us to meet His Majesty. Li Zixuan was speechless. This was obvious, yet Zhao Song still tried to hide it. He could only say goodbye to his family and ride Big White to the palace with Zhao Song. On the way, Zhao Song's gaze involuntarily fell on Li Zixuan several times, causing Li Zixuan to feel uncomfortable. Finally, Zhao Song smiled casually and said, Mr. Li, you are very capable. That seven-headed snake alone may not be a match for 1,000 soldiers. Mr. Li, you single-handedly destroyed the seven cultivator of true virtue sect. You are indeed a young hero. The corner of Li Zixuan's mouth twitched. He cupped his hands and said, Butler Zhao, you flatter me. I'm just borrowing some of my master's shadow to do whatever I want. Please don't laugh at me. Shadow? Zhao Song's curiosity was piqued, and he asked, Could it be that what happened last night had something to do with your master? Li Zixuan nodded and said seriously, Of course. Otherwise, how could this kid be so capable? Seeing that Zhao Song wanted to get to the bottom of the matter, Li Zixuan hurriedly waved his hand and said, Butler Zhao, it's best that you don't ask about the details first. We'll be meeting His Majesty soon, and His Majesty will definitely ask about it. You'll know then. He laughed evilly in his heart. Who asked you to be so unkind to me just now? Now, I'll whet your appetite. Just as Zhao Song's breath came up, it was blocked. He was really choked. However, he thought that Li Zixuan's words made sense, so he nodded gloomily and did not ask further. Inside the Taiji Palace. After Zhao Song left, the ministers in the imperial court were supposed to continue discussing state affairs. However, after listening to Niu Jinda's description, they were all anxious to know what relationship Li Zixuan had with the destruction of the seven cultivators of true virtue sect. Or rather, How did Li Zexuan destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect single-handedly? At this time, no one was in the mood to discuss state affairs. They were all silently waiting for Li Zexuan, the person involved, to come over. However, there was one exception, and that was Minister Cui Shanfu of the Honglu Temple. Ever since he went for wool and came home shorn, he had been keeping silent. Later, when he heard Niu Jinda swear that Li Zexuan was the one who destroyed the Snake Spirit Mountain, and that there was conclusive evidence, his face turned as black as the bottom of a pot, and he seemed to be very anxious. In the main hall, a few ministers were reporting irrelevant topics, and Lier also gave some irrelevant responses from the Dragon Throne. Finally, a sharp voice came from outside. Crown Prince Xianxia, Li Zexuan, requests an audience. Lier said in a deep voice, "Enter." A moment later, Li Zexuan walked in with his head held high. "That man is here. The man who destroyed the entire sect is here." Wherever Li Zexuan went, the ministers would avoid him. They did not know if it was an illusion, but many of them felt that the Li Zexuan today was very different from before. This was because there was a trace of blood on his body, and he was more decisive in killing. This kind of aura was only felt by Cheng Yaojin and the others many years ago. However, these old generals were now old, and their aura was much more stable, unlike the past. They did not expect that Li Zexuan would also start to have this kind of terrifying aura. "This humble subject pays respect to your majesty." As soon as Li Zexuan came in, Li Er's pupils couldn't help but shrink. What a heavy, murderous aura. At this time, he saw Li Zexuan come forward and salute him. He nodded slightly and said, "You may rise." After Li Zexuan straightened his body, Li Er said in a deep voice, "Li Zexuan, the 7 cultivators sect was attacked by heavenly lightning and earthly fire last night, and the entire sect was destroyed. Was it related to you?" As soon as his voice fell, all the ministers looked at Li Zexuan. Although Niu Jinda had already said it with certainty, they still wanted to hear what Li Zexuan had to say. Replying to your majesty, "It was indeed this humble subject's doing. The 7 cultivators sect has done all kinds of evil, and they tried to assassinate me twice. They have no respect for the law, and they gather in the mountains and forests. How are they different from bandits? A few days ago, they killed 215 soldiers of the imperial court. What this humble subject did yesterday was only to fulfill the promise this humble subject made a few days ago, and more importantly, to avenge the soldiers. At this point, there was nothing to hide, and there was no need to hide. Many people like to pick on the weak. Although Li Zexuan had only been in Tang for less than a year, he didn't want to be a pushover. Although this matter might arouse Li Er's suspicion, it could also serve as a deterrent to those who had evil intentions towards him. He wasn't someone who could be easily bullied. "It's fine if you want to harm me, but you must be prepared to have your whole family killed." Li Zexuan wasn't a bloodthirsty person, but he was a person who was afraid of trouble. If he was bullied by cats and dogs every day, wouldn't it be very troublesome for him to slap their faces one by one? As soon as Li Zexuan finished speaking, most people's expressions changed, and they secretly thought that this young man was really ruthless. Kong Yingda frowned and stepped forward. "Mr. Li, I'm afraid this is inappropriate. The sages often say that we must maintain a benevolent heart. Although the 7 cultivators sect has committed terrible crimes, you only need to kill the main culprit. Why do you have to exterminate the entire sect and kill them all? This is against the will of the heavens." Although Li Zexuan had left the Imperial College and established his own school, Kong Yingda still regarded Li Zexuan as a junior. His words were directed at the matter, not the person. He was only advising Li Zexuan not to kill too heavily. When he bombed the 7 cultivators sect, Li Zexuan did indeed hesitate whether he would kill the innocent by doing so. But every time he thought about how Zhao Siwei and the others arranged the Modeo formation at the last moment to cover him and Dugu Xian's retreat, all the hesitation in Li Zexuan's heart was swept away. If they had to blame someone, they could only blame those people for joining the wrong sect. After the incident, he also expected that his action of exterminating the entire sect would attract the dissatisfaction of some Confucian defenders. But he didn't expect that the first one to jump out would be Kong Ingda. Li Zishuan paused for a moment, and then retorted, "The will of the heavens? What is the will of the heavens? Watching your brothers die tragically and not taking revenge, is that the will of the heavens? Allowing the wicked to go unpunished and continue to do evil, is that the will of the heavens? Bullshit. When I, Li Zishuan, do things, I don't let down the heavens, I don't let down the earth, I don't let down the emperor, and I don't let down my brothers. I'm benevolent. I'm only benevolent to my own people. Besides, those 215 soldiers died on Snake Spirit Mountain without leaving behind their corpses. Who in the 7 cultivators sect would dare to claim to be innocent? Since they chose to fight the imperial court together with Inbatian, they should be prepared to die. Chapter 543. Within Taiji Palace. Li Zishuan's words caused Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, Zhangsun Wuji, and the other civil officials to frown, while the military officials nodded repeatedly. Cheng Yaojin was even more excessive. This old fellow walked over with a hearty laugh and patted Li Zishuan's shoulder with all his might, saying, "Haha, good, well said. This is a good man of Great Tang. How can benevolence and righteousness protect Great Tang? Only by using the blade and blood can Great Tang not be bullied. Your Majesty, this child is a good seedling." Li Zishuan grinned. This old fellow really did not know how to control his strength. If the ground under his feet was a little looser, Cheng Yaojin's 2 slaps would have planted him into the ground. Kong Yingdao was so angry that his beard blew up. He scolded, "Preposterous! All preposterous! Duke of Lu, as an elder, how can you teach your juniors to be bloodthirsty? Li Xianin has killed so many people at such a young age. What good will it do him in the future?" Li Zishuan wanted to retort, but Cheng Yaojin stared at him. "So what if he's young? Xiaoxian killed people who deserved to be killed. What's wrong with that? Back then, Hua Tsubing attacked the Xiongnu in the north when he was 17. Why don't you say that he's young?" With Cheng Yaojin speaking up, Li Zishuan was happy to watch the show from the side. However, after hearing Cheng Yaojin's words, he could not help but feel happy. Cheng Yaojin, this boorish person, also knows how to quote classics? "Duke of Lu, you are wrong to say that. Chancellor Kong is doing this for the good of Li Xianan. How can you not distinguish between right and wrong? Furthermore, Hua Tsubing is such a hero. It's already amazing that there's one in 1,000 years. How can everyone be like Hua Tsubing?" Cui Shanfu saw the opportunity and said in a weird tone. Cheng Yaojin curled his lips. "I'm arguing with Chancellor Kong. Why are you interrupting?" Cui Shanfu's face turned red. "You. What about me?" Cheng Yaojin glared at him. Other people might be afraid of the Cui family, but Cheng Yaojin wasn't. He was now part of the new aristocratic group, so he wasn't afraid of these old aristocratic families. "Shut up." Seeing that the 2 of them were about to fight, Li Er knitted his brows and made the final decision. The 7 cultivators of True Virtue sect has no respect for the imperial court and no respect for the law of the country. If they're destroyed, then so be it. Li Zishuan, come out and tell me, how did you single-handedly destroy the 7 cultivators of True Virtue? As soon as this question was asked, everyone quieted down. Cheng Yaojin, Kong Ingda, and Cui Shanfu, these 3 people who were about to fight, stopped arguing. They all turned their attention to this side, because this question that Li Er asked was a question that everyone was concerned about. Others wanted to listen, but Li Zishuan was too lazy to talk about it, because there were too many things that needed to be avoided and paid attention to. If he didn't pay attention, it could cause very serious consequences. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Li Zishuan touched his nose and said embarrassedly, "Your Majesty, it's a long story. You should discuss state affairs with the other ministers in this precious time. Otherwise, if you miss a drought or flood, how many innocent people will die? It won't be too late for me to talk about this later. Talk about it later?" After hearing these words, all the ministers couldn't help but curse in their hearts. They had been waiting for an answer for so long, but he said that he would talk about it later? Later, your sister. The corner of Li Er's mouth twitched, and he said angrily, "Shut up. Say it now." Li Zishuan thought to himself, You already told me to shut up, so what else can I say? However, if he continued to act coquettishly at this time, Li Zishuan might go berserk. Therefore, Li Zishuan could only start to speak. Then I'll talk about it. Your Majesty, you also know that many brothers were sacrificed in the first battle of Snake Spirit Mountain. At that time, I was filled with grief and indignation and had always wanted to avenge them. Therefore, I made the agreement that I would destroy a mountain sect alone. In the next 3 days, I worked hard day and night to avenge those soldiers who died. In 3 days, I did 2 things. Lier frowned when he heard this. Li Zishuan said all this at the beginning. In his opinion, it was all nonsense. If he were a modern person, he would definitely say at this moment, "Old fart, stop scratching. Hurry up and get to the point." However, when he heard the last sentence, Lier suddenly became interested and began to listen carefully. The first thing is to build mountaineering tools. Everyone should know that Snake Spirit Mountain is relatively high and the mountain path is narrow. If we set up traps and checkpoints in advance, it will definitely be easy to defend and difficult to attack. I thought about it. Since it's not easy to go up the mountain from the mountain path, I'll go up from the sky. Lier said suspiciously, "The sky? Don't tell me you're planning to fly up there?" Although Li Zishuan was annoyed that he was interrupted, the person who interrupted him was Lier, so it was naturally a different matter. He nodded and flattered. "Your Majesty is truly wise." That's right, I was planning to build a tool that could fly up Snake Spirit Mountain. In the end, I succeeded. I relied on this tool to reach the peak of Snake Spirit Mountain and launched a surprise attack on the 7th cultivator of true virtue. Buzz, buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was stunned. In this era, although there were some people with high martial arts who could rely on Qigong to jump 30 feet high, that was far from flying the sky. The sky was sacred and mysterious to the ancient people. Now, there is actually someone who could rely on a tool to fly to the peak of a mountain that was hundreds of feet high. This kind of thing subverted too many people's understanding. What kind of tool is so amazing? It can actually fly to a height of hundreds of feet. Did Li Xianxia really fly to the peak of the mountain? Can a mortal fly so high? After some of the officials recovered from the shock, they couldn't help but whisper to each other. Li Zishuan cleared his throat and continued. In order to prevent this secret from being leaked to other countries, I will personally present the specific method of building this flying tool to your Majesty later. As the saying goes, the higher one stands, the further one can see. With this tool, our Tang Empire will always be able to predict the enemy's moves when we fight in the future. Good. Li Jing couldn't help but laugh and say, "Your Majesty, Little Xian's actions could be considered as a meritorious service to our Tang Empire. However, this kind of tool must be in the hands of our Tang Empire. We can't let other countries learn it, or else we will be in a passive position." How could Lier not know the importance of this matter? He nodded and said to Li Zishuan, "Mem, if this thing is really as useful as you say, I will remember your merit." Li Zishuan curled his lips and thought to himself, "Old Li, you owe me a lot of merits. When will you reward me for all my merits?" "Thank you, your Majesty." Although that was what he thought in his heart, Li Zishuan definitely wouldn't say that out loud. He wasn't a fool after all. Continue speaking. Tell me about the second thing you did. Chapter 544. The second matter? Upon hearing Lier's question, the ministers in the hall recovered from their shock. Anyone with a bit of brain knew that flying to the top of the Snake Spirit Mountain was only the first step. The most important thing was how Li Zishuan single-handedly destroyed the entire 7 cultivators of true virtue. Such destructive power was like the work of a true immortal. They really couldn't figure out how Li Zishuan, who had a mortal body, was able to do it. Li Zishuan's heart tightened. He secretly thought that what was going to happen was going to happen. He glanced at the curious babies in the hall and said, after the mountaineering tools were made, this little minister was thinking about how to destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue. Although I've been practicing martial arts since I was a child, I've only just stepped into the Grandmaster realm. Cheng Yao Jin, Niu Jinda, Qin Xiong, and the others almost vomited blood after hearing this. They all wanted to drag Li Zixuan over and beat him up. What did he mean by, "I've only just stepped into the Grandmaster realm"? How could these old generals, who broke through to the Grandmaster realm in their 30s or 40s, live? The sect master and the elders of the 7 cultivators of true virtue were all martial arts experts above the Grandmaster realm. Moreover, they had a 7-headed giant snake whose strength was comparable to my master's. If we fought with brute force, this little minister was definitely not their match. However, this little minister had no choice but to take revenge for the 215 soldiers. During those 2 days, this little minister tossed and turned in bed, thinking about it day and night. Finally, this little minister remembered that before my master passed away, he gave me something. "What is it?" Lier knitted his brows and asked in a deep voice. Among the people in the hall, Lier's understanding of Li Zixuan was definitely at the forefront. After hearing Li Zixuan's words just now, Lier muttered in his heart. He felt that there must be something wrong with this kid's words. Li Zixuan raised his head and closed his eyes as if he was recalling something. Then he said with a sad face, "Before my master died, he compressed all his true qi into a fist-sized iron ball. This ball was made of extraterrestrial iron and was extremely hard. Later, when my master gave me the Xianxia iron ball, he also taught me a method to detonate the Xianxia inside the iron ball. He also told me that if I were to encounter a life or death crisis in the future, I could detonate the Xianxia inside the iron ball, which could instantly turn all the enemies within a radius of 200 feet into ashes. However, this method could easily harm others and oneself. But this time, with the help of a flying mountaineering tool, he was able to avoid the explosion of the true Qi iron ball. Last night, after I flew to the summit of the Spirit Snake Mountain, I detonated the true Qi iron ball left behind by my master and threw it down. After a loud explosion, the 7 cultivators of true virtue was reduced to ashes in an instant. This is the heavenly lightning and earthly fire General Ox saw at the foot of the mountain. After saying that, Li Zixuan took a deep breath. From an outsider's point of view, he was grieving because he thought of his deceased master. However, the truth was that he was muttering in his heart, "That's right. I'm sorry, my great master. This is a serious matter, so I have to ask you to come out and be my shield again. Next time when I go to Mount Longhu, I'll bring you some good wine and burn a few paper wives for you." The more Lier listened, the more he felt that it was strange. Why did this thing sound like a plot from a novel? He couldn't help but frown and scold. Nonsense. How come I've never heard of anyone who can compress true qi into an iron ball? Take out another iron ball and show it to me. Li Zixuan couldn't help but feel his teeth ache. Others didn't suspect anything, so why did old Li blindly join the fun? In the end, wasn't I hiding the truth for the sake of the imperial court? In fact, Li Zixuan's nonsense just now had attracted the attention of many officials in the imperial court. They didn't have too many doubts. In their view, if Li Zixuan could even do something as inconceivable as flying in the sky, what was so shocking about his master, who was rumored to be like a god, making an exploding iron ball with his lifetime's worth of cultivation? Hearing Li Zixuan's question, many people couldn't help but quickly retreat. A few ministers who were closer to Li Zixuan ran away quickly because they were afraid that Li Zixuan would really take out another true qi iron ball. Li Zixuan didn't expect that his nonsense would have such an effect. He awkwardly coughed and said, "Your Majesty, this kind of heaven-defying object is not easy to make. This is because a large amount of true qi must be fully compressed in order to make this thing have a large destructive range. My master exhausted all his skills and only managed to make one. Therefore, I don't have anything like that with me. However, this thing does exist. If you don't believe me, I can't make a true qi iron ball for you." This was considered a scoundrel, but Li Zixuan really had no other way. The Jinchi steel ball was the best excuse he could think of in a short period of time. Even though there might be loopholes in it, he had no other way. He could only resign himself to fate. No matter what, He couldn't reveal the fact that he knew how to make explosives in front of so many people. However, even Li Zixuan himself didn't expect that when he resigned himself to his fate, he would actually be blessed with good fortune. Someone that Li Zixuan had never expected would actually stand up for him. Your Majesty, this old servant once read in an ancient book that martial arts experts at the peak of the great Grandmaster realm can indeed condense their genuine qi. Although the genuine qi iron ball that Li Xianxia just mentioned sounds incredible, theoretically speaking, it is possible. However, if it is put into practice, it is extremely dangerous. I'm afraid that only an expert like Spiritual Master Ling Su would dare to be so daring as to dance on the tip of a knife. The person who came out was Zhao Song, the man with the highest martial strength in the entire hall. Cough. He shouldn't be considered a man. Ever since he had returned to Taiji Palace, Zhao Song had been thinking about what Li Zixuan meant by borrowing some of my master's shadow. When Li Zixuan had explained the entire incident from beginning to end, Zhao Song was suddenly enlightened. At the same time, he couldn't help but wonder if Li Zixuan's method of compressing vital qi and detonating it would work. After he had figured everything out, Zhao Song's heart was suddenly enlightened. At this moment, he was so impressed by Li Zixuan's master, Spiritual Master Ling Xiu, that he would prostrate himself in admiration. Cough, cough. Spiritual Master Ling Su, who was in the tomb, expressed his innocence. All of this was caused by Li Zixuan. Actually, this so-called true qi iron ball or true qi bomb was just something that Li Zixuan made up based on some fantasy novels that he read in his previous life. It was a little like Xiaoyan's Buddha's angry lotus flame in battle through the heavens. The difference was that the angry lotus flame was fused with a heavenly flame, compressed it, and then thrown into a group of enemies to explode. However, the general principle was similar. Originally, it was an excuse that he came up with at the last minute. Now that Zhao Song had explained it, Li Zixuan felt that he was really a genius. When the officials heard Li Zixuan say that there was only one true qi iron ball, they all heaved a sigh of relief. This thing was so awesome that anyone would be afraid of it. Now that they heard Zhao Song's explanation, most of them no longer had any doubts about Li Zixuan's ability to kill Qi Xiu alone. However, Lier still felt that something was wrong. He frowned and said, but came to an abrupt end. It was because he saw Li Zixuan winking at him. At this moment, Lier was really angry and amused. He was the emperor, but there was actually an official who dared to wink at him. Then this matter will end here. Officials, if you have something to discuss, please report. If not, the court is dismissed. After all, Lier was not stupid. He thought of something and said loudly. Chapter 545. Hearing about such a bizarre battle during the morning court assembly, many of the ministers were satisfied. Cheng Yaojin was beaming with joy, his face extremely proud. It was as if Li Zixuan was his son and had done such a great thing, and he was also proud of it. Other than Lier, who didn't believe Li Zixuan's words, there was another person in the hall. That was Li Changxian, who had been standing below Lier to listen to the morning court session. The reason why he didn't believe Li Zixuan was because when he went to the workshop a few days ago, he heard a loud bang. Although the power wasn't enough to shake the earth, it was still shocking. Li Changxian felt that the thing was a miniature version of the weapon Li Zixuan used on Snake Spirit Mountain. Li Zixuan just said that Spiritual Master Ling Xiu only gave him one true qi iron ball. Either Li Zixuan was lying, and there was more than one true qi iron ball, or the thing that destroyed Snake Spirit Mountain was not a true qi iron ball at all. Although he knew that Li Zixuan must be hiding something, Li Changxian did not expose his good brother. He only looked at Li Zixuan with a faint smile. Seeing that no one in the hall had anything to report, Lier got up and prepared to leave. Zhao Song understood and said in a sharp voice, "Court assembly is dismissed. Farewell, Your Majesty." The ministers bowed. After Lier left, other than a few old generals who had a good relationship with him, the rest deliberately kept a distance from Li Zixuan. Cui Shanfu's expression was complicated. There was fear, relief, and resentment. He glanced at Li Zixuan and left in a hurry. Mr. Li, His Majesty has an order for you to go to the Sweet Dew Hall for an audience. With no one bothering him, Li Zixuan was happy to be free. He wanted to chat with Cheng Yaojin as they left the palace, but Zhao Song came over and said. Li Zixuan was speechless. He had not even walked down the stairs of the Taiji Palace, and Li Er had asked Zhao Song to call him. Oldie must be in a hurry. Looks like I can't escape this calamity. All right, I'll go to the Sweet Dew Hall now. Thank you for speaking up for me just now, Chief Zhao. Li Zixuan calmed himself down and said reluctantly, escape is impossible. However, his last sentence of gratitude was sincere. Zhao Song's explanation in the court just now was more or less of a help. Huh, Mr. Li, you must be joking. I'm just telling the truth. I'm not helping anyone. Zhao Song said calmly as he led Li Zixuan in the direction of Taiji Palace. Li Zixuan smiled and didn't say anything. With his current status, there was no need for him to deliberately make friends or curry favor with anyone. On the other hand, we have to thank Li Xianan. Spiritual Master Ling Su is a genius to be able to think of such an unimaginable method. I've benefited greatly from it. Although I can't condense my qi outside my body, I can try compressing it inside my body. Perhaps I can break through the shackles of my realm. After walking for a while, Zhao Song suddenly stopped in his tracks and said to Li Zixuan, Gosh, why are you so unrestrained? Li Zixuan's jaw dropped. 10,000 alpacas galloped across his heart. This Zhao Song was truly a lunatic. In his previous life, Li Zixuan had never come into contact with martial arts, so he naturally didn't know about these twists and turns. However, in this life, he was a martial arts master, so of course he knew how powerful it was. Even he didn't dare to do something like compressing his qi, because it could easily cause his meridians to explode and turn him into a cripple. What he said just now was just an excuse to cover up the explosion on Snake Spirit Mountain. He never thought that Zhao Song, who looked honest on the surface, had such a reckless heart. Supervisor Zhao, forgive me for speaking bluntly, but the risks of compressing the genuine qi far outweigh the benefits. Back then, my master abandoned everything to do this at the last moment of his life. You still have to consider it carefully. Zhao Song had more or less helped him. Li Zixuan didn't want Zhao Song, a great master, to become a cripple because of his nonsense. If Li Er knew, he would probably mess with him. On the path of martial arts, I definitely can't go as far as spiritual master Ling Su. In the end, I like to be overcautious and timid. This time, no matter what, I have to try it myself. Zhao Song said with a smile, as if he was touched. Your humble servant pays his respects to your majesty. After chatting with Zhao Song for a while, the two of them arrived at the Sweet Dew Hall. Li Zixuan bowed to Li Er as he prayed in his heart that the stubborn old man, Zhao Song, wouldn't explode in the future. You sure run fast. Did you forget the promise you made in the imperial court? Li Er waved his hand and said in a bad mood. His hands were itching now, mainly because Li Zixuan was asking for a beating. Li Zixuan hurriedly smiled and said, I didn't forget. How would I dare to forget? Here, your majesty, this is the tool I used to fly up the Snake Spirit Mountain last night. The blueprints are all here. As Li Zixuan spoke, he took out a stack of blueprints from his sleeve. These were the blueprints he had drawn in the workshop for the past 3 days. Li Er didn't put on airs and personally went forward to take them. He casually flipped through them and looked at Li Zixuan and asked, This mushroom-like thing can fly up to a height of 1,000 feet? Li Zixuan smiled and said, Of course. If your majesty doesn't believe me, you can go to my house to take a look in the future. That thing is still in my courtyard. Li Er was furious when he heard that. Bastard, why didn't you keep such a national treasure well and leave it in your courtyard? If it was stolen by thieves and fell into the hands of other countries, how many of our Tang Empire soldiers would die in vain? When you go back, immediately send that thing to the palace. Since you can't keep it well, I'll keep it for you. Openly robbing, and it was a righteous robbery. How could Li Zixuan, who had dealt with Li Er so many times, not know that the latter half of Li Er's sentence was the main point? He hurriedly said, Don't. Your Majesty, I will definitely keep that thing well in the future. If you really want that thing, can't you ask the craftsman to make another one according to the blueprints? Oh, right. If the craftsman can't understand this blueprint, you can ask Xianxia to teach them. Xianxia knows this. Get lost. At the mention of Li Tai, Li Er was even more furious. He pointed at Li Zixuan and scolded. You brat, you still have the nerve to mention Qing Quebec. I originally wanted him to learn from you, but now he's been bewitched by you to build a house in the Cloud Mountain. My son is actually building a house for you. You're getting bolder and bolder. Chapter 546. Inside the Sweet Nectar Hall. Seeing Li Er's furious appearance, the palace maids and eunuchs at the side hurriedly lowered their heads. Previously, they had only seen Wei Zheng, who could make Li Er lose his composure. They didn't expect that today there would be another Li Zixuan. Sure enough, heroes came from youth. Cough, cough. Your Majesty, please calm down. Building a house is also a kind of learning. There's a saying in Taoism called entering the world to cultivate. If Prince Wei stays in the palace for a long time, it won't be good for his character growth. I believe Your Majesty understands this point. Otherwise, you wouldn't have allowed Xianxia to go to Cloud Mountain. Hell, Li Er laughed. He didn't agree or disagree. He thought for a while and then said meaningfully, let's not talk about this for now. Is there something you forgot to tell me? Li Zixuan was stunned. Then, he suddenly thought of something and immediately put on a fawning expression. Ayaya, Your Majesty, you are too polite. This humble subject only presented a few blueprints, and you want to reward this humble subject heavily. In fact, this humble subject will be grateful if you reward me with something else. Why do you want this humble subject to personally choose the reward? As the saying goes, thunder and rain are the grace of the emperor. This humble subject, shut up. Li Er couldn't listen to him anymore. His expression was as if he was a dog. He said angrily, when did this humble subject mention a reward to you? This humble subject is asking you to truthfully tell me the method you use to destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue. He didn't expect that there would be such a shameless and daring person in this world. He was both angry and amused. So it's not a reward. Li Zixuan was stunned. He muttered, touched his nose, and said embarrassedly, cough, cough. The method to destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue was an iron ball of true qi. Didn't this humble subject just say it in the imperial court? Li Er glared at him and said angrily, humph. You can fool others with that nonsense, but don't think you can fool me. Quickly tell me the truth. You brat, you're getting bolder and bolder. You even dare to lie to me. If someone else dared to be so naughty in front of Li Er would have long ordered people to drag him out and behead him. However, this person was Li Zixuan. Therefore, Li Er felt helpless. Li Zixuan was so capable that any monarch who had slightly opened his burning point would choose to put him in an important position. Of course, Li Er was no exception. Feeling Li Zixuan's aggressive gaze, Li Zixuan shrunk his neck and said hesitantly, actually, the thing that I used to bomb the 7 cultivators of true virtue that night was a type of strong gunpowder. The general principle behind it is similar to that iron ball made of true qi. The only difference is that it wasn't made by my master, but by me. Hearing this, Li Er's breathing suddenly quickened. As expected, I've long guessed that it's impossible for there to be only one of these things. You can definitely make more. However, what is a strong gunpowder? At this time, the term gunpowder had yet to appear. The person who truly defined gunpowder was Song Yingxing of the Ming Dynasty. He wrote in the Heavenly Works of Creation, Gunpowder is mainly made of saltpeter and sulfur, supplemented by plant ash. Saltpeter is of the extreme yin nature, while sulfur is of the extreme yang nature. When these two divine objects meet, there is no gap between them. When they appear, people will be shocked and their souls will scatter. However, the appearance of gunpowder could be traced back to the spring and autumn period. According to the Fanzi Yeren, gunpowder was already used in China during the spring and autumn period. According to Fanzi Yeren, gunpowder was already used in the common people's livelihood. Of course, gunpowder at that time only referred to saltpeter. This was because saltpeter could directly ignite or explode when it collided with organic matter. When it came to gunpowder that was slightly more powerful, it had to be refined into a pill alchemist. This was because the original use of gunpowder in China was to be used in the fire process of refining pills. In ancient times, when it came to poisonous metals such as sulfur and arsenic, they would often burn them before using them. The word burn meant to subdue them. To make the toxicity lose or reduce, this procedure was called fire suppression. After Li Zixuan heard Li Er's words, he choked for a moment. What did he mean by, I already guessed that there was more than one? After all this time, he was tricked. Your Majesty, gunpowder is a medicine that can be ignited by sparks, flames, and so on. When these things burn fiercely in a very narrow space, it will cause an explosion. This can actually be used as the ignition agent in the fire suppression procedure of Taoist alchemy. After cursing Li Zixuan several times in his heart for having little Gg, Li Zixuan gloomily explained. When Li Er heard the word alchemy, his eyes suddenly lit up. He asked, "You also know alchemy?" Li Zixuan looked at Li Er's expression and knew what he was thinking. He hurriedly said, "Of course I don't know this. My master once said that the art of alchemy is the biggest scam of Taoism. Back then, ever since the first emperor recruited alchemists to refine the elixir of immortality, the world has been changing dynasties for nearly 800 years, but there has never been anyone who can live forever. This is just a scam to confuse people." After saying so much, Li Zixuan still didn't want Li Er to go astray. Li Er couldn't help but blush when his thoughts were seen through. After he calmed down, he said with a straight face again, "I also understand that the art of alchemy is just a small matter, but this gunpowder is so important to my Tang Empire. Why didn't you tell the truth in the imperial court just now?" Li Er stared sharply at Li Zixuan's face and asked word by word. Li Zixuan's heart tightened. He knew that the most important test was coming. He hurriedly stopped smiling and said seriously, "Your Majesty, the power of this gunpowder is enough to destroy the world. It is precisely because it is so important to the country that this humble subject doesn't dare to reveal it in front of others. There is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. No one can guarantee that all the officials in the Taiji Palace are working together with your Majesty. Once the gunpowder is leaked, with this kid's previous example of bombing the 7 cultivators sect, all the other forces will definitely covet the gunpowder and send all kinds of spies to find out the formula. Once they find out the formula, it will definitely be a disaster for the Tang Empire's army. After all, gunpowder is a double-edged sword. It can hurt others and also hurt oneself. This is a serious matter, so I have to be careful. That's why I lied in the imperial court just now. I hope your Majesty can't forgive me." Li Er's expression turned cold. When Li Zixuan said this, he instantly thought of many bad things. At present, the Tang Empire had just been established, and Li Er had only been in power for less than a year. His control of the Tang Empire had not reached the point where he could sit back and relax. Aristocratic families, external enemies, internal troubles, external troubles. These were all unstable factors hidden in the dark. If he was careless, he might lose the whole game. Not bad. I'm very pleased that you can think of these things. Li Zixuan, you didn't disappoint me. After a long time, Li Er sighed. His expression gradually softened as he looked at Li Zixuan and said, Chapter 547. In the Ganlu Palace. It was rare for Li Zixuan to hear Li Er speak human language. He couldn't help but feel a little better. Wasn't he working so hard for the sake of Great Tang? Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty. In addition to what I said earlier, I also believe that Great Tang doesn't need gunpowder at all. What do you mean? Li Er asked with some confusion. Li Zixuan stood with his hands behind his back and said, Your Majesty, Great Tang's army is full of valiant generals and high morale. What we lack now is not combat power, but the country needs to rest and recuperate. Once the people are rich and the treasury is full, the Turks in the north will be wiped out. Gunpowder is just icing on the cake. It's not the key to victory. Currently, gunpowder may be useful for defending a city, But for attacking, once the other party spreads the cavalry, gunpowder won't be effective. On the contrary, once gunpowder is used in war, we have to be prepared for other people to research gunpowder and use it on us. I feel that the gains don't make up for the losses. Although they had gunpowder now, gunpowder and cannons were two different things. If they wanted to make cannons for attacking, they still needed to solve many technical problems. Unless they were like Li Zishuan, who used a fighter jet to bomb the 7 cultivators of Virtue sect, gunpowder would have a limited effect in war. Moreover, if someone secretly learned the gunpowder formula, it would be really troublesome. Lier shook his head and said, "Although what you said is reasonable, how can I give up eating for fear of choking? The power of gunpowder is beyond doubt. I believe that as long as we keep it a secret, there won't be a problem. As for how to use gunpowder for attacking, didn't you already do it yesterday? It seems that Li Er also wants to use yesterday's bombing of the 7 cultivators of virtue." Li Zishuan quickly shook his head and said, "Your Majesty, this is not the same. For the time being, this subject will call the mountaineering tool the celestial lamp. Although the celestial lamp can fly hundreds of feet high in the sky, its flying direction is completely dependent on the direction of the wind. Wherever the wind blows, it will follow, just like a sailboat on the sea. The situation on the battlefield changes rapidly. How can we pin our hopes on the unreliable direction of the wind?" Li Er asked doubtfully. "Then how did you do it last night? I remember that it wasn't a southwest wind last night." Li Zishuan said awkwardly, "Your Majesty, I used my true qi to forcefully change the direction of the celestial lamp last night. I'm afraid it's very difficult for people below the guru level to achieve this." Li Er was speechless. The 7 cultivators of true virtue is truly unlucky to have provoked you, brat." Li Zishuan awkwardly smiled and stood there without saying anything. A man can't be a man if he doesn't take revenge. If there is someone to blame, then blame the people from the 7 cultivators of true virtue for provoking him. Li Er clasped his hands behind his back and walked 2 steps. Suddenly, he asked meaningfully, "There must be other reasons besides the ones you just mentioned, right?" With that, he stared into Li Zishuan's eyes with a faint smile, waiting for an answer. A few drops of sweat suddenly appeared on Li Zishuan's forehead. It was said that the emperor was very suspicious, and Li Zishuan was no exception. How should he explain this? "Brat, even if you don't say it, I already know. You didn't dare to tell the truth in the imperial court because you were afraid that I would feel that you were too big of a threat and suspect you, right?" Li Er saw Li Zishuan struggling and unable to say anything. He laughed loudly and walked over. Sizing up Li Zishuan, he said, "You don't need to quibble. That's what you were thinking at the time. I remember telling you before that under my command, you can use as many talents as you want. Although the situation with the gunpowder is very special, I still know what kind of temperament you have, brat. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let you live until today because of what you did." Li Er's face turned slightly cold as he finished speaking. Li Zishuan was silent. He secretly thought that Li Er had his reasons for becoming an eternal emperor. His vision and breadth of mind were things that many emperors didn't have. After a long while, Li Zishuan faintly sighed and cupped his hands. "Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty. I don't have any great ambitions in this life. I just want to lie at home and live a leisurely life with my wife and parents. I don't want to participate in these disputes. Of course, I also hope that Tang Empire is infinitely powerful. It's best if it's so powerful that no one dares to provoke us. Then, I can peacefully enjoy my life at home." Li Er glanced at him and snorted. "Useless. Wait until you help me develop Tang Empire to a point where no one dares to provoke us. Then we can talk about enjoying your life." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Your Majesty, contentment brings joy. What is being successful and not being successful? Anyway, I'm very satisfied with my current life. Don't I still have Your Majesty to worry about other things?" Li Zishuan's words were sincere. He wouldn't exchange his current lifestyle, even if he was given the title of emperor. Didn't you see how Li Er, the emperor, was so busy every day that his feet didn't touch the ground and was even criticized by the haters? It was really tough. How could it be as comfortable as him hugging his wife? Oomph. Brat, according to what you said, you don't even care about my throne now? Lier said with some dissatisfaction. If it were anyone else who heard this, they would definitely be scared half to death. However, after having a heart-to-heart talk with Lier today, Li Zixuan had a better understanding of old Li's personality. He wasn't afraid and just said casually, I didn't say that. I don't care about my position. I don't care about politics. I just want to be a good son and a good husband. I don't care about other things. Now, you brat. Lier pointed at Li Zixuan and then walked back to the table and sat down. Li Zixuan felt that today's conversation was about done. He felt around his chest and took out a small piece of paper. He stepped forward and handed it to Lier. Your Majesty, this is the formula for gunpowder. Forgive me for speaking out of turn, but this formula must be kept a secret. Moreover, if your Majesty really wants to make gunpowder, you must not do it in the bustling areas of Chang'an. Once an accident occurs, not only will it alarm those with ill intentions, it will also cause a large number of innocent casualties. Lier stared at the small piece of paper, and his face slightly flushed. He didn't take it and instead asked, You handed over such an important thing so easily? Li Zixuan said seriously, Your Majesty, as I said before, I don't have any great ambitions. If it wasn't for the 7 cultivators sect forcing me into a corner, I wouldn't have used gunpowder. Now that I've made gunpowder, this national treasure should be handed over to your Majesty for safekeeping. I can't think of any use for it. Good. Immortal lamp, gunpowder. Don't worry, since you took the initiative to offer these 2 things, I won't treat you unfairly. Lier took the small piece of paper and said in a deep voice. Li Zixuan cupped his hands and said, Thank you, your Majesty. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Go. Chapter 548. More than an hour ago, in a private room of the Junwei restaurant. Inside, there were 5 young masters who were dressed luxuriously and had extraordinary appearances. Their nobility and elegance were clearly not something that could be nurtured by a poor family. The 5 of them sat opposite each other and did not deliberately maintain the order of the seats. Among them, the young man named Xianxia said, Li Zixuan first flattened the price of books, and then he launched the dictionary of the Tang dynasty. Such actions are tantamount to digging at the foundation of the Shandong landowning clans. I believe that all the brothers present can see this. Xianxia is right. Since the establishment of the Li Tang dynasty, the Shandong gentry have been suppressed repeatedly and have long lost their former glory. Now we have to pay attention to the actions of this Li Xianxia. He is shaking the prestige of our families in the scholarly circle. A slightly older man sitting next to Xianxia took over the conversation. How can a small dictionary shake the foundation of the Shandong gentry? Chui Xuanji, Chui Shun. When have the people of the Chui family of Qinghe and the Chui family of Bowling been so timid? Hearing these 2 people talking, the handsome young man, sitting on the outside, sneered discontentedly. It turned out that the people sitting in this room today were all outstanding representatives of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. Chui Xuanji of the Chui family of Qinghe, Chui Shun of the Chui family of Bowling, Zheng Huaijie of the Zheng family of Xingyang, Lu Chengqing of the Lu family of Fanyang, and Li Jingxian of the Li family of Zhao County. Now 5 of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes were here. The Li family of Longxi and the Wang family of Taiyuan were not here. To be able to be chosen as the representative of each family, these people naturally had their own outstanding aspects. Right now, perhaps they were still not well known because Li Yuan and Li Er, these 2 generations of emperors, were doing their best to suppress the Shandong landowning households. After a few more years, many of them would stand out in the court. For example, Lu Chengqing, who was the prime minister during the Gaozong period, Cui Shen. Although this person did not have many achievements in the officialdom, he later had a very powerful son named Cui Xuanji. This person also served as the prime minister during the Gaozong period. During the Wu Zhou period, In order to support the crown prince, Li Xian, to ascend the throne, he launched a coup and was conferred the title of prince. Xianxia today is different from the past. You and I have both seen the plight of the aristocratic families. The emperor's ambition is also clear as day. At this time, you still have high standards, but little ability. Could it be that you will only wake up when we are all reduced to ordinary families? Cui Xuanji said with an ugly expression. You really have groundless fears. In any case, the Cui family was a rich and powerful family that had lasted for thousands of years. Even if the current emperor intended to weaken the aristocratic families, could he really do anything to the Cui family? It's true that our families are being suppressed now, but I think it's just because Li Tangchu and the Li family of Longxi want to raise the status of the Guanlong nobles. At this moment, we only need to lie low. When the crown prince takes the throne, we will definitely have more opportunities. Zheng Huaijie retorted somewhat disapprovingly. It had to be said that although this guy was a little arrogant, he had a good grasp of the overall situation. In China's history, aristocratic politics, or aristocratic politics, sprouted in the Eastern Han Dynasty and died at the end of the Tang Dynasty. Therefore, some people felt that the aristocratic family politics from the Eastern Han Dynasty through the Wei, Jin, Southern and Northern dynasties to the Sui and Tang dynasties gradually weakened and died out following the disappearance of the two great privileges of the economic, occupying farmland shady guest system and the political 9 ranks of the emperor system, without any rebound. In fact, this was a great misunderstanding, because in terms of historical facts, in China's aristocratic politics era, there were 2 most glorious periods. One was the Weiji Northern and Southern dynasties, and the other was the Tang dynasty. In the Tang dynasty, especially in the middle and late Tang dynasty, aristocratic politics didn't dim. On the contrary, it strangely became glorious again. At the beginning of the Tang dynasty, the Shandong nobles were indeed greatly suppressed. First, the Guanlong military group still had a lot of power at that time. Second, the emperor deliberately suppressed them. Third, in the vigorously promoted imperial examination system, many ministers of the illegitimate family appeared. At that time, the 5 families were not used to this kind of official method. Fourth, the court officials who came from humble families were jealous. However, after Empress Wu came to power, on one hand, she suppressed the old ministers of the Guanlong nobles and eliminated political resistance. On the other hand, she began to use the Shandong nobles. For example, Li Jingxian, who came from the Li family of Zhao County, was recognized by Empress Wu at this time and walked into the center of power. After the Lushan Rebellion, the political center of the Tang dynasty was rebuilt. The power to suppress the nobles was no longer as fierce as it was under Li Yuan and Li Er. The 5 families also used the imperial examination system to rise up fiercely. For example, the Zheng family of Xingyang. During the Tang dynasty, it was hard to find a prime minister. However, from the middle of the Tang dynasty onwards, there were more than 10 prime ministers and important ministers. Another example would be the Cui family of Qinghe. In the Tang dynasty, there were 10 people from the branch house, the South Ancestral branch, the Qinghe main branch, the Qinghe small branch, and the Qingzhou branch. Before the Lushan Rebellion, there were only 2 people who were prime ministers. After the rebellion, 8 of them became prime ministers. The reason why the nobles of Shandong were able to rise again was because of the change in the attitude of those in power. Another reason was that after adapting to the imperial examination system, the profound family tradition and knowledge of the nobles gave them a special advantage in the imperial examination. For example, the Lu family of Fanyang had more than 100 people in the Tang dynasty, especially from the middle of the Tang dynasty onwards. This number was shocking. One must know that in the Tang dynasty, the Jinshu examination was the most difficult. The number of people who were admitted was also very small. The Lu family was able to have such results because of their family traditions and knowledge. Therefore, if the nobles wanted to develop, they had to wait for the right time. Li Jingxia nodded and said, Xuanji, although Huaijie's words are offensive, they are not without reason. Right now, we should wait patiently and not take the initiative to cause trouble. However, Lu Qingqing frowned and said, Jing Xian, you're wrong. Ever since Li Zixuan appeared in Chong, and the speed of his rise has left people dumbfounded. Everything that Qing Guanji has done seems to be deliberately going against us. Recently, I even heard that he wants to build some Yinwang Academy and develop engineering. It's really absurd. Qing Guanji suspects that he is a tool that His Majesty arranged to suppress the nobles. The current situation is no different from boiling a frog in warm water. If we don't take action soon, sooner or later, our foundation will be nibbled away. If the Cui family wants to deal with Li Zixuan, the Lu family is willing to help. Cui Xuanji smiled and said, Brother Qingqing is really far-sighted and righteous. Then, he turned to Zheng Huaijie and Li Jingxian and said, Brother Zheng, Brother Li, time waits for no man. If Li Zixuan is allowed to do as he pleases, the situation of our families will be even more worrying. Please reconsider carefully. Cui Shun chimed in, Huaijie, Jingxian, I believe that with your foresight, you can't see Li Zixuan's threat. Please consider the big picture. In the current situation, 3 out of the 5 families had formed a united front. Hesitation appeared on Li Jingxuan's face. After a while, he stood up and said, In that case, the Li family of Zhao County is also willing to help. However, this is a serious matter. Jingxian will have to discuss it with my father. Of course, of course. Cui Xuanji smiled and nodded with a hint of joy. Chapter 549. After Li Jingxian agreed to join the temporary alliance, everyone looked at Zheng Huaijie again. It was no longer about Li Zixuan, but whether the Zheng family still wanted to play with the other 4 major families in the future. Zheng Huaijie wasn't stupid. He could also figure out the crux of the matter. A moment later, he waved his hand in annoyance and said, Fine, fine, fine. Do whatever you want. But our Zheng family is only responsible for providing the money, not the manpower. Good, good, good. Cui Xuanji was overjoyed. He was about to say something when someone knocked on the door. Young master, I have something important to report. The atmosphere in the room was stifling. Logically speaking, no servant would come and disturb such an important meeting. Apart from Li Jingxian, the other 4 people all had anger on their faces. Li Jingxian hurriedly said, Please don't blame him. I'll go out and teach him a lesson right now. It's okay. It's okay. Although everyone was a little displeased, the good education they had received since they were young still made them not speak ill of him, and they all expressed that they did not mind. Li Jingxian cupped his hands, opened the door, and walked out. After half an hour, Li Jingxian returned to the room, but he looked a little upset. When everyone was about to ask him, Li Jingxian cupped his hands and said, Sorry, everyone. Everyone, I'm very sorry. Something urgent has cropped up in Jingxuan's family, so he can't stay here any longer. Also, Xianji, the Li family of Zhao County will no longer be involved in the matter of Li Zixuan. Just pretend that Jingxian never came here today. Goodbye. Then, Li Jingxian left without waiting for everyone to recover from the shock. Hey. Brother Li, please wait. What on earth happened? Cui Xuanji was stunned for a while, but Li Jingxian was nowhere to be seen. Xuanji, forget it. Since Jingxian is not willing, we can't force him. Cui Xin walked over and patted Cui Xuanji's shoulder. That's the only way, but fortunately, there's still 4 of us. This time, we will definitely ruin Li Zixuan's reputation. Cui Xuanji sighed regretfully. Just as he finished speaking, there was an urgent knock on the door. Young master, bad news. I have something important to report. It was almost the same tone and the same words. Everyone couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat. I'm sorry. I'll be right back. Zheng Huaijie stood up, cupped his hands, and apologized. Then, he hurried out of the door. After a while, Zheng Huaijie walked in with an embarrassed face and said quickly, I'm sorry, everyone. I have something urgent to deal with at home. The Zheng family of Xingyang won't be involved in the fight against Li Zixuan. Goodbye. The 3 people in the room were stunned. In less than a quarter of an hour, 2 out of the 5 alliances had withdrawn. Such a fragile alliance was ironic. Cui Xuanji's face alternated between green and white. He was the one who hosted today's meeting. Now that things had turned out this way, it was a slap to his face, a slap to the Cui family's face. However, Li Jingxian and Zheng Huaijie had left in a hurry, and Cui Xuanji had nowhere to vent his anger. He was both frustrated and confused. Bam! 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 Young master. Bad news. Bad news. I have something important to report. As soon as Zheng Huaijie left, there was a series of hurried knocks on the door. Lu Qingqing looked at Cui Xuanji and Cui Shun helplessly and walked out without saying anything. Half an hour later, Lu Qingqing walked in with a solemn face. Just as he was about to speak, Cui Xuanji interrupted him. Brother Lu, is the Zheng family of Xingyang also withdrawing? What exactly happened? Can you tell me first? Lu Qingqing said awkwardly. Ahem. Xuanji, something big has happened. You should receive the news soon. I'll take my leave first. The Lu family will also not be involved in the fight against Li Zishuan. After that, he ignored Cui Xuanji's dissuasion and left. Cui Xuanji looked at Cui Shen anxiously and said, Cousin, what should we do now? Why did they go back on their words in the blink of an eye? During the Western Zhou dynasty, the son of Duke Ding of Qi, Jizi, gave the country to Shuyi while he himself took advantage of Cui. After Jizi gave the country away, he was conferred the title of Cui minister and took Cui as his surname. Ever since Jizi was conferred the title of Cui, the Cui family began its own development process. After entering the Sui and Tang dynasties, according to the new Tang dynasty, the Cui family had 10 houses. The first was Zhengzhou, the second was Yanling, the third was Nanzhou, the fourth was Qinghe Big House, the fifth was Qinghe Small House, the sixth was Qinghe Qingzhou House, the seventh was Bowling and Bungalow, the eighth was Bowling Big House, the ninth was Bowling Second House, and the 10th was Bowling Third House. The first 6 houses belonged to the Qinghe Cui family, and the last 4 houses belonged to the Bowling Cui family. The 2 Cui families came from the same family and had always maintained a close relationship. That was why Cui Xuanji called Cui Shen his cousin. Cui Shen frowned and said, Xuanji, there must be something we don't know about. Send someone out to find out if something big has happened. Cui Xuanji nodded and said, Yes, cousin. Bam, bam, bam. Bad news, young master. I come in. At this time, a series of equally urgent knocks came from outside the house. Cui Xuanji's expression changed, and he shouted before the servant outside the house could finish speaking. Squeak! A young servant in green clothes and a green hat came in from outside the room. He looked strong and powerful. Wuxia, hurry up and tell me what happened. Cui Xuanji walked quickly to the servant and asked in a deep voice. Huff! Young master, Li. Wuxia was about to speak when he saw Cui Shen next to him. He hesitated and didn't know if he should continue. Tell me. Cui Xuanji frowned and shouted. Yes, 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 young master. I just received news that Li Zishuan, who disappeared for 3 days, has returned. Last night, the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect was razed to the ground and wiped out. That 7-headed snake was also killed by Li Zishuan, and its corpse is hanging in front of the Li family's door for public display. Wuxia no longer hesitated and told him everything he had found out. Boom! Cui Xuanji's mind went blank. He staggered 2 steps back and murmured, Impossible! Impossible! I've never heard of the Imperial Army launching an attack on the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect recently. Even if they did, it's impossible to take them down in such a short time. This must be a rumor. Wuxia said with a bitter face, Young master, I saw everything with my own eyes. Li Zishuan just pointed at the 7-headed snake and told the people that if anyone wants to harm his family, no matter how powerful they are, they will be killed just like the 7-headed snake. Even if he has to chase them to the ends of the earth, he will kill them. Cui Xuanji roared angrily at his words. Damn it! They've gone too far. Chapter 550. Haha, come. We brothers have been on the battlefield together. Let's not go home until we're drunk. Drunken Immortal Restaurant, Heaven Private Room. Li Zishuan, Cheng Chumo, Yuchi Baolin, Dugu Exin and Dugu Feng sat around a table full of delicacies, drinking to their heart's content. Li Zixuan was supposed to treat Dugu Exin and Dugu Feng to this meal. Earlier, when the Snake King tried to kill him outside Chang'an City, the two brothers had saved him in time. A few days ago, when they attacked Snake Spirit Mountain for the first time, Dugu Exin and Dugu Feng had also helped him a lot. If not for their extraordinary performance, he would not have been able to defeat Yin Batian alone, and the Imperial Army would have suffered more casualties that day. Therefore, when Li Zixuan returned from the Imperial Court, the first thing he did was to ask someone to invite the two brothers over. It helped him so much. Logically speaking, it wasn't too much to treat them to a meal. Although Qing Chumo was only an observer during the attack on Snake Spirit Mountain, he felt that he had helped. When he heard that Li Zixuan was treating him to a meal, he quickly brought Yuchi Baolin along for the meal. When he heard Li Zixuan say that they would not leave until they were drunk, Qing Chumo laughed proudly. "Huh, who's afraid of you? Xiao Xian, you've only learned how to drink for a few months. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" "Ha ha ha." Li Zixuan rolled his eyes. "I wonder who was the one who got drunk and fell under the table on my wedding day." Qing Chumo's face turned red, and he said unhappily, "Chow, that's because you cheated." Later, I finally remembered. You let the four of us drink in the front while you secretly hid at the back. Otherwise, you would have been the one who fell first. Huh, looks like this kid is not stupid. Dugu Feng looked at the wine in front of him, took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and said in enjoyment, "Ha ha, I don't care who's better at drinking, as long as I have good wine to drink." After saying that, he picked up the wine cup and took a sip. "Huh, good wine. After drinking so much, little Xian, your drunken immortal is still the best. How satisfying. Awesome." The moment the drunken immortal entered his mouth, that spicy and domineering feeling ignited a ball of fire in his heart. Dugu Feng recalled the sweet taste in his mouth and said in a slightly intoxicated manner. Dugu Xian frowned. "Feng, don't be rude." The host hadn't even touched his chopsticks, but the guest had already started eating. This was an extremely rude behavior, whether it was in ancient times or modern times. Li Zixuan waved his hand and laughed. "We are all good brothers. Why are you so particular about that?" "Xian, it's not that I want to scold you, but can't you smile more? It's easy to get depression if you put on a cold face every day." "What is depression?" Dugu Xian was taken aback as he asked. "Ugh." Li Zixuan scratched his head and said, "Depression. Depression is a prolonged period of depression. The patient's depression can range from melancholy to grief, inferiority complex, pessimistic, and even suicidal attempts or behaviors." Dugu Feng was startled and quickly asked, "Big brother, you don't have these symptoms, right? Don't take it too hard." Dugu Ixin angrily slapped his unreliable younger brother and said while vomiting blood, "No." Then he seemed to feel that these two words weren't very convincing. So he added, "I'm just not willing to talk a lot of the time. Not because I'm depressed. Last night, I witnessed the destruction of the 7 cultivators of True Virtue sect at the foot of the mountain. Seeing my brothers get their revenge, I'm still very happy. Little Xian, although I don't know how you destroyed the 7 cultivators of True Virtue sect, I, Dugu Ixin, am grateful to you from the bottom of my heart. Because of your actions, we were able to avenge our brothers without shedding any blood." After saying that, he raised his wine glass with both hands and said solemnly, "Let me toast you." Li Zixuan nodded and didn't say anything else. He raised his glass and drank it in one gulp. Then he said, "We fought side by side for so many times, and we're already brothers. There's no need to thank me. Besides, those brothers died because of me, so I have to avenge them personally. Yes, yes, yes. We're all brothers, so there's no need to be so polite. Come, let's drink together." Qing Chumo stood up and laughed. "Drink. The reason it's drink and not cheers is because the word cheers hasn't appeared yet. The English word cheers originated in Ireland in the 16th century, and it originally meant toast. At that time, Irish drunkards had the habit of putting a piece of toast into a glass of whiskey or beer to improve the taste and remove the impurities. It was only in the 18th century that the word cheers took on the meaning it has today, and it developed into a congratulatory eulogy. After downing another glass of wine, everyone's faces were a little red. After all, this was the strongest drunken immortal. Yuchi Baolin wiped his mouth, looked at Li Zixuan, and asked, "Little Xian, last night, Chonyo and I happened to see you sitting on a fireball and flying to the top of the Snake Spirit Mountain. What was that thing? How could it fly so high?" When the Dugu brothers heard that, they quickly looked at Li Zixuan curiously. They had come out to observe the situation after hearing the explosion at the top of the mountain last night. They weren't like Ching Chumo and Yuchi Baolin, who had brushed shoulders with Li Zixuan's fairy lamp. Therefore, when they heard that Li Zixuan had flown to the top of the mountain, they were very shocked. As for Cheng Chumo, when he heard Yuchi Baolin mention last night's incident, his expression became a little unnatural. This fellow had clearly thought of the fairy joke. Hearing those words, Li Zixuan thought for a moment. Everyone present was the second generation of the military, so it was unlikely that they would commit treason. Thus, he told them about the celestial lamp and the iron ball made of Xianxia. As for the gunpowder, it was currently a top secret of the Great Tang, so he could not reveal it to them. F***CK. There's actually a tool in this world that can allow one to fly. This is too magical. Little Xian, can we go to your house and take a look at that fairy lamp later? After hearing Li Zixuan's story, Dugu Feiying's eyes widened, and he slammed the table excitedly. Even though he could use his qigong to jump a few meters high, a few meters and a few hundred meters were two completely different things. Okay? The fairy lamp was a heaven-defying tool, and any man would want to experience that thrill. I want to go and take a look too. Right, little Xian, do you still have the true chi steel ball that your master left for you? You're so skilled in martial arts, so you probably don't need it anymore, right? Give me 2 of them. Cheng Chumo stretched out his hand and said with a smile. Li Zixuan said angrily, "Give your head. It's gone." "Ah, why is it gone?" Chapter 551. Oh, that's right. Feiying, Xian, did you too improve your martial arts in the previous battle? Li Zixuan suddenly asked after drinking for a while. He clearly remembered that when they first attacked the Snake Spirit Mountain, the 3 of them joined forces to deal with Batian, who was at the peak of Grandmaster. Due to the gap in their realms, they were at a disadvantage at first, and Dugu Feiying was almost killed several times. However, he took advantage of the opportunity created by Li Zixuan and Dugu Xian to injure Batian with 3 throwing knives, which really blinded everyone. Later, Batian risked everything to kill Dugu Feiying first, and he used the first 6 swords of the Taishian 9 swords to save him. Dugu Xian also used a series of complicated swordsmanship to save Dugu Feiying, and his speed was only a little slower than his own. In the end, the 2 of them stabbed Batian one after another, severely injuring him. Such a battle record and such strength would definitely not appear in the battle against the Snake King in the eastern suburbs, which was why Li Zixuan asked. Dugu Feiying said excitedly, "Yes. That was the first time I fought a grandmaster outside the city. After I went back, I learned a lot. And the last time I was at the Snake Spirit Mountain, I learned something again, and that's how I injured Batian. Hey, I feel that my Xianxia throwing knives is about to reach the small success level. Am I right, big brother?" Dugu Xian nodded and said, "Yes. You've improved a lot. Although it's a narrow escape from death, it's also the fastest way to improve one's strength. Only between life and death can one achieve great things. First, we fought the Snake King, and then we fought the more powerful Batian. After these 2 battles, I feel that my lonely wind swordsmanship is about to reach the 6th sword." Cheng Chumo looked at the 2 of them enviously, and he was annoyed that he didn't get to experience such a hot-blooded situation. Li Zixuan asked curiously, "Lonely wind swordsmanship? Is that the Dugu family's swordsmanship?" It was no wonder that he asked. Although he had a powerful master, he didn't know much about the martial arts names in Jianghu. Besides, in this era, Jianghu was still in its infancy, and there weren't many well-known martial arts techniques. Most martial artists' martial arts techniques were passed down from their families. Dugu Xi nodded and said, "It is indeed the Dugu family's swordsmanship." Fei Ying didn't like that since he was young. He found a book of throwing knives in swordsmanship from some corner of the family storehouse, and he has been practicing until now. Li Zixuan nodded thoughtfully and asked, "Xian, you said that you're about to reach the sixth sword. How many sword moves does this lonely wind sword art have in total?" If someone else had asked this question, Dugu Xian would definitely have given them the cold shoulder. After all, this sword technique was unique to the Dugu family and was not taught to outsiders. However, the person who asked this question was Li Zixuan. He thought for a moment and answered, "There are a total of 9 sword moves. I can only use the first 5 moves now, but I feel that I've already touched the threshold of the 6th move." 9 swordsmanship moves? Li Zixuan was startled when he heard this, and his expression suddenly became strange. Dugu Feng didn't understand and asked curiously, "What's with your expression, Xianxia? My brother is already very powerful to be able to practice the 5th sword. Okay, my dad is only at the 6th sword." Li Zixuan knew that this guy misunderstood. He quickly waved his hand and said, "I don't mean anything else. I just thought of another swordsmanship. It also has 9 sword moves." Dugu Fei Ying snorted and said, "There are many swordsmanship with 9 sword moves in this world. What's so strange about that?" "Yeah, Xiaoxian, doesn't your Taixia 9 swords also have 9 sword moves?" Cheng Chumo, who had been with Li Zixuan for the longest time, knew the most about the situation. He also interrupted. Li Zixuan shook his head and said, "No, the swordsmanship I thought of is called Dugu 9 swords." Dugu 9 swords? Everyone couldn't help but exclaim in unison. Then, everyone's expression became strange. Dugu Xian couldn't help but say, "I've never seen this swordsmanship in my family, but from a name, it seems to be related to my Dugu family. Xiaoxian, tell me, where did this Dugu 9 sword come from?" Li Zixuan was secretly amused. "Of course, you haven't seen this swordsmanship before. This is a divine skill from Old Master Jin's novel. Where did you see it?" Actually, the reason why he mentioned the 9 swords beyond the swords was because Dugu Xian's words had coincidentally reminded him of the smiling, proud wanderer from his previous life. The other reason was that he had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, and he had mysteriously acquired martial arts. With his current martial arts realm and comprehension, some of the moves in Old Man Jin's novel seemed to make some sense, and it was worth pondering over. Li Zixuan used his powerful spiritual power to recall a little, then answered, "I heard from my master that this Dugu 9 swords was created by a senior who was known as the Sword Demon. He defeated all his enemies, defeated all his heroes, and defeated all his opponents. He was invincible in the world. The Sword Demon wanted an opponent who could make him defend himself with one move, but he couldn't get it. In the end, he buried his sword in an empty valley and died. He also had another name, Dugu Qiubai." When the other 4 heard this, their eyes widened in shock. Dugu Fei Ying exclaimed, "Dugu Qiubai? That name is so domineering. There's actually such a strange person in the world. Then this Dugu 9 swords must be very powerful, right?" Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Of course. Dugu 9 swords has a total of 9 moves. Ultimate move, breaking sword move, breaking knife move, breaking spear move, breaking whip move, breaking rope move, breaking palm move, breaking arrow move, and breaking chi move. The Dugu 9 swords is the extreme of swordsmanship. There are a total of 360 variations, and it only attacks and does not defend. When you understand the sword intent of these 9 swords, there's nothing you cannot do, nothing you cannot come out of, and nothing you cannot enter." "Damn, that's awesome. Xiaoxian, do you have this sword manual? If you do, I'll practice this instead of the horse lance in the future," Cheng Chumo said with a hopeful face, drooling. Dugu Xian stood up and cupped his fist solemnly. "Xiaoxian, this Dugu 9 swords is very similar to our Dugu family's solitary wind swordsmanship. If you have this sword manual, our Dugu family is willing to pay any price to exchange it. Please help us." Seeing Dugu Xian's solemn face, Dugu Feng also stood up and cupped his fists. Xiaoxian, please. Li Zishuan hurriedly waved his hand and said, Xian, Feng, sit down first. Sit down, sit down. But, sit down first. Otherwise, I won't say anything. All right. After they all sat down, Li Zishuan said, I've only heard about this Dugan 9 sword from my master. I don't have the sword manual, but I can roughly remember the essentials of each move. I'll tell you in detail when I have time in the future. When he heard Li Zishuan say that he did not have the sword manual, Dugu Xian was initially disappointed. But when he heard the last sentence, he was instantly excited. He quickly said, Okay. Chapter 552. Hey, didn't you say that we're not going home until we're drunk? Why are we talking about swordsmanship now? Come. Let's drink. The dishes are going to get cold soon. The 9 swords beyond the swords was an idea that Li Zishuan came up with on the spot. Li Zishuan had no idea if he could come up with a complete set of 9 swords beyond the swords based on the description in Old Man Jin's novel. However, with his current understanding of martial arts, he had the ability to give it a try. However, it was obviously not a good time to give it a try. Hence, he stood up and called out to them. Yes. Let's drink. Let's get Xiaoxian drunk today. Xian, Feng, you two don't know this, but on his wedding day he asked me, Baolin, Huayu, and Huiran to drink for him while he sneaked off to the bridal chamber with the bride. Don't you think this kid is unkind? That time, I was so drunk that I slept for 2 days and 2 nights. Cheng Chumo raised his glass and began to expose Li Zishuan's ugly side to the Dugu brothers. Dugu Feng rubbed his chin and said hesitantly, That's indeed unkind. I knew it. We're all reasonable people. Feng, let's take turns getting him drunk today and let him have a taste of his own medicine. Cheng Chumo laughed excitedly, as if he had met a soulmate. Dugu Feng turned his gaze to Dugu Xian. Dugu Xian frowned and said, Chonyo, marriage is something that happens only a few times in a person's life. Xiaoxian must have placed too much importance on it. That's why he asked a few of you to drink for him. I don't think it's too much to ask for a little understanding. Not too much to ask. Cheng Chumo almost vomited blood when he heard this. He had never imagined that Dugu Xian, who had always been cold and indifferent, would say such shameless words that went against his conscience. What the F*** K was going to happen? What the F*** CK? Xian, how did you become such a person? Didn't little Xian just agree to give you the sword manual? You're going against your conscience because of this? F*** CK. I, Old Cheng, have misjudged you. Cheng Chumo glared and said with grief and indignation. Li Zishuan could not help but laugh. Chonyo, isn't it easy for you to get me drunk? I'll give you a chance today, but there's no point in fighting like this. How about we play a game? The loser will drink. Little Xian, are you talking about rock, paper, scissors? This is good. I'm the best at this. Let's do this. Yuchi Baolin clapped and cheered. Now, finger guessing is fine too. I'm definitely better at this than you, little Xian. Cheng Chumo echoed. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, Not rock, paper, scissors. Let's play a game that no one has played before. That's only fair. What game? There's a game that I, Old Cheng, have not heard of before, Cheng Chumo said in disbelief. The others also looked at them curiously. Li Zishuan smiled and began to explain. The game I'm talking about is called Every 7 Passes. The rules are simple. The 5 of us will pick one person and say any number. For example, if Chonyo says 8, Baolin, you have to say 9, Xian, you have to say 10, and so on. But there's one thing to take note of. Whenever there's a number that's a multiple of 7 or contains 7, that person can't say it out loud. He has to say pass. Those who don't say pass, or those who hesitate for more than 2 breaths, will all fail. The loser will be punished by drinking a glass of wine. Then, we'll start the next round from that person. How about it? Now, this game is quite interesting. Why don't we play it? It was the first time Dugu Feng had heard of such a novel game. He could not help but be interested. On the other hand, Cheng Chumo was smart. He thought about it and shook his head. No, Xiaoxian, you're scamming us again. At the end of the day, this game is still testing one's ability to calculate. In this aspect, If you dare to say that you're second, who would dare to say that they're first? No, I won't do it even if you beat me to death. Who would have thought that this idiot would be enlightened at such a crucial moment? Li Zishuan was amused. Although this game is related to calculating ability, it's also very easy to fail miserably. Okay? After all, it also tests one's reaction speed. Besides, this is my first time playing this game. Let's have a fair competition. Chonyo, if you don't dare to play, you can watch on the side. If you want to play, come and play. Let's use this method to get drunk today. Okay. Count me in. Count me in too. I'll join too. The moment Li Zishuan finished speaking, Dugu Feiying, Yuchi Baolin, and Dugu Exine all expressed their willingness to join. Cheng Chumo said anxiously, "Who said that I don't dare to play? Huh? Who's afraid of who? I'll join too." This idiot rolled up his sleeves and looked like he was about to go all out. He said to Li Zishuan, "Let's begin." Li Zishuan smiled. "Okay, then the first round will start with me." 6. Cheng Chumo was stunned for a moment before he quickly said, "Pass." He was secretly pleased with himself. You want to scam me so soon? No way. After all, this idiot had spent so much time in the mathematics school where experts gathered. He had learned quite a lot. The ones who were the losing end were probably the two brothers, Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying. Yuchi Baolin, 8. Dugu Exine, 9. Dugu Feiying, 10. Li Zishuan, 11. Cheng Chumo, 12. Yuchi Baolin, 13. Dugu Exine, 14. No. When it was Dugu Exine's turn, this honest kid's brain had not yet processed the situation and subconsciously blurted out the answer. Ha. Wrong. There's no use regretting it. Drink up. Cheng Chumo immediately stood up and shouted. At this moment, he felt that this little game was quite interesting. Dugu Exine knew that he had answered wrongly as soon as he said it. Seeing Cheng Chumo's heckling, he did not say anything else and directly raised his head to drink the drunken immortal in one gulp. Then he shouted, "Continue, I say, 20. With the help of the game, their banquet lasted all the way until the sun set in the west. The bustling sounds in their private room could be heard throughout the entire drunken immortal restaurant. As for the final battle, Dugu Exine and Dugu Feiying drank the most and had to be carried back. It was very easy for the game to fall into a vicious cycle. Those who drank too much would naturally become more and more muddle-headed towards the end, and the number of times they answered wrong would naturally increase. Li Zishuan did not drink that much. This was his first time playing this game in Tang Dynasty, but he had played it many times in his previous life. Naturally, he would not lose to the natives of Tang Dynasty. Chapter 553. While Li Zishuan was having a drink with his friends at the Drunken Immortal restaurant, a storm was raging outside because of him. Cui Xuanji thought that Li Zishuan was just bragging when he said that he would destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue by himself. Therefore, he arranged for people to spread the news and make everyone think that Li Zishuan was just a braggart. Who would have thought that the corpse of the 7 cultivators of true virtue serpent would be hung in front of the Li residence, proving that Li Zishuan was not just bragging and that he had the strength to destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue. But when Cui Xuanji learned that Li Zishuan had destroyed the 7 cultivators of true virtue, the people he sent to spread the news had already spread it out. It was too late to regret. Oh, so that Li Xianan had made a military order in front of His Majesty to destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue by himself. He is truly a young hero. Yes. Previously, the imperial court was unable to defeat the 7 cultivators of true virtue. Who would have thought that Li Xianan would have the courage to deal with the 7 cultivators of true virtue by himself? He is truly amazing. It's no wonder that the imperial court's army was unable to defeat him. Look at the size of that serpent. Who can compete with this beast in terms of strength? Moreover, this thing is definitely poisonous. Fortunately, Li Xianan was able to take down the 7 cultivators of true virtue by himself. Otherwise, we would have lost a lot of good men like last time. Today, many people in Chang and city had heard that Li Zishuan had made a military order to destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue by himself. But not long after, they heard that Li Zexuan had killed the seven-headed serpent of the seven cultivators of true virtue on the Snake Spirit Mountain. Therefore, many people came to the Li residence to watch the show. Lord Zhu had personally come out and said something. He said that the people of the seven cultivators of true virtue had repeatedly tried to harm him and his family, flouting the law of the state. Therefore, His Majesty had sent troops to deal with them. Then, the seven cultivators of true virtue deserved it. I heard that Li Xianxia was like a divine soldier descending from the heavens and killing all the people of the seven cultivators of true virtue by surprise. Did you see the fire in the northeast last night? When this old man woke up last night, I was shocked. I thought some rich family had caught fire. From the looks of it, the fire last night must have come from the seven cultivators of true virtue. Lord Li is so powerful. One person annihilating an entire sect? How'd he do it? That's what a genius is. In the eyes of these commoners, Li Zexuan was able to wipe out the entire sect single-handedly when not even the imperial court's army could handle the Jianghu sects. Naturally, he was very powerful. Therefore, Li Zexuan became the idol of many people. Of course, he had also become a nightmare of many people. Sect leader, why have you gathered everyone here? Mount Zhongnan, a certain second-rate sect in the pugilistic world. The sect leader was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He looked at the 200 or so disciples in the field and said loudly, "Today, this old man will announce a major event that concerns the life and death of our sect. Everyone must listen to me carefully. In the future, if anyone dares to violate this, they will be expelled from the sect. Do you understand?" Everyone was shocked. They wanted to ask what kind of matter could concern the life and death of their sect, but when they saw the sect leader's serious and fierce face, they could only reply in unison, "We understand." The sect leader nodded with satisfaction and continued, "In a while, each of you will come and get a portrait. You must remember the person in the portrait. If you meet him in Chang and city in the future, you must remember that you must not provoke this person. Otherwise, you will be expelled from the sect. Do you understand?" At this moment, everyone, from the disciples to the elders, was dumbfounded. Although their sect was only a second-rate sect, there was no one who was worthy of their fear. If they offended someone, they could just go and apologize, and the matter would be over. Was there a need to call everyone together with such great fanfare? Do you all understand? Seeing that no one answered him for a long time, the sect leader angrily repeated himself, "Understood, understood." At this time, everyone finally reacted and agreed. "Yes, good. Come and receive the portrait first and take a good look at it. If you meet the real person in the future, don't recklessly offend him." In a luxurious house in the south of Chang and city. "Granduncle, the plan this time has failed. Not only did I fail to ruin Li Zexuan's reputation, but I also made him more popular in the hearts of the people. I deserve to die." In the afternoon, Cui Xuanji first asked the servants who had been sent out to spread the false news to come back. Then he came to the room to report. On the soft couch in the room, a white-haired old man was half-sitting. It was Cui Xuanji's granduncle, Cui Zhenchuo. Cui Zhenchuo was Cui Shanfu's uncle and the uncle of the three Dugu empresses. However, as early as the Sui dynasty, because of being implicated by the dethroned crown Prince Yang, Cui Zhenchuo was removed from his position and exiled. His wife and children's properties were all confiscated, and his daughter was also sent to Yeding. Later, Yang Guang became the emperor, and the daughter of the Cui family was doted on by him. Yang Guang then issued another imperial edict, absolving Cui Zhenchuo and the others of their crimes, restoring his title of nobility and also giving him some properties. However, Yang Guang courted disaster and destroyed the great Sui dynasty in just a few years. Now that the great Tang dynasty was ruled, Cui Zhenchuo, the head of the Qinghe Cui family's Zhengzhou branch, was just a decoration of the Li family. Cui Zhenchuo still had the title of Duke of the East County, but he only received a title without any real power. Even his title was a fake one, and he didn't have any real title. In Chang'an City, he was just waiting to die. However, as the head of the Qinghe Cui family's Zhengzhou branch, Cui Zhenchuo still had a lot of power. Sai, I've heard about this matter. That Li Zishuan was able to destroy the 7 cultivators of virtue by himself, which was beyond my expectations. I can't blame you for this. You will have a chance to fight in the future. Don't be discouraged. Cui Zhenchuo sighed and comforted him helplessly. Hearing this, Cui Xuanji breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you, Granduncle." However, the process of how Li Zishuan destroyed the 7 cultivators of virtue must be very special. Xuanji, tell your father to investigate this matter. Cui Zhenchuo ordered with his eyes closed. Yes, Granduncle. West City, outside the drunken Immortal restaurant. Li Zishuan couldn't help but find it funny when he saw the 4 drunken brothers shouting that they wanted to continue playing being sent back to their respective homes. He thought to himself, isn't this just a little game on the drinking table? Wait until there's a werewolf game in the future. Won't this group of people play all day long? Shaking his head, Li Zishuan got on the carriage and went home. Chapter 554. At night, in a mansion on the east side of the East County Duke's mansion. Xuanji, this is how Li Zishuan destroyed the 7 cultivators of true virtue. This kid is ruthless and ruthless. I'm afraid we can't afford to offend him. In the study, Cui Shanfu looked at his son and smiled bitterly. After listening to him, Cui Xuanji couldn't help but be shocked. After a long while, he came back to his senses and said, "Father, how did Li Zishuan fly up to Snake Spirit Mountain? I've never heard of any tool that can fly so high." Cui Shanfu spread out his hands and said, "You're not the only one who hasn't heard of it. I've lived for decades, but I've never heard of such a strange thing. As for what tool that kid used, he was afraid that it would be leaked in the imperial court, so he didn't say it on the spot. This brat is really crafty." Cui Xuanji said regretfully, "That's really a pity. Li Zishuan is a novelty one after another. With his help, the imperial court will only become stronger and stronger, and the status of our aristocratic families will become lower and lower." Cui Shanfu also understood this, but the decline of the aristocratic families had already formed. How could they turn the tide with just their family alone? He sighed and got up. The current emperor is a rare, sacred lord, and Li Zishuan can also be regarded as a good minister. What can we do with a good minister and a sacred lord? Let's just wait for the right opportunity. Xuanji, I called you here today to tell you that we shouldn't provoke Li Zishuan in the future. Although he said in the imperial court that there was only one true Qi iron ball, who knows if he was lying or not? If he were to throw out another one, none of our families would be able to take it. Fortunately, you did it secretly this time. Now, that Yin Batian and Snake King are dead. He won't be able to trace it back to us. But, Father, Cui Xuanji was unwilling to give up and wanted to say something, but Cui Shanfu didn't give him chance. He waved his hand and interrupted. No buts. This matter is over. Xuanji, pack up and prepare to return to Zhengzhou. There's too much right and wrong in Chang'an. Zhengzhou is our route. In the early Tang dynasty, Zhengzhou was still called Zhengzhou. However, in the Tianbao era, Zhengzhou was renamed Xingyang County. Dad, I'm not going back. Cui Xuanji, who was used to the prosperity of Chang, and could not bear to go back. He retorted with a red face. Bastard, how dare you not listen to your father? You have to go back this time. There was no room for negotiation. Cui Shanfu glared at Cui Xuanji and grunted angrily, and then he flicked his sleeve and left, leaving Cui Xuanji on the spot with an ashen expression. On this day, after Li Zishuan finished his breakfast, he took a horse carriage and went to Cloud Mountain with his guards. The matter on Snake Spirit Mountain had delayed him for a long time. In addition, after returning from Snake Spirit Mountain, he had to deal with Li Er, deal with the courtiers, and help Dugu Xan deduce the 9 strategies beyond the swords. In total, he had not been to the construction site for more than half a month. He didn't know how the construction of the academy was going. Speaking of the 9 strategies beyond the swords, it could be said that he had dug a pit for himself because he had been continuously deducing it at home for 4 or 5 days, but he still hadn't completely deduced it. However, it couldn't be said that it was a complete failure, because he had comprehended something from the deduction these days. The most intuitive manifestation was that his 9 strategies beyond the swords now had a kind of invincible arrogance and a kind of calmness that could predict the enemy's moves. However, in terms of the 9 strategies beyond the swords, he had only managed to deduce 3 moves: the sword-breaking move, the knife-breaking move, and the spear-breaking move. Moreover, when he connected them together, he felt that something was wrong. After a few more days of deduction, even someone as strong as Li Zishuan couldn't take it anymore. He felt that his head was hurting. Therefore, he decisively decided not to think about it anymore. He attached the 3 sword moves that he had deduced and the information of the 9 strategies beyond the swords that he could recall on a piece of paper and handed it to Dugu Xian for him to slowly think about it. As the saying went, it was better to trick others than to trick oneself. Li Zishuan was very good at this kind of thing. However, this was going to be tough for Dugu Xian because in terms of martial arts realm, he was not as good as Li Zishuan. In terms of spiritual power, he was even weaker. Therefore, he had to use a hammer to deduce the sword moves. Wow, the progress is really fast. When he reached the peak of the Cloud Mountain, Li Zishuan saw that on the originally barren Cloud Mountain, there were actually many half-built red brick houses. Although these houses were only 2 to 3 zhang tall and didn't have a roof, Li Zishuan was still very happy to see them. This mountain was going to be the foundation of his future in Tang Dynasty. What made him even happier was that there were many cement roads on the Cloud Mountain. Walking on them, Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity. It was as if he had returned to the modern era. However, that was destined to be impossible because the air here was so fresh. There wasn't even a trace of industrial dust. How could it be the modern era? Hey. All right. Both of you pull with all your might. Not far away, Li Tai, the little fatty, was instructing the commoners to use a hemp rope to pull a basket of red bricks. The hemp rope went around a tall frame, and as the 2 commoners slowly pulled, the basket of red bricks also slowly rose. On the ladder next to the wall, there was a craftsman holding a shovel, waiting for the bricks to be transported over. Squeak, squeak. Perhaps it was because there were too many bricks in the basket. The friction between the hemp rope and the support frame made unpleasant squeaking noises. Li Zishuan was originally still wondering where Li Tai, that little fatty, got such an ugly, beggar's version of a crane. At this moment, he suddenly shouted with a face full of shock, "Chinke, get out of the way from me!" Although he was shouting, his feet didn't stop moving. This was because he saw that the hemp rope was already 2/3 broken, and Li Tai was standing right below the bamboo basket. If the bamboo basket fell from such a height, Li Tai's head would definitely be like a watermelon that fell to the ground. By then, the entire Tang Empire would be shaken. Thinking about it, if the great king of Wei died at the construction site of Li Zishuan Academy, not to mention how the courtiers would impeach him, Li Zishuan would probably even have the thought of killing Li Zishuan. Even without considering the feelings of Li Zishuan and the courtiers, Li Zishuan didn't want to see anything happen to Li Tai. This little fatty was a disciple that he valued a lot. How dare you? Who dares to call themselves my father? Hearing the roar, Li Tai was enraged. Other than Li Zishuan, there was probably no one in the world who dared to call themselves his father. Crack! At this moment, the hemp rope finally couldn't withstand the weight and completely broke from the middle. With a whoosh, the bamboo basket fell rapidly and went straight for Li Tai's head. Chapter 555. Be careful, Captain. The moment the rope broke, the 2 workers felt their hands loosen and almost fell. When they came back to their senses, they wanted to rush forward to save Li Tai. Gu Xiaomao, the vice-captain of the 8th team of the 1st Regiment, was waiting for Li Tai to succeed in his experiment. However, when he saw this scene, he was scared out of his wits, and his legs went soft. Perhaps ordinary people didn't know about Li Tai's identity, but he knew about it. If something happened to Li Tai here today, he would definitely not be able to escape. He might even implicate his family. Thinking of this, Gu Xiaomao's face turned pale. He wanted to save Li Tai, but his legs were so weak that he couldn't move at all. F***. Li Tai looked up and was almost scared to death. He subconsciously wanted to run away, but with his body size and his slow reaction, how could he escape before the bamboo basket fell? Seeing that the bamboo basket was getting closer and closer to his head, Li Tai couldn't help but shout in his heart, "This prince is going to die today. Lisa Xuan, oh, Lisa Xuan, this prince is using my life to help you build the academy. When you return, remember to burn something interesting for this king to bring to the underworld." Huff! Bang! Just as Li Tai closed his eyes and cursed in his heart, he suddenly felt a gust of wind beside him. Following that, he heard a dull thud. He couldn't help but wonder, so many bricks hit my head, but it doesn't hurt? It seems like people don't feel pain after death. F***CK. Of course you don't feel any F***king pain, because I caught it for you. Lisa Xuan, who was holding the bamboo basket with one hand, scolded in annoyance. He was really angered by this little fatty, which was why he called him daddy twice in a row. Fortunately, there were no outsiders here, or else he would definitely report him. In this situation, if Lisa Xuan had come a tenth of a second later, Li Tai's life would have been gone. How could Lisa Xuan not be angry? Little Xian, why are you here? Haha, I'm not dead. I'm not dead. Little Xian is awesome. You can even catch such a heavy basket of bricks. Amazing, amazing. Li Tai opened his eyes. When he saw Lisa Xuan holding the bamboo basket, he was first shocked, then a burst of joy from surviving a calamity arose spontaneously. He jumped away from the bottom of the bamboo basket with lingering fear and then laughed loudly. Lisa Xuan's face couldn't help but twitch. He threw the basket of bricks in his hand to the side and said with a fierce expression, "Brad, if you want to move bricks, then do it properly. Why are you standing under the bamboo basket? If I didn't come over today, who would be able to bear the responsibility if something happened? Do you know how many innocent people will die because of you?" Cough, cough. Li Tai's face turned red and said with shame, "I just wanted to observe the operation of the brick-moving machine from this angle and see if there are any improvements to be made. I didn't expect that such a thick rope couldn't even handle a few bricks. I didn't think it through and miscalculated." F***CK. Lisa Xuan shook the hand that just caught the basket and couldn't help but interrupt. "You call this a few bricks? Damn it. Can't you guys get a bigger bamboo basket? This big basket of bricks is at least 200 pounds. Can't you use a smaller bamboo basket for your experiment?" Li Tai glanced at Lisa Xuan's hand and muttered, "How can I do experiments with a smaller bamboo basket? This brick-moving machine is especially made to be lazy." Lisa Xuan said angrily, "What did you say? Boss, this is all my fault. I shouldn't have let the captain do this. I should have let everyone carry the bricks properly." Gu Xiaomao finally came back to his senses. He came to Lisa Xuan and bowed repeatedly to apologize. Li Tai stared and said, "Gu Xiaomao, I wanted to do this. It's none of your business. You shut up first." Lisa Xuan snorted and then said sternly to Gu Xiaomao, "Gu Xiaomao, you are indeed responsible for this. Even though Qin Ke is doing the same things as you, eating the same food, and sleeping in the same room, you know very well how important the responsibility is to him. I'm not asking you to give him preferential treatment. He will do what he should do himself. But as the vice captain, you have to pay attention to his safety at all times. Qin Ke was standing under the basket just now. Didn't you think that there would be danger? If something happened to him here today, do you think you'll have a good time?" Gu Xiaomao's face was pale as he replied bitterly, "I won't have a good time. I'm sorry, boss. I didn't think it through and didn't take precautions. It's all my fault. No matter how you punish me, I won't have any complaints." Li Tai couldn't stand it and wanted to speak up for Gu Xiaomao. Lisa Xuan glared at him and stared back at him. Lisa Xuan waved his hand and said to Gu Xiaomao, "All right, you should reflect on yourself. What happened today can't happen a second time. Otherwise, you won't have a good time, and I won't have a good time either. Do you understand?" Gu Xiaomao quickly bowed and said, I understand, I understand." Lisa Xuan nodded and turned to Li Tai and said fiercely, "Qin Ke, come with me." After saying that, he walked to the house next door. The simple, temporary combat command room had now become a one-story brick house. "Oh," Li Tai shrunk his neck and replied sullenly. Today's Lisa Xuan was too fierce. Even he was a little scared. "Say it." What the hell is that brick-moving machine? Why do you want to make it? In the room, seeing that Li Tai had followed him in, Li Zixuan asked expressionlessly. Speaking of the brick-moving machine, Li Tai immediately became confident. He smiled proudly and said, "Hee, this is my Li Tai's exclusive invention." Previously, the craftsman said that if we were to build the academy according to the blueprint, we would have to use the method of filling in the ground. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to continue building the walls. I thought that was too troublesome, so I thought of this idea of sending bricks up from below. Li Zixuan asked sullenly, "Filling in the ground? What's that?" Li Tai heard and immediately said with disdain, "Damn, you don't even know about the method of filling in the ground? I really have to give it to you. What's with the nonsense? I asked you, just answer." Okay. After Li Tai's explanation, Li Zixuan finally understood that the method of filling in the ground was to use soil to bury the bottom part of the building. After the top part was covered, the soil was removed. This was also the method that the ancient people used to build high-rise buildings. After all, in this era, there was no lifting equipment. After listening to Li Tai's explanation, Li Zixuan was speechless and said, "So, that's why you made such a lousy toy. You're such a clever little brat." Chapter 556. Little smarty boy. Li Tai's face turned green when he heard Li Zixuan calling him that. He shouted, "F***CK, you're the little smarty boy. Also, you can insult me, but you can't insult the brick-moving machine I made. I thought about it for a long time before I came up with it." When Li Zixuan heard this, he was almost amused by this little fatty. He laughed and said, "Insult you? How did I insult you? Also, what kind of brick-moving machine is this? What the hell are you making? Have you considered the stability of the base? Have you ever thought that the friction between the hemp rope and the frame will be too strong? Have you ever thought that if the goods are heavier, the workers won't be able to move them? Have you ever done a stress analysis on the frame?" With Li Zixuan's series of questions, Li Tai couldn't help but be stunned. He muttered, "If the goods are too heavy to move, you can ask more people to do it. But what is friction? What is stability? What is stress analysis? Oomph. You didn't even do a theoretical analysis, and you want to put it into practice? You can only fail if you put it into practice." Li Tai was unconvinced and said, "This is just an accident. Next time, it will be better than this." "Huh. If you don't change your method, you won't be able to do it even if I give you a year." Li Zixuan, who had done countless research projects in school in his previous life, knew that before a new technology was born, there must be careful theoretical analysis. Without a theoretical basis, trying to do it recklessly was tantamount to a blind man trying to figure out an elephant. The efficiency would be greatly reduced. "Huh, if you're so capable, come and do it. You've been gone for more than half a month. I thought you would only come back after the academy was built." Li Tai was a little annoyed. He sat on the stool next to him and complained loudly. Speaking of this, Li Zixuan felt that he was in the wrong and didn't want to argue anymore. He touched his nose and said awkwardly, "Ahem, I came back to Chang'an to do something. Now that the matter is settled, I will come here more often." Little Fatty curled his lips and said, "I know you're busy. Our great hero single-handedly annihilated an entire clan. How awe-inspiring. TSK, TSK." It had been a long time since that incident happened, so Li Tai obviously knew about it. But his tone was a bit. Li Zixuan raised his hand and said angrily, "F***CK? If you have something to say, can't you just talk nicely? Why do you have to be so sarcastic? Are you asking for a beating?" Little Fatty immediately cowered and hurriedly said, "How am I being sarcastic? This prince is praising you. Sigh, don't hit. At most, I won't tell Imperial Father about you calling yourself lousy in front of me." Li Zixuan was stunned. Then he sneered, "Do you dare to say it?" Li Tai rolled his eyes. Of course, he didn't dare to say it. If he said it, Li Er and Empress Xianxia would know that he was almost killed at the construction site today. In that case, he wouldn't be able to come out easily in the future. "Go give me a pen and paper. I want charcoal. Shouting should have it." Li Zixuan smiled and said suddenly, What do you want to do?" Li Tai didn't react and said in a daze. Li Zixuan said unhappily, What can I do to give you a lesson? Today, I'll show you what a real brick moving machine is. When Li Tai heard that, he wasn't displeased by Li Zixuan's impatient tone at all. Instead, he was overjoyed and said, "Haha, good, good, good. I'll go get you a pen and paper." Although he felt that he wasn't much worse than Li Zixuan before he built the brick-moving machine, he realized the gap between them after he almost lost his life. When he heard that Li Zixuan wanted to help improve the brick-moving machine, he was happy. "Lord Jupe, let me do such a small thing." Brother Chicken, who came with Li Zixuan today, came over and cupped his fists. He muttered in his heart, "Only my Lord Ju would dare to ask the Emperor's favorite prince to help get a pen and paper." Before Li Zixuan could say anything, Li Tai patted Brother Chicken's arm and said, "I'll go get it. You stay here." After saying that, he went out. Brother Chicken stood there, stunned and speechless. Li Zixuan laughed and said, "When a student helps a teacher get a pen and paper, even the ministers in the imperial court won't say anything." "Feiji, you're overthinking it." Pang Feiji said, "You're right, Lord Ju." "Master, Master." At this moment, there was a knock on the door, followed by Iron Egg's shout. "Come in." Li Zixuan hurriedly said, "Master, how do you have time to come over?" As soon as he said that, Iron Egg walked in with Lana. Iron Egg was the first to greet them with a smile. Lana hadn't seen Li Zixuan for a long time. She hugged Li Zixuan's arm and giggled. "Brother, brother, you're finally here. Lana missed you so much." Li Zixuan waved at Iron Egg, indicating that he didn't need to be so polite. Then, he rubbed Lana's braids and smiled dotingly. "Huh, little girl, you know how to lie too? If you miss me, why don't you go home? You must be playing wild here and can't bear to go home." He hadn't returned to Cloud Mountain for more than half a month, but Lana hadn't returned home for more than half a month either. He had been staying at Han Tianhu's house these days, sleeping in Han Yushi's room in the past. During this period, Madame Li felt worried and came to visit a few times. However, when she left, Lana couldn't bear to leave no matter what, so Madame Li didn't force her. It was said that this girl had now dominated the Han and Mei villages and had become the king of the children here. Usually, she would follow Iron Egg to Cloud Mountain to watch the fun and see strange things, or she would instruct her friends to dig for bird eggs, or she would become a teacher and teach others how to read and write. She was really carefree. Hee. No way. Lana is busy. Brother, are you thirsty? I'll get you some water." The little girl shook Li Zixuan's arm embarrassedly and said sweetly. Li Zixuan laughed and joked, "Haha, how can I trouble my family's missy? Brother isn't thirsty. Go play by yourself." Lana wrinkled her nose and said unhappily, "Humph. Stinky brother, you still treat Lana as a child. I'm not leaving today. I'm going to follow you." "Little Xian, I brought a pen and paper." Iron Egg, you're here too." Just as Li Zixuan was having a headache over Li Tai finally came back with a pen and paper. When he saw Iron Egg in the house, he greeted him a little unnaturally. Iron Egg nodded and said, "Yes, by the way, Xianxia, yesterday I heard that you're going to test the brick-moving machine you recently invented. How was it?" Li Tai, Chapter 557. Hee. Iron Egg, do you still need to ask? Look at Brother Green Sparrow's expression. He must have failed. I told you that without my brother's help, he wouldn't have succeeded. Lana pointed at Li Tai and giggled. Don't expose someone's shortcomings. Lana's words could be said to be ruthless, directly stabbing into Li Tai's heart. The little fatty's face darkened, and he almost vomited a mouthful of blood. Li Zixuan was afraid that he would be too embarrassed, so he said to Lana, all right. Lana, go and have fun. I'll come and find you when I'm done." After that, he took the pen and paper from Li Tai's hands and walked to the desk at the side and sat down. Lana saw this and understood that Li Zixuan was going to be busy with business, and it was all business that she was not interested in. Hence, she replied with an "oh" and went out. Li Tai heaved a sigh of relief and came over to ask curiously, "Xiao Xian, what kind of brick-moving machine are you going to design? Can it compare to mine?" Li Zixuan's charcoal pencil paused, and he sneered. "Ha, you still have a nerve to compare your broken toy with mine? You could just watch from aside." After that, he was too lazy to talk nonsense and began to concentrate on drawing. Speaking of the crane, it was necessary to talk about the pulley block on the crane. Other than the hydraulic transmission mechanism, the most important part of the crane was the pulley block. The fixed pulley block was a fixed fulcrum and prevented the rope from being messed up. The moving pulley block was mainly used to save effort. As long as the design of the pulley block was reasonable, it was not unusual for a person to pull up a 500 kilograms heavy object. Let's make a simple crane first. Li Zixuan instantly had an idea. The crane's base, connecting rod, pulley block, lifting mechanism, and luffing mechanism all appeared in his mind. These components, under Li Zixuan's pen, quickly formed a beggar's crane with wheels. There was no other way. Although Li Zixuan could draw a 3D model of the modern large-scale cranes, almost all of them were hydraulic cranes. Even if he could draw one, it could not be done with the industrial level of this era. Hence, after thinking about it, he could only make a human-powered crane with pulley blocks as the core. You're done. Li Tai saw that Li Zixuan had stopped and could not help but ask. Li Zixuan nodded and said, yes. Li Tai furrowed his brows and picked up the drawing. After looking at it for a long time, a trace of surprise appeared on his face. He praised, this little wheel's design is good. With this thing, the hemp rope will suffer much less wear and tear in the future. I don't have to worry about the rope breaking anymore. Li Zixuan said with a faint smile, oh, not bad. Xianxia, it's not easy for you to see this. But you only know one part of it and not the other. Iron Egg, come take a look. What's the use of the wheel on the side of the connecting rod? Yes, master. Iron Egg walked over and began to look at the drawing seriously. After a while, he hesitated and said, master, in addition to the wheel at the top of the connecting rod, there's probably something else that's connected to the bottom. Li Zixuan looked at Iron Egg with appreciation and said with a smile, not bad, not bad. Iron Egg, you're very accurate. Do you know what's the mystery of this wheel? Iron Egg said embarrassedly, sorry, master. I can't see it. Li Tai muttered, it's just a broken wheel. What mystery can there be? Li Zixuan was too lazy to bicker with little fatty. He pointed to the drawing and explained to them, Iron Egg, Xianxia, I call this small wheel a pulley. The top is called fixed pulley. You can all guess its function. It's used to fix the fulcrum, prevent the rope from messing up, and reduce the wear and tear of the rope. The bottom pulley is called moving pulley. It's very useful. It can save half of the strength. Iron Egg and Li Tai were shocked and said in disbelief, save half of the strength? How is that possible? Li Zixuan smiled indifferently and said, how is it not possible? When using moving pulley, the hook weight is suspended by 2 pieces of rope. Each piece of rope only bears half of the weight of the hook weight. This way, the person pulling the rope only needs half of the strength to pull it. In the future, when you learn another course, physics, you will know a theorem that the power multiplied by the moving arm is equal to the resistance multiplied by the moving arm. The moving pulley's moving arm is twice as long as the moving arm, so the power is half of the resistance. At that time, you can use this theorem to analyze, and you will find that the moving pulley is indeed labor-saving in principle. Although Li Zixuan's words contained many technical terms that Li Tai had never heard of before, little Fatty still felt that Li Zixuan's words were very reasonable. He pinched his chin and fell in a deep thought. Iron Egg nodded confusedly and asked doubtfully, Master, if it's really like what you said, then if we use more moving pulleys, won't we be able to lift thousands of pounds of heavy objects with very little strength? Li Zixuan nodded approvingly and said with a smile, Iron Egg, your question is very good. That's right. In theory, it is indeed like this. Do you remember what I told you before? When engineering is developed to the extreme, ordinary people can lift thousands of pounds of boulders. Master didn't lie to you. Li Tai's eyes widened, and he was shocked speechless. What Li Zixuan said was tantamount to a fantasy to him. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was the means of immortals. Iron Egg nodded excitedly and said, Yes, yes. Master, I remember. I didn't expect to see such a wonderful scene so soon. Li Zixuan smiled and shook his head. But although in theory, the more moving pulleys, the more labor-saving it involves the question of whether it is worth it. What's not worth it? Iron Egg asked in puzzlement. Lisa Xuan said with a smile. Although using a moving pulley saves energy, the distance it moves is twice as far as the distance it moves the hook. That is, it consumes a lot of distance, and that brings up the issue of efficiency. For example, using a wooden stick to pry open an ant and using a wooden stick to pry open an elephant. Do you think the wooden stick is labor-saving or labor-intensive? It's the same with pulleys. If you use pulleys that can lift thousands of pounds of boulders to lift a basket of bricks, the pulleys will probably be heavier than the bricks. It's definitely not worth it. So when deciding the number of pulleys, you must consider the actual situation. The size of the horse should match the size of the saddle. Don't do more useless work. There were not many technical terms in these words, so it was not difficult to understand. Iron Egg and Li Tai both seemed to understand something after listening and fell into deep thought. Iron Egg understands. Thank you for your teachings. After a long time, Iron Egg came back to his senses and solemnly clasped his hands. Li Tai also came back to his senses. He said seriously, after listening to Master's words, Tai has also benefited a lot. Thank you very much. At this time, he realized that Lisa Xuan was right. The brick-moving machine he made was indeed a piece of junk. Chapter 558. Hee. All right, it's good that you guys understand. Feiji, get someone to send the blueprint to the workshop now. The structure of this thing is simple, so it shouldn't be too difficult to make. Get Faubert to arrange for someone to make one today to try it out. Lisa Xuan put away the blueprint on the table, handed it to Pang Feiji, and instructed him. When he was explaining the principles of the pulley block to Iron Egg and Li Tai, he didn't deliberately ask Pang Feiji to avoid it. Therefore, Pang Feiji was very clear about the importance of this blueprint. He took the blueprint with both hands and said solemnly, Lord Zhu, this thing is so important that I have to make a trip personally. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, I'll really die 1,000 times. Lisa Xuan smiled and didn't refuse. Brother Chicken took the blueprint and went out. Xianxia, Iron Egg, let's go. Follow me for a walk. Lisa Xuan watched Pang Feiji leave, and then said to the two people in the room, Okay, Master. Master, look at these tall buildings. It hasn't even been a month since the start of construction, and so many have already been built. Iron Egg has never heard of this speed before. Iron Egg said emotionally as he walked on the cement road at the top of the mountain and looked at the rows of half-finished buildings beside him. Li Tai heard him and said with a smile, What's so strange about this? Iron Egg, why don't you see how many craftsmen and commoners we've hired here? There's strength in numbers, so naturally, we can't use common sense to measure this. Just the cost of wages and food on this construction site every day isn't something that ordinary people can afford. Lisa Xuan nodded and said, There's strength in numbers. That's right. However, after the crane is made, the construction speed will definitely be faster. Crane? What's a crane? Li Tai was puzzled. Lisa Xuan patted his head. He just remembered that he was just explaining the principles of the pulley block to them and forgot to tell them that thing was a crane. So he said, The crane is the improved version of the brick-moving machine that I just designed. I feel that it's definitely not just for moving bricks. I called it Crane. Iron Egg said excitedly, Crane? That's a good name. In fact, he previously felt that the name of Li Tai's brick-moving machine was too old-fashioned, but he didn't say it out of consideration. Boss Meng, bring 2 men with you to move these bricks up. There's not enough over there. I'm going. At this moment, Lisa Xuan suddenly heard an incomparably familiar voice. He looked towards the source of the voice and saw a person he would never have thought of. It was the little idiot Sun Zifen. He pointed at the little idiot in astonishment and asked, Why is this kid here? Seeing Lisa Xuan's astonished look, Li Tai said proudly, If this king can be here, why can't Sun Zifen be here? Lisa Xuan was stunned for a moment before he reacted and asked, This kid was brought here by you, Xianxia? Li Tai nodded and smiled. Of course. Not only him, Wang Meng, Luyan, Huairen, Huayu, Yudongkai, Kushir Qing, Zheng Ziren, and the rest are all here. This king can't be sunbathing alone in the wilderness while they enjoy life at home, right? It's just that Choak said that he could only come tomorrow. That a bit of a scam. However, more than half of the people from the school were called by me. How about it? I'm awesome, right? After Li Tai said that, he put on an expression of wanting to be praised and quietly waited for Li Zixuan to praise him. Li Zixuan was stunned when he heard that. He thought for a moment and suddenly asked in disbelief, Shi Qing, Zhang Ziren, Lu Yan, the three of them are here too? If he remembered correctly, when he decided to build his own college and leave the Imperial College, although half of the students from the school were willing to follow him to Yanhuan College, Shi Qing, Zhang Ziren, and Lu Yan, who were top-notch students but were not from official families, did not say that they wanted to come to Yanhuan College on the spot. Now, they were urged to come by Li Tai. It was a bit unbelievable. Li Tai understood what Li Zixuan was thinking and replied with a smile. Xiao Xian, are you trying to say that they didn't agree to come to Yanhuan College? Huh. Maybe at that time, they were hesitant to come to Yanhuan College and lose their future. But how many idiots are there in our school? Xiao Xian, you've made so much news recently. Even idiots know that only by coming to Yanhuan College can they learn real knowledge. Also, I have to admit that you're quite charming. As far as I know, many students in the school have fallen out with their families in order to study under you. Li Zixuan was silent for a while. To be honest, when he left the Imperial College, he was sad to see those students wavering, but he definitely did not blame them. After all, this so-called Yanhuan College was just a mediocre private school in his previous life. It was unrealistic to ask people to give up Tsinghua or Peking University to go to a small school like yours. He just felt a sense of loss that the talents he had painstakingly nurtured were taken advantage of by others. He did not have any resentment, but he did not expect those students to put in so much effort during this period. After a while, Li Zixuan turned his head and asked, but most of them are spoiled since they were young. What can they do to help if they come here? Li Tai heard him and said angrily, F***CK? What are you talking about? They're spoiled since they were young? Aren't I the same? Why can't they do the things that I can do? Li Zixuan's face was full of black lines. He had almost forgotten about this. Qing K is right. Xiao Xian, not only can your students help, but they've also helped a lot. At this time, Yin Xiaoning appeared out of nowhere and walked to Li Zixuan's side and interrupted. Xiaoning? It's really been a long time. Ha! When Li Zixuan saw him, he gave him a brotherly bear hug without hesitation. Hey, let go. Yin Xiaoning was not used to such an intimate way of greeting. He quickly pushed Li Zixuan away and said angrily, F***CK, you still have the cheek to say that. When you left the last time, you said that you would be back in a few days. In the end, this time, you left for more than half a month. I'm so F***king pissed. Cough. Li Zixuan coughed awkwardly and said shamelessly, didn't I already compensate you just now? Speaking of which, not many people in the Tang dynasty can enjoy my hug. Get lost. Yin Xiaoning roared angrily. Ugh, so disgusting. Li Tai covered his mouth, indicating that he could not stand this gay scene. Li Zixuan waved his hand nonchalantly and said, This is romance between men. What do you know? Oh, right. Xiaoning, you said that these students have helped a lot? What do you mean? Chapter 559. Yin Xiaoning didn't know what romance was between men, but he knew that Li Zixuan was just joking. Now that they were talking about serious matters, he became serious and said, Although these students from the Institute of Mathematics can't be compared to those commoners in terms of physique, they are all very smart. Basically, each of them can lead a team of dozens of people. They are very good at the allocation of various tasks and the budget of materials and supplies. Although these 10,000 people could work in an orderly manner in the past, with the addition of these students, I can clearly feel that the entire construction corps' work efficiency has increased by a lot. Moreover, Shaoxian, the academy that you want to build, has many buildings that have never appeared in my Tang Empire before. During the actual construction, there will always be various kinds of problems. A while ago, it really gave me a headache. Fortunately, Qingke called in these students from the Institute of Mathematics. You don't say, these students of yours are very different from those bookworms that only know how to read the 4 books and 5 classics. They can really apply what they have learned. Many of them may not be familiar with the work here when they first came, but after a few days, they can manage the people under them in an orderly manner. They can also give some very innovative and practical suggestions. They are really helpful to us. When Li Zixuan heard this, his mood immediately became happy. In the past, he didn't understand how teachers felt when they saw their students become successful. Now, he completely understood. That kind of happiness was not the same kind of happiness as earning $1 million. It was a kind of comfort that came from the inside out. At this time, Xianxia said again, Xiaoxian, my dad said that he wants to pick a few of your students and put them in the Ministry of Works. What do you think? Li Zixuan immediately glared and said, Not good. How much have they learned? What can they do in the Ministry of Works? Serve tea and water to those in charge? Definitely not. Besides, working in the Ministry of Works is tiring and the salary is low. Is this work for humans? The last sentence was a bit too much. Xianxia said exasperatedly, How can you say that? To think that my father and second uncle even came here to help a few times. You are a classic example of an ingrate. I'll tell my father when I get back. Li Zixuan knew something was wrong and quickly said, Hey. Shouting, don't. I'm praising the Ministry of Works for being noble and virtuous ministers of the country. Oomph. Who are you kidding? Xianxia snorted in disbelief. The two of them laughed and joked for a while before a craftsman came over and called Xianxia away. Li Zixuan then brought Iron Egg and Li Tai to Sun Zifan. At this time, the sun was about to rise to the top of their heads. It was very obvious that Sun Zifan's face was covered in sweat. However, this guy seemed to be used to it. He didn't care about it and continued to direct people to work. He had the posture of a leader. Zifan. Li Zixuan walked behind Sun Zifan and called out softly. Sun Zifan paused, turned around, and said in surprise, Hey, mister, you're here. After saying that, this little joker put down his work and ran over. It looked like he wanted to give Li Zixuan a hug. Li Zixuan didn't want to hug this sweaty little fatty. Yes, this joker was a little chubby, but definitely not as chubby as Li Tai. When the two of them stood together, one was big and the other was small. They were quite compatible. Stop. What are you so excited about? Sun Zifan said matter-of-factly. I haven't seen Mister for so long. Of course I'm excited. I've been here for 7 or 8 days, but I've never seen Mr. Shadow. I thought you went missing. Li Zixuan originally wanted to ask this joker if he was used to living here, but now it seemed that there was no need to ask. A happy person could find happiness anywhere. He waved his hand and said, I went back to Chang'an to deal with some things, so I didn't come over. You've all worked hard. Okay, Zifan, go to your own things. I'll go check on the other students. This afternoon, I'll treat you all to lunch at the Han village at the foot of the mountain. After saying that, he prepared to leave. Sun Zifan said anxiously, Hey, Mr. Wait, I have something to tell you. Li Zixuan stamped his feet and said, What? Hee. Sun Zifan scratched his head awkwardly and said hesitantly, I heard that Mister has made a flying tool. When I go back to Chang'an, and someday, can Mister let me try it? Li Tai finally remembered this and shouted, Yes. It's that fairy lamp. Xiaoxian, you have to let me sit on it. I've never flown before. Iron Egg also looked eager to give it a try, but he didn't say anything. Because he was Li Zixuan's disciple and brother-in-law, he didn't have to worry about not being able to sit on the fairy lamp. Li Zixuan couldn't help but look at the two little fatties in front of him, and then said with a half-smile, Zifan, Qingke, with your size, aren't you afraid that you'll crush the fairy lamp and fall from the sky? The two of them suddenly felt like they were hit by 10,000 points of critical hit. Sun Zifan said, Hurt. Mister, aren't you making your students too disappointed? Li Tai wasn't so easily fooled. He thought about it and said angrily, F***CK. Xiaoxian, don't scare us. Your fairy lamp can definitely withstand Zifan and me. Others don't know, but I know that the 7-headed giant snake in your house was brought back by you using the fairy lamp. Sun Zifan's eyes lit up when he heard that, and he looked at Li Zixuan eagerly. Li Zixuan was helpless and could only say with a headache, Well, the fairy lamp currently has a design flaw. After ascending to the sky, You can't control the direction, and once you go up, it's hard to come back down. Are you too sure you want to give it a try? The two of them were immediately confused. Li Tai wondered, then how did you control the direction last time? Li Zixuan smiled and said, Qingke, don't compare yourself to me. I know martial arts, and I won't be troubled by this. Okay, I'm not going to talk nonsense with you guys. I'm going to see Xiren and Ku Shiqing. After that, he ignored the two little fatties who were flustered in the wind and left with Iron Egg. Hey, this fairy lamp is used to bring girls. How can it be used to carry little fatties? A while ago, I was too busy and didn't have time to bring girls. Now that I have time, maybe I can consider it. Li Zixuan thought to himself as he walked. In fact, the main reason was that the fairy lamp was unstable now. If it was used to carry people and he wasn't there to look after them, it would be easy for something to happen. However, he wasn't particularly willing to bring two big guys to see the scenery in the sky, so he could only let them suffer for now. Chapter 560. Noon. Han Family Village. Han Tianhu's house. Li Zixuan, Yin Xiaoning, Li Tai, Iron Egg, Wan Sun Zifan, Wang Meng, Ku Shiqing, and the other student from the School of Mathematics were all gathered in the main hall. The scene was very lively. There were close to 30 people, so one table was definitely not enough. There were 3 tables in total. The Han family's front hall, which was not very spacious to begin with, suddenly became very crowded. Since they were outside, they couldn't possibly treat their students to a meal in the cafeteria of Yinshan, right? At first, Li Zixuan planned to freeload at his father-in-law's house for lunch. Later, after seeing Sun Zifan, he thought about it. One person freeloading was freeloading, and more than 20 people freeloading was also freeloading, so he simply brought them all over. However, this made things difficult for Han Lijing. After Iron Egg knew about Li Zixuan's plan, he came back 2 hours earlier to help Han Lijing prepare the meal. Now that the living standards of the entire Han family village had improved, Han Lijing's family had a special relationship with the Li Zixuan. Naturally, they would not be short on ingredients. They had chicken, duck, and fish, but they lacked a chef. Han Lijing didn't want to neglect the students that Li Zixuan brought over, so he specially invited Hu Hanyun's wife to cook. Lu Yue went home after she finished cooking. Then, there were 3 sumptuous tables full of food and wine. Lord Taishan, come and take a seat. It's been hard on you today, Li Zixuan said apologetically. Actually, what he was thinking was to ask Han Yushi's opinion on whether he should find a second wife for Han Tianhu. It would be best if he could buy a few more maids and servants. Otherwise, it would be too hard for Han Tianhu to manage this huge house by himself. How? What's so hard about this? Xiao Xian, as long as you guys are happy eating. Han Tianhu wiped his sweat and said nonchalantly. He was really happy that Li Zixuan was able to bring his students over as guests. Now that Li Zixuan was his son-in-law, he was a junior. Seeing that his junior had made a name for himself and was loved by his students, he only felt gratified. Come, let's eat together. Yeah, Uncle Han, come and eat together. Li Zixuan and Yin Xiaoning quickly invited him. Han Tianhu nodded and sat beside Li Zixuan. Then, he raised his cup and said to Yin, Li Tai, and the others, this poor village can't be compared to the big restaurants in Chang'an City, so please don't despise this simple meal. Since all of you are little Xian's friends and students, as an elder, let me toast to all of you. Yin Xiaoning quickly said, Uncle Han, what are you saying? The dishes on this table are comparable to those of the restaurants in Chang'an. We should be the ones toasting you, Uncle Han. Yes, to Uncle Han. However, this Han family village isn't a poor village. It's much richer than many other villages. Uncle Han, you've managed it well. Sun Zifan was someone who knew how to talk to people and ghosts. At this moment, he could be serious in front of his elders. He raised his cup and laughed. Immediately, a bunch of voices of agreement rang out from behind. Yes. Today's dishes are very sumptuous. Thank you for your hospitality, Uncle Han. Here's to Uncle Han. That's right. Otherwise, we would have to eat together on Yinshan Mountain. Han Lijing's face was flushed with excitement when he heard these words. He finished the wine in his cup and smiled. Great. Then you guys eat and drink well. Li Zixuan took over the conversation with a smile and looked at the crowd. He looked at the crowd and said, more than half of the people from our School of Mathematics are here today, right? After more than a month, we're gathered together again. Ku Shiqing, Zheng Ziren, Lu Yin, and the rest of you didn't plan to go to Yanhuan College with me. However, since you're sitting here now, it proves that you're willing to continue learning with me and that you're optimistic about the future of Yanhuan College. I won't say thank you to you for this. I'll only congratulate you. I congratulate you for making the best choice in your life. In a month, Yanhuan College will be officially established. At that time, you'll see an unprecedented college. At that time, Yanhuan College won't be a place where others can enter just because they want to. Come, to all of you. Everyone, let's have a toast. Okay, well said, sir. Although the college hasn't been built yet, I, Sun Zifen, have already fallen in love with Yinshan. To Sir, Li Tai and Sun Zifen cheered loudly. However, Ku Shiqing, Zheng Ziren, Lu Yin, and the others' eyes were slightly red. They saluted Li Zixuan from afar. It could be seen that they didn't have a good month. Li Zixuan put down his wine glass and laughed. Ha! Good. Stop saluting each other. Let's eat. I know you didn't eat well on Yinshan. Let's have a good lunch. Of course, your efforts won't be in vain. In the future, the thousands of Yanhuan College students will remember your contributions to Yanhuan College. Ku Shiqing solemnly cupped his hands and said, due to some reasons, I didn't immediately express my willingness to join Yanhuan College. I'm very ashamed. Please don't blame me. Zheng Ziren, Lu Yin, and the others also hurriedly cupped their hands and apologized. Li Zixuan smiled and waved his hand. Ha! Don't blame me, don't blame me. Sun Zifen, however, said mischievously, just because you don't blame me doesn't mean we don't blame you. Ku Shiqing, you should punish yourselves by drinking 3 glasses. Ku Shiqing gritted his teeth and said, all right, 3 glasses it is. After saying that, he was about to pour himself a glass of wine. Li Tai hurriedly shouted, hey, wait. If you're all drunk, who's going to help you in the afternoon? Don't drink so much. Pfft. Li Zixuan couldn't help but burst out laughing. This little fatty had become the supervisor of the construction site. Zheng Ziren's face was full of black lines. He hesitated for a moment and said, I'll choose to get drunk. Ha ha ha. Shiqing, Ziren, Lu Yin, have you all thought about it? Do you want to come to Yanhuan College? After lunch, Li Zixuan took a rest under the big tree in the Han residence's courtyard for a while and led the group of students on the road to Yinshan. Ku Shiqing nodded firmly and said, Sir, we've all thought about it. In fact, none of the 44 students in our school doesn't want to continue learning from you. When you left the Imperial College, the reason why so many people didn't express their opinions on the spot was mainly because they were concerned about the opinions of their family members. As far as I know, many of our classmates have been thinking of ways to persuade their families in the past month. I believe that when the college starts next month, the 44 students in our school will definitely gather together again. Li Zixuan was silent. He put his hands behind his back and sighed deeply. I hope so. I can't bear to part with all of you. Chapter 561. In the afternoon, after returning to Cloud Mountain, the group of people returned to their respective posts and busied themselves with their own tasks. Li Zixuan did not stay idle either. With his hands clasped behind his back, he strode forward and began patrolling around his territory. He was not patrolling to see if anyone was slacking off. The reward and punishment system that he had set in the beginning had stimulated everyone's enthusiasm to work. Now, no one in the entire construction site would slack off. No one would complain that they had too much work to do. On the contrary, they were afraid that their team would not be assigned any work. This was because not only would the food be worse, but the bonus at the end of the month would also be reduced. This guy was completely full and had nothing to do, so he wandered around aimlessly. Haha, this entire mountain will belong to me, Li Zixuan, in the future. And there's a super big school on top of it, TSK, TSK. How comfortable. In his previous life, Li Zixuan was just a poor student. Even if he joined the workforce, his monthly salary would not be able to buy a 1 square meter house in Beijing. But now, he owned an entire school near Chang'an, a modern school that he wholly invested in. How could he not be satisfied? Oh, the student bathhouse has already been built? All around him were half-built houses. Only the larger building next to the student dormitory had been completed. Li Zixuan thought for a while and recognized that it was the student bathhouse. He sighed and walked in. Cement walls, cement floor, and empty space. This should be used to store wardrobes in the future. Inside, there were small cubicles. In the future, when water pipes and sprinklers were installed, it would be a student bathhouse that all modern schools had. These things would not be considered rare in modern times. But to the ancient people, those students would probably not be used to it when they first came in to take a bath. Right, water. What should he do with the water on Yanshan? He could not expect people to carry water down the mountain every day, right? How troublesome would that be? Thinking of this, Li Zixuan could not help but frown deeply. The monthly water consumption of school was terrifying. No one knew this better than him. The water problem of Yanhuang College had to be solved as soon as possible. Lord Ju, so you're here. I've finally found you. At this moment, Pang Feiji suddenly ran in from outside and said while panting. Li Zixuan collected his thoughts and asked, Feiji, you're back? Is that thing already done by the workshop? The beggar's version of the crane he designed was not complicated. It only had a base, supporting rods, pulley blocks, and some structures to adjust the angle and direction. It was not difficult to make. Pang Feiji said excitedly, Yes, Lord Ju, I've already brought it here on an ox cart. It's right in front of Guanghua Building now. Li Zixuan nodded and said, Okay, let's go and have a look. Guanghua Building was the main teaching building of Yanhuang College. When it was designed, it was arranged to be at the front of all the buildings in the college. In Li Zixuan's opinion, this building would be the face of Yanhuang College in the future. Of course, it had to be seen by everyone. When they passed by Yanhuang College's future library, the red building, Li Zixuan looked at the prototype of the classical building. Suddenly, he said to Pang Feiji, Feiji, you have to remember this building well. It has another name. It's called the Airplane Building. In Feng Yu's previous life, the red building looked like a huge airplane when viewed from above. Therefore, some people called it the Airplane Building. When Pang Feiji heard this, he suspected that he had heard wrongly. He dug his ears and said in disbelief, Lord Ju, are you using this building to commemorate me? Old Pang? Lord Ju's kindness, Old Pang. As he spoke, he choked up. In his opinion, he was just a rough person. Yanhuang College was destined to be a holy land for scholars. Li Zixuan was willing to use his name to name a building in the college. To him, it was such an honor. How could he not be excited? Cough, cough. Li Zixuan saw that this guy was forcing himself to be dramatic. He couldn't help but cough and said, That's not it. The reason why I called it the Airplane Building was because it looked like an airplane. After that, he ran away as if there was oil on the soles of his feet. Brother Chicken, on the other hand, was stunned on the spot. He looked at the unfinished red house and muttered, Like me? How does this building look like me? Hey, sir, you're finally here. As soon as Li Zixuan arrived in front of Guanghua Building, he saw a group of people surrounding a tall frame with 4 wheels. They were basically the students of the School of Mathematics. When Sun Zifan saw Li Zixuan, he came over to greet him. Li Zixuan didn't ask how these students knew about it. He walked to the side of the crane and looked at it. Then he smiled at Li Tai and said, Qingke, it's rare for you to have the opportunity to be a strong man. Do you want to try this crane yourself? Although Li Tai was not happy with the first half of the sentence, he still rubbed his hands excitedly and nodded. Okay. After that, he ordered the people to hang a big basket of bricks on the hooks below the pulley block. He then began to turn the wheel and try to pull the basket up. Damn, it's actually so easy. Li Tai originally used all of his strength and prepared to use all of his strength to turn the spinning wheel. In the end, because he used too much strength, he almost tripped and fell, and the bamboo basket filled with bricks, without any accident, rose up. Wow, Qingke, when did you become so strong? Yep, this basket of stones is about 200 pounds. Tis TSK. Not only is Xianxia meaty, but she's also very strong. With such a sarcastic tone, he must be Sun Ziffin, young hero Sun. The surrounding students couldn't help but widen their eyes and gasp in amazement. If they hadn't seen the people put the bricks in the basket one by one with their own eyes, they would have suspected that Li Tai was cheating. Just like that, in a short while, the big basket of bricks was lifted up about 3 feet. The people waiting on top of the basket suppressed their surprise and carefully unloaded the bricks from the basket. Li Tai touched his nose and was speechless. He felt that the brick-moving machine he made earlier was really weak. Li Zixuan nodded with satisfaction and smiled at the students. Did you all see that? This is the power of engineering. It can make a powerless person full of strength. It can let you understand the world you're in now. Of course, it can also change the world. The knowledge that Yinhuang College will impart to you in the future will definitely be the most powerful knowledge in the world. Good. Sir, you're amazing. We want to learn the most powerful knowledge. Sir, you're mighty. Who hasn't been young and frivolous? When the students heard this, they were all elated and excited, except for Li Tai. He was very dissatisfied with Li Zixuan's words. It can make a powerless person full of strength. He felt that Li Zixuan was talking about him. So he moved to Li Zixuan's side and whispered, Xianxia, I don't think your crane is good. What's not good? Li Zixuan asked subconsciously. Li Tai replied, It's too troublesome. You single-handedly lifted up such a big basket of bricks in the morning. I think you're better than a crane. Why don't you use Qigong to help us move the bricks in the future? Get lost. Li Zixuan was stunned and almost slapped his size 40 shoe on this little fatty's size 38 face as he shouted angrily. Chapter 562. Shouting, I'll leave his crane to you. With this thing, I believe the construction of the academy will be much faster. Please be sure to finish building the bishop, the canteen, and the dormitory within a month. It was the first time they saw such a novel thing. So naturally, the students of the school couldn't help but try it themselves. After an hour, their enthusiasm faded, and they returned to their posts. Then, Li Zixuan found Yin Xiaoning and said with a smile. Yin Xiaoning had also tried the crane himself. He nodded and said, Yes, that's right. This crane is really helpful to us. No. Xiaoxian, are you going back to slack off again? Li Zixuan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Why is this guy so sensitive now? He hurriedly said, No, I'll come here often when I'm free. You have to take care of the things here. If you have any problems, you can send someone to find me directly. Yin Xiaoning had an as expected expression and said gloomily, I knew you were going to slack off. You're not even as good as your students. Li Zixuan shook his head and said, You can't say that. I'm not going home to slack off. You guys are responsible for the construction of the academy. I still have a lot of things to deal with. For example, the water supply of the academy, the hiring of teachers, the recruitment of students, the writing of teaching materials, and so on. I need to deal with all these as soon as possible. Compared to those students, I'm the one who's really working hard. Okay? Hearing this, Yin Xiaoning stopped complaining. He thought for a while and said, Well, you're right. Go to your own things then. I'll take care of things here. Li Zixuan smiled and said, Okay, then I'll leave it to you. After that, he was ready to go home. What he said just now wasn't a perfunctory or an excuse. He was really short on time. He should have started doing these things a long time ago, but he was delayed by the matter of the 7 cultivators of virtue for a long time, so he really didn't have much time left. Yin Xiaoning suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, By the way, Xiaoxian, there's one more thing I need to tell you. What's the matter? Recently, the autumn harvest is approaching. Many people want to ask for leave to go back to help with the harvest. However, the construction period here is getting more and more urgent. Moreover, if we recruit new people, the new people will definitely not be as skilled as them. Therefore, I did not allow them to go home for the time being. But this is definitely not a long-term solution. Do you have any good ideas? Li Zixuan frowned slightly. He had neglected this point. In ancient times, the spring planting and autumn harvest were important matters for the common people. Basically, the whole family counted on the grain in the fields to survive the year. He absolutely could not delay the autumn harvest of more than 10,000 families because of his own selfish interests. He pondered for a moment and said, "Let's go. More money. All the workers and craftsmen who are willing to stay will have their wages doubled this month. They can use this money to hire people to help with the autumn harvest. Besides, each of their families should have half-grown children, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Of course, if they don't want to stay, we won't force them. We'll allow them to take leave and go home after handing over their work. However, they won't get the double pay. We'll let them decide for themselves." Xianxia raised his eyebrows and exclaimed, "Double pay? Xiaoxian, are you crazy? Putting aside the sumptuous meals, the wages that we, Xianxia, offer are already considered the most generous. Yet, you want to double the wages? Do you know that just based on this, you'll have to spend an extra 30,000 to 40,000 strings of cash this month?" Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "Xiaoning, you can't calculate it like this. Yinshan is a special case. Although the meals and wages are very good, don't you see that these people are also working very hard? Yinhuan College is such a big project. Which construction team can complete it in 2 months? They can. Their efforts are completely worthy of this treatment. As for the double pay, isn't there no other way? No matter what, I can't affect the student's start of school because of the construction progress of the college. This is the most important. In this era, the student's field break was usually in the middle of September. Counting the days, it was only a little more than a month from now. Li Zishuan's anxiousness made sense. Of course, he also had the capital to say this. Strange Interest Pavilion and Drunken Immortal House were now a group of hens that could lay golden eggs. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that they were raking in gold every day. Moreover, Datong Daily had long been on the right track and was no longer making a loss. Now, just the income from advertising alone was already very considerable. Xianxia said helplessly, "All right, it's your money anyway. The rich ones are the masters. You can do whatever you want." After coming down from Yinshan, Li Zishuan didn't go straight home. Instead, he went to the workshop. Yinhuan College's enrollment promotion needed the power of Datong Daily. At this time, he couldn't help but feel lucky that he started Datong Daily first. With this tool of public opinion, it would be much more convenient for him to do other things. "Brother Ma, for the next few issues of Datong Daily, help me write a few promotional drafts for Yinhuan College. I will personally write the first draft, arrange for people to study it seriously, and let them understand my engineering skills. You guys will write the drafts for the next few issues. I want to recruit students." In the editorial department, Li Zishuan found Ma Zhou and began to instruct him. Strictly speaking, Ma Zhou wasn't a pure Confucian disciple. He studied the art of governance and had a good understanding of the knowledge that was useful for governing a country. His character was flexible and flexible. Therefore, Li Zishuan felt assured to hand over such an important department like Datong Daily to Ma Zhou. Ma Zhou understood what Li Zishuan meant when he heard this. He nodded and said, "Lord Zhu, don't worry. We will do our best to cooperate." After experiencing so many things with Li Zishuan, Ma Zhou had a very deep understanding of engineering. He didn't have any bad feelings towards engineering because the current success of Datong Daily couldn't be separated from Li Zishuan's support of engineering. Moreover, he felt that engineering could make the people of Tang better. It could also make more people able to afford to study. The prosperity of the people's education could be brought about by engineering. Therefore, Ma Zhou still hoped that Li Zishuan's engineering could be carried forward. "Okay, I will ask someone to send the draft up later. You have to save a good position for me in tomorrow's newspaper." Li Zishuan nodded and said his goodbyes before leaving. His time was really tight right now. Chapter 563. The next morning, it was cloudy and breezy. A few pairs of young scholars walked on the streets of Chang and city in groups of 2s and 3s. They looked like they were about to leave the city for sightseeing. It didn't mean that they were definitely students of the Imperial College. There were many other official schools in Chang and city other than the Imperial College, such as Chongwen Hall, Hongwen Hall, Directorate of Astronomy for Astronomy, Imperial Medical Department for Medicine, Taipu Temple for Veterinary Medicine, and so on. This was the capital of Chang and city. If it were a local place, There would be local official schools as well. For example, each prefecture had its own prefectural school, each county had its own county school, and each county had its own school. The official education system of the Sui and Tang dynasties was very complete. Of course, the ability of the rulers to tolerate culture was also incomparable to that of the Ming and Qing dynasties, especially during the Jingguan period. This was also one of the reasons why Li Zixuan dared to propose engineering studies. Mingda, look, Yinhuang College is recruiting students. Yinhuang College? What kind of college is that? Why haven't I heard of it before? Two scholars were holding the newspapers they had just bought and were discussing as they walked. Mingda, have you not left Chang'an City recently? There has been such a big commotion on Yunshan Mountain in the eastern suburbs recently, and you don't know about it? The tall scholar asked doubtfully. The shorter scholar said awkwardly, the weather has been too hot recently, and I haven't gone out. Brother Zheng, tell me about the commotion on Yunshan Mountain. What does this have to do with Yinhuang College? You haven't heard of Yinhuang College, but you must have heard of Li Xiannan from Yongla Lane. This Yinhuang College is run by him, and the college is located in Yunshan Mountain. In the past month, hundreds of skilled craftsmen and tens of thousands of workers have gathered in Yunshan Mountain to build Yinhuang College. I heard that Li Xiannan spent 200,000 to 300,000 strings of cash on the college alone. The tall scholar was obviously an insider, and he was also a chatterbox. Once he started explaining, he went on endlessly. Of course I've heard of Li Xiannan, but what future can he have in this college? Will anyone be willing to go? Mingda, what you said is wrong. Yinhuang College is not an ordinary college. The dean of this college is the current emperor. Li Xiannan used to be a minister of the Imperial College. He is very likely to become the chancellor of the Imperial College. His knowledge and ability are beyond words. You don't know how many scholars in the world want to be his disciple. The slightly shorter scholar was obviously taken aback. He said in disbelief, "What? His Majesty is the dean of Yinhuang College? How is that possible?" The tall scholar sneered and said, "Why is it impossible? Many people already knew about this, and it wasn't a secret. But putting all these aside, Li Xiannan's so-called engineering is quite desirable. Brother Zheng, could it be that you also want to go to Yinhuang College? Let's not talk about this for now. Let's hurry to the city gate. Otherwise, Brother Shangguan and the others will be waiting anxiously." After the tall scholar finished speaking, he waved his folding fan and took the lead to walk forward. The slightly shorter scholar frowned and then said to the boy next to him, "Go and buy me a newspaper, then follow me." "Yes, young master." Brother Hua. Good news. South of Chang'an City, Jinyu Academy. Chun Tianhua ran in excitedly with a paper bag of meat buns in one hand and a newspaper in the other. For government-run schools like the Directorate of Imperial College and the Hongwen School, the students had 2 months of field leave. However, these small academies did not exist. This was because these places were mainly places for like-minded people to discuss the Tao. Hua Hongyi, who was sitting in the courtyard reading, looked at Chun Tianhua's excited expression and couldn't help but wonder. "Tianhua, what news made you so excited? Did someone give you a tip again?" Liao Feichen laughed and said, "In that case, Tianhua, you have to treat me again." Ever since Chun Tianhua's novel was serialized in Datong Daily, although the results were far from a legend of a mortal's journey to immortality, he would always receive tips from some rich people every now and then. In addition to the fixed monthly royalties from the editorial department of Datong Daily, Qin Tianhua had gradually moved from the low-income class to the middle-income class. As for Liao Feichen, the results of his novel were slightly worse, but the monthly income was enough for his family's expenses. In this regard, Hua Hongyi was only sincerely happy for his good friend and did not have any feelings of jealousy. He did not seem to be in a hurry and continued to think of a novel that completely belonged to him. Qin Tianhua walked quickly to Hua Hongyi and placed the meat buns on the stone table. Then, he opened the newspaper and pointed to a short paragraph in the middle and said, No, it's more exciting news than tips. Feichen, come and see. Yinhuang College is going to recruit students from all over the Tang Empire." Hua Hongyi heard this and immediately jumped up and leaned over and shouted, Where? Where? Let me see. Liao Feichen also leaned over and looked anxious. Chen Tianhua pointed and said, Here, here, aren't you going to eat breakfast first? Hua Hongyi and Liao Feichen both waved their hands and began to read seriously. At the end of June in the first year of Jinghuan, Yanhuan College was approved by His Majesty to cultivate a group of talented, thoughtful, and creative young people for the Tang Empire. His Majesty is the honorary president of Yanhuan College, and Crown Prince Li Zixuan is the Yamacho of Yanhuan College. After a month of construction by tens of thousands of craftsmen, Yanhuan College has begun to take shape and will be completed next month. Now, it is openly recruiting students from all over the Tang Empire. All students from Tang Empire above the age of 8 and below the age of 25, regardless of whether they are rich or poor, who are interested in joining Yanhuan College, can register for free at the local Datong Daily Branch. All students who have registered will take the preliminary examination on September 18th at Yanhuan College in the eastern suburbs of Chang. Those who pass the preliminary examination will become a student of Yanhuan College and will receive a minimum of 3 to 6 years of education. During this period, all tuition fees will be waived. The contents of the preliminary examination include, It's true, Yanhuan College is really starting to recruit students. That's great. That's great. Ha! Hua Hongyi couldn't help but laugh at this point. Liao Feichen also said excitedly, That's right. With His Majesty as the president of Yanhuan College, its status is not inferior to that of the Imperial College. I didn't expect that poor children like us would have the opportunity to enter such an institution. Chen Tianhua smiled and said, You two should finish reading. The contents of the entrance examination are explained at the end. Hua Hongyi and Liao Feichen lowered their heads and continued to read seriously. Chapter 564. Yanhuan College's entrance exam consists of the 5 classics, 30%, mathematics, 50%, and morality, 20%. The mathematics exam consists of addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, and geometry. Most of the content is related to the new mathematics of the Imperial College. Students are recommended to buy the latest textbooks from the Imperial College and study them carefully. The exam difficulty is below average. Students are encouraged to prepare for the exam. In Jinyu Academy, Hua Hongyi and Liao Feichen read the news carefully. Liao Feichen suddenly looked up and muttered, Textbooks? Where are the new mathematics textbooks? We have to hurry and buy them. Chen Tianhua slapped his head and said, That's right. Why didn't I think of that earlier? We should have bought the textbooks while we were at it. There must be a lot of people buying them now. Where can we buy them? The 3 of them looked at each other and reacted almost at the same time. They said in unison, Interesting pavilion. Hua Hongyi slammed the newspaper on the stone table and shouted, Hurry and buy the textbooks. Then he ran out. Liao Feichen reacted and quickly followed him. Hey, aren't you guys going to eat the buns? In fact, there was more than one article about Yanhuan College in the newspaper today. There were a total of 3 articles, but these people were focused on the enrollment and ignored the other 2. What is engineering? Hee, this old man wants to see how you are going to brag. Wei Mansion. Wei Zheng had his breakfast and habitually asked the servants to buy him a Datong daily. Then he sat under the old tree in the courtyard and began to read it. Today was the official's day off, so there was no need to attend morning court. Wei Zheng rarely had a day of leisure. He couldn't help but mutter to himself when he saw a piece of news in the newspaper. Engineering is the study of engineering. Its main purpose is to serve the needs of the people and improve their lives. Its ultimate goal is to achieve prosperity for all. The houses of the common people, the pavilions of the palace, the riverbanks, the water conservancy, the city walls, the imperial mausoleum, and the agricultural production could all be supported by the school. Engineering can allow people to realize what kind of world we are in now. Engineering can allow people to make more advanced farming tools, allowing our Tang Empire to have more farmland and not have to worry about food. Engineering can allow people to make faster and steadier vehicles. One day, we will be able to travel between Chang and in Luoyang in a day, and we won't need to travel back and forth for several months. Engineering can allow people to create more powerful weapons, allowing our Tang Empire to stand at the top of the world, allowing the barbarians to submit to us and congratulate us. Engineering can even create flying tools, allowing mortals to soar above the 9 heavens and overlook the magnificent mountains and rivers of our Tang Empire. There is no high or low in learning. Engineering is only for the benefit of the people of the world. Students of engineering can also have a bright future. If you don't have great ambitions, you can use engineering to become an accountant in a shop or take part in the mathematics examination. You can become a deputy county magistrate or manager of the Ministry of Civil Affairs or Ministry of Works. You can feed and clothe your entire family. If you have great ambitions and are willing to devote yourself to the study of engineering, you can become a master of the generation. You can do things that others don't dare to do. You can create divine weapons that others can't create. You can enjoy great wealth, be worshipped by thousands, and leave your name in history for all eternity. Engineering, as a new study, is actually not new. It combines the academic essence of the pre-Qin dynasty with the purpose of benefiting the people and the world. Young students who want to learn engineering, please immediately register for the entrance examination of Yanwang College. Gentlemen, on the 18th of September, we will meet at Yanwang College. Be there or be square. After reading this news, the joking expression on Wei Zheng's face had long disappeared. He stared at the newspaper in a daze and muttered to himself, "Engineering is only for the benefit of the people of the world." Previously, that kid from a Li family said that Confucianism cultivates the mind, while engineering benefits the world. So that's it. But if that's the case, won't the sky of my Tang dynasty be pierced by this kid? Benefits the world, benefits the world. Back then, the school of Mo was righteous. Mencius said that it was for the benefit of the world. How similar is it to Li Zexuan's engineering? I'm afraid that many people will take this opportunity to make a big fuss. This kid is still too inexperienced. Wei Zheng had long passed the hot-blooded age where he would roll up his sleeves and do things on impulse. He wasn't bewitched by Li Zexuan's rather provocative words. Instead, he found a trace of worry in them. However, the reason why he had hidden worry was that he was slightly biased towards Li Zexuan. Otherwise, what was there to be worried about? Wasn't the reason why he had stubbornly opposed Li Er his whole life? Wasn't it to let the people of the world have enough to eat and wear? Although the methods were different, Li Zexuan's and his ultimate goal was the same. That was enough. Let's look at this news. Wei Zheng sighed for a while and then looked at another piece of news. It read, Yanwang College Employment Announcement. As the first engineering school in the Tang Dynasty, Yanwang College needs to spread the most advanced engineering knowledge. They're specially hiring teachers from the 358 provinces and 1,500 counties of the Tang Dynasty. Among them, there are 10 teachers in the field of classics. They must be familiar with classics and history, have a good teaching style, and have a good reputation locally. There are 28 teachers in the field of engineering who are proficient in any of the following skills. They are eligible to apply, such as engineering, construction, mechanism, machinery, mathematics, astronomy, surveying, smelting, manufacturing, and so on. Yanwang College's teachers can be divided into 4 ranks: assistant, lecturer, associate professor, and professor. Every year, all teachers will be tested on their teaching ability, and they will be promoted according to their ability. Assistant teachers will be paid 10 strings of coins per month, lecturer 20 strings of coins per month, associate professor 50 strings of coins per month, and professor 100 strings of coins per month. They will also be gifted a new mansion in Yanwang College. We welcome all virtuous people from all over the Tang Dynasty to apply for this position. Those who are interested, please come to Yanwang College before the 15th of September for an interview. I, Li Zexuan, will be waiting for you. Why don't you come to Yanwang College to teach a few students and watch them maneuver unhindered and leave a legacy for generations? After reading it, Wei Zheng couldn't help but widen his eyes and exclaim, 100 strings of coins? Crazy. Did this kid lose his mind? Even a doctor in the top imperial college of the Great Tang would only earn less than 20 strings of coins a month. Li Zishuan's salary of 100 strings of coins a month and a luxurious mansion. How could these civil servants of the Great Tang live? To be honest, even Wei Zheng was a little tempted. However, after thinking about it, he shook his head. Although Yanhuang College's salary was good, it wasn't his cup of tea. To put it bluntly, other than criticizing people, what else could he do? He didn't know anything about engineering, but he knew about classics. However, he couldn't give up his best skill, criticizing people, to teach classics, right? Chapter 565. Lu Yun, get the steward to send this issue of the newspaper to every county in Tang Dynasty as fast as possible. It has to be twice as fast as the previous one. Use fast horses. Azure Dragon Lane, the temporary residence of the Wang family in the capital. Wang Renbiao had obviously just finished reading today's newspaper. He called his follower Lu Yun over and instructed seriously. Lu Yun didn't understand and said in shock, double the speed? Young master, wouldn't we have to pay a higher price this way? We'll lose money. In the past, when the Datong Daily came out, the people in and around Chong and city could see the news immediately due to their superior geographical location. However, the people in the counties far away from Chong and had a hard time. Depending on the distance, the time they receive the latest issue of the newspaper will be delayed by 3 days to a month. This was because the Wang family's caravan was in charge of transporting the Datong Daily to other places. Now that Wang Renbiao had made this request, they definitely couldn't use the caravan's route. They had to use fast horses to travel 800 miles. The cost of that wasn't just high. Bastard, just do whatever young master asks you to do. Lu Yun, have you forgotten the lesson from last time? Wang Renbiao was about to answer when Lung Yuyao's bone-chilling voice came from behind Lu Yun. Lu Yun was so scared that he shivered. He quickly slapped his mouth and begged for mercy. Young master, please forgive me, Miss Yuyao. This lowly one has spoken too much. This lowly one deserves to die. Wang Renbiao waved his hand helplessly and said, all right. Get someone to buy a batch of mathematics teaching materials from Shopkeeper Sun and get the steward to send them to every place in Tang Dynasty. Lu Yun cupped his hands and said, yes, young master. After that, he didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly left. Lung Yuyao looked at Lu Yun's back and snorted, ignorant. Then, she walked to Wang Renbiao's side and asked worriedly, young master, why do you have to speed up the delivery of this issue of the newspaper to every county? This girl had just said that Lu Yun was immature and liked to ask questions that shouldn't be asked, and now she was asking questions herself. Seriously, the corner of Wang Renbiao's mouth twitched. He looked at Lung Yuyao with a strange expression for a while before saying, Little Xian's Yanhuang College is going to start recruiting students and teachers. The relevant announcement will be published in this issue of Datong Daily. Yanhuang College will officially start school next month. Time is tight, so I have to help him. Lung Yuyao suddenly understood. She thought for a while and said, I've seen the Yanhuang College in Yinshan from afar. The architectural style there is completely different, and they actually used a building material that I've never seen before. The surface is extremely hard and smooth like stone. It's really strange. Moreover, the scale of that academy was comparable to that of the Imperial College. Thanks to Li Zishuan, the Li family has accumulated so much wealth in just half a year. How admirable! Wang Renbiao laughed and said, ha. Little Xian's ability was unquestionable. Otherwise, my father and I wouldn't have thought so highly of him. But Yuyao, you only saw the surface and didn't see the deeper layer of things. Lung Yuyao asked curiously, what is it? Wang Renbiao pointed at the article, What is Engineering, on the newspaper and said with a deep look in his eyes, Little Xian's ambition is all in here. Engineering. He wants to use his own strength to fight against the 800 years of dominance of Confucianism. Whether he succeeds or not, he will become the founder of a new school of thought. His name will be known throughout the world. and his name will be immortalized for eternity. If he succeeds, the countless disciples under his school of engineering will become an invisible force. By then, his Li family will be an unshakable existence in Tang Dynasty, except for the royal family. Lung Yuyao's mouth was wide open in shock. No matter what, she would never have thought that Li Zixuan not only left his peers 800 miles behind in the path of martial arts, but also established his own school and stood proudly in the path of literature. Such a character already made her unable to have any jealousy, and all that was left was admiration and worship. Wang Renbiao didn't stop after he finished speaking. Instead, he sighed and continued. Now, except for the royal family, the other 6 aristocratic families are all divided at heart. And because of my father, the other aristocratic families are showing signs of isolating the Wang family. Did they really think that I didn't know about the gathering of the 5 aristocratic families a few days ago? Naive. Our Wang family just doesn't want to be associated with them. The royal family is too powerful now, and the aristocratic families can only struggle at death's door. If they still can't see the reality, then they won't even have the right to struggle at death's door. And now, our Wang family has a good relationship with Li Zixuan, a promising new star of the empire. Even if the royal family declines one day, the other aristocratic families can't compare to our Wang family status. So, this time, we have to do Li Zixuan a favor. Helping him is also helping ourselves. Even if my father is here, he will also make the same decision. Lung Yiyao sighed and said, Gongzi is wise. If you don't have great ambitions, you can use engineering to become an accountant in a shop, or take part in the mathematics examination and become a deputy of a county or a manager of the Ministry of Civil Affairs or the Ministry of Works. That way, your whole family will have enough food and clothing. If you have great ambitions and are willing to devote yourself to engineering, you can become a master of the generation. You can do things that others don't dare to do. You can create treasures that others can't create. You can enjoy great wealth, be worshipped by thousands, and leave your name in history for eternity. Chongren Lane, in a house with 3 courtyards. A young boy with acne was holding a newspaper and reading today's Datong Daily's news. He was in a daze. After a while, he suddenly jumped up and ran to the backyard, shouting excitedly as he ran, Dad! Mom! I don't want to stay in the Imperial College. I want to follow Mr. Li to Yanhuang College to study engineering. This young boy was a student from the mathematics school. His name was Xianxia. It could be seen that he was also a poor child who was forced by his parents to stay in the Imperial College. Because not long after, angry scoldings sounded from the backyard. Bastard! What's so good about Yanhuang College? What kind of future can you have there? If you dare to be disobedient again, I will break your legs and make sure you can't go anywhere. Who said that going to Yanhuang College is useless? After you study there, not only can you become a deputy of a county or a manager of the Ministry of Works or the Ministry of Civil Affairs, but you can also become a master of the generation like Mr. Li. Bullshit. Men from Li County are capable, but that doesn't mean that Yanhuang College has a future. You better stay in the Imperial College obediently. No. Dad, look for yourself. Look at what engineering is. Look at what Yanhuang College is. Even if you break my legs, I will go to Yanhuang College. Otherwise, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Chapter 566. Hua Hongyi, Jiang Qingyu, and the others' reactions to today's Datong Daily were just a microcosm of Yanhuang College's or Li Zixuan supporters. Of course, not everyone in Chang'an City was a brainless fan of Li Zixuan. There were also many people who did not like Li Zixuan. This Li Zixuan is really arrogant. Confucianism is in power, and he dares to promote engineering. He really doesn't know what's good for him. In Xingye Fong, Cui Shanyu could not help but sneer as he read the news in the newspaper at home. He held the newspaper and paced back and forth in the house, looking like he was thinking of an idea. After a while, he seemed to have decided on something and said to himself, Since you're looking for death and still boasting so much, then don't blame me for being ruthless. However, In less than 2 breaths of time after he said this, his expression began to become hesitant again. No, the Chui family just sent a message a few days ago to give up all actions against Li Zixuan. If I force myself at this time, won't I offend both sides? Chui Shanyu shook his head and finally sighed. Sigh, forget it. It's just that I missed such a good opportunity. Chui Shanyu was scared at the last minute because of the Chui family, but the other disciples of Confucianism would not be scared. The 3 pieces of news in today's newspaper made many Confucian defenders explode. Arrogant. Arrogant to the extreme. Does Li Zixuan think that he can be a deputy county magistrate, the head of the Ministry of Works, or the Ministry of Civil Affairs with just his engineering skills? Does he think that the mathematics exam is so easy for the disciples of engineering? In a restaurant somewhere, a young man in a Confucian robe slammed the table angrily and shouted. Another diner next to him could not help but say, Ahem, this brother. Let's not talk about other things for now. Just based on Li Zixuan's attainments in mathematics, what the newspaper said is not exaggerated at all. His disciple will definitely get first place in the next year's mathematics exam. The young man in a scholarly robe who scolded earlier also knew that what the person next to him said was reasonable. He couldn't help blushing and said awkwardly, Then even if he's powerful, he actually said that engineering can create faster and more stable vehicles. When the time comes, he can travel between Chang and Luoyang in a day. He also said that engineering can create flying tools that allow mortals to soar above the 9 heavens. Tell me, how is this possible? Was he, Li Zixuan, bragging? He is deviating from the orthodoxy and spreading miscellaneous knowledge. As soon as he said this, the person next to him couldn't refute anymore. The other scholars, however, started to jeer. That's right. The man from Li County is using Datong daily to promote his so-called engineering. He's simply deviating from the norm, despicable and shameless. Yes, this newspaper is full of nonsense. Chang, and is 1,000 li away from Luoyang. If he could set off in the morning and arrive at Luoyang in the evening, wouldn't he have to travel 1,000 li in a day? What kind of tool can do that? Also, what can allow mortals to fly above the 9 heavens? This is simply nonsense. Li Zixuan is really unscrupulous in order to promote his engineering. Yes. This is simply an insult to the disciples of the saints. Let's go to Yonglo Lane together to criticize him. Let's make him repent. Yes, let's go together. After a while, a group of scholars in the restaurant's main hall were incited together, wanting to gather at the entrance of the Li family's house to cause trouble. A bunch of ungrateful, heartless, and unscrupulous things. How could you forget about Li County's opening of the Strange Culture Flatbook Prize? Didn't you enjoy the favor? Now you're biting the hand that feeds you. Our restaurant doesn't welcome you. Get lost. At this time, a plump middle-aged man walked out and said coldly with a look of disdain, The shopkeeper is right. You bunch of people have really thrown your books to the dogs. Ungrateful, get lost. Get lost. Get lost. Li Zixuan's reputation among the people was already very good. Among so many people, there were naturally some hardcore fans of Li Zixuan. After hearing the comments of this group of scholars, the restaurant's shopkeeper and some of the diners in the main hall immediately began to denounce them. What a disgrace to the educated. You can't differentiate between right and wrong. You can't tell good from bad. The young man in a scholarly robe who had started the conversation said loudly with a red face, Get lost. This restaurant doesn't welcome you. Get lost. Get lost. Yun Han, this bunch of people is too much. They're simply too stupid. They can't tell good from bad. Yes. This bunch of unruly people can only be fooled by Li Zixuan. They can't tell right from wrong. After being chased out of the restaurant, the group of scholars surrounded the young man in a scholarly robe and complained. It turned out that this young man was called Chui Yunhan. He was also from the Zhengzhou Chui clan of Qinghe. However, he was from his second branch. His grandfather was Chui Zhenchuo's younger brother. Chui Zhenchuo, as the current head of the Chui clan of Qinghe, had placed the hope of the 3rd generation on Chui Xuanji. This made Cui Yunhan very unhappy. A few days ago, Cui Xuanji was sent back to his hometown in Zhengzhou for some unknown reason. This made Cui Yunhan extremely happy and felt that his opportunity had come. Cui Junchuo's unfriendly attitude towards Li Zixuan was more or less known to Cui Yunhan. Therefore, after seeing the newspaper today, he couldn't help but want to do something to attract Cui Junchuo's attention. And let's not lower ourselves to the level of these unruly people. Let's go and block Li Zixuan's house. Originally, he wanted to instigate some people to do something with him. However, he didn't expect to get off on the wrong foot and even be chased out of the restaurant. Cui Yunhan, who had always been spoiled since childhood, had never been humiliated like this before. Of course, he was angry. However, after thinking about it, he felt that business was more important. Therefore, he clenched his teeth and said to his companions, But with just a few of us, isn't it too little? A scholar at the side hesitated. In the end, scholars like them, sometimes they would talk fiercely. However, when it came to doing it, they would probably be terrified. After all, Li Zixuan was a man who founded the country. Furthermore, he was also a popular figure in the imperial court. He was the crown prince Xianxia of the third rank. It was no wonder that this person would be terrified. Seeing that the others nodded in agreement, Cui Yunhan muttered, Then let's go and gather our classmates. Li Zixuan wantonly spread miscellaneous studies and deceived the people. How can we, the disciples of the saints, sit back and do nothing? We must let the people see his true colors. That's right. I will go and find Dong Kong and the rest. All right. Then I will go and find Chao Lei and the rest. I will go and find Zhuijin and the rest. Cui Yunhan nodded and said, All right, then you guys hurry up. After an hour, we will gather here and go to the Li family together. All right. Chapter 567. Mr. Wenji, Li Gang, courtesy name Wenji, long time no see. I trust you have been well since we last met. In Crooked River Square, Li Zixuan knocked on the door and entered a quiet and elegant courtyard. When he saw Li Gang watering the orchids with a water ladle, he greeted him with a smile. This was a relatively simple old house. The decorations were not luxurious at all. There were no artificial mountains, ponds, or pavilions. There was only a small bamboo forest in the courtyard, plus a flower garden. It was quiet and elegant to the extreme. This old man's bones are good. But how come you, a busy person, have the time to look for an old man like me? Li Gang unhurriedly put the water ladle into the wooden bucket next to him, turned around, and said with a smile. Li Zixuan did not directly answer Li Gang's question. Instead, he glanced at the Datong daily that was quietly lying on the stool and asked Li Gang, Mr. also reads Datong daily? I do. This old man is idle at home. Other than watering the flowers, I can only read the newspaper. This newspaper of yours is really a good choice to pass the time. Li Gang suddenly came to a realization. He pointed at Li Zixuan and said with a deep smile, Haha, this old man knows why you are here today. You want this old man to pay the wine debt. Let's talk inside. Inside the house, Li Gang asked his grandson Li Gang to pour a cup of tea for Li Zixuan. Then, the two of them sat opposite each other. Li Gang smiled and said, This old man's house is not as rich as yours. I don't have good wine, but I still have good tea. Don't dislike it. Li Zixuan cupped his hands and said, I wouldn't dare. Mister, you don't care about fame and fortune. Although you live in a humble house, many of us can't compare to your moral character. How would I dare to dislike it? Even Li Gang, a calm old pedant, couldn't help but laugh at his flattery. He laughed and scolded, Glib tongue. I'm afraid I won't be able to bear your flattery. This tea was personally picked by this old man in March at the tea garden in the east of the city. It tastes very good. You should try it too. The corner of Li Zixuan's mouth twitched slightly. Thank you for your kindness, sir. Although the tea is good, I'm not used to this kind of tea brewing technique. I appreciate your kindness. Li Gang frowned and asked curiously, Tea brewing techniques? Could it be that other than this old man's tea cooking technique, there are other tea cooking techniques? Li Zixuan coughed dryly and said, let's not talk about this for now. If old Mister is interested, I will use a new method to brew a pot of tea for you in the future. I came here today because I have something to ask of you. Ha! You want to invite me to your Yanhuang College, right? It was easy to talk to smart people. Li Zixuan didn't even need to take the initiative to say it. Li Gang had already guessed the purpose of Li Zixuan's visit. He shook his head and couldn't help but laugh. This old man has already read today's Datong Daily. What do you want to say should be in the newspaper, right? There is no high or low in learning. Engineering is only for the benefit of the world. Xianxia, although this old man agrees with this sentence, I'm afraid you will be criticized a lot if you write it like this. Li Zixuan said, I don't care about public opinion and criticism. If I can let engineering be known by the world, be used by the world, and benefit the world, then what do I have to fear even if I'm criticized? Li Gang slapped the table and laughed loudly. Huh, good. You are really a newborn calf that isn't afraid of tigers. This old man is very pleased that my Tang Empire has such a young talent like you. If your Yanhuang College has any use for this old man will not refuse. Li Zixuan said happily, Old Mister, you agree? Li Gang smiled and said, Yes. But your Yanhuang College mainly teaches engineering, right? Although this old man is familiar with the classics and history, I know very little about engineering and construction. I'm afraid I can't help you much. Li Zixuan had already considered this point. He smiled and said, Although Yanhuang Academy mainly imparts engineering, Confucianism also plays a large part. I believe that Confucianism cultivates the heart, while engineering benefits the world. Without the influence of Confucianism, even if the students are capable, they will not be of any benefit to the country if their three views are not correct. Besides, you are a person of virtue and prestige. Even if you don't do anything and just stand in our Yanhuang College, you will be able to smell the scholarly fragrance of Yanhuang College within 100 miles. Who says you can't help? Although this was a little exaggerated, Li Gang's role was really like a stabilizing needle. His prestige in the scholarly world and his reputation among the people were among the top of the famous scholars in Tang Empire. With Li Gang joining Yanhuang College, the overall level of the school would rise by a level. Li Gang stroked his beard, pointed at Li Zixuan, and scolded with a smile. You brat, I don't know where you learned this skill of flattery. Fine, fine. This old man will go to your Yanhuang College to teach. You have to provide as much good wine and food as you want. You brat can give the other teachers such a high salary, so you can definitely give me a few jars of wine. How could Li Zixuan not agree? He hurriedly said, Old Mister, don't worry. This is how it should be. This is how it should be. Li Gang nodded with extreme satisfaction. Then he thought for a while and said, Coincidentally, this old man has a few close friends. They are quite knowledgeable, but they have already retired. Previously, you said in the newspaper, since they have retired from the world, why don't they come to Yanhuang College to teach a few disciples and watch them maneuver unhindered and leave a mark for generations to come? This old man agrees very much. This old man will invite them to come to Chong and some other day. You brat, come and meet them. If you think they are okay, you can also invite them to Yanhuang College. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said with a smile, Since old Mister thinks that they are knowledgeable, what other opinions do I have? If you think it's okay, as long as they are willing to come to Yanhuang College, this brat would be more than happy. I just don't know if there are any of your friends who are good at engineering, machinery, and machinery. Li Gang was startled. After a while, he nodded with a heavy expression and said, This old man does know someone who is very proficient in engineering, machinery, and machinery. However, we haven't contacted each other for many years. This old man will write a letter in a while and see if we can still contact each other. If there's a chance, I can recommend you. Li Zixuan's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, Thank you for your trouble. He had been in Tang for so long, but the number of engineering talents he knew could be counted on one hand. Yanhuang College would be the #1 engineering college in Tang in the future. How could it not have a reserve of top talents? So today, Li Gang really solved his urgent problem. Li Gang hesitated and said, But this person's identity is a bit special. Do you really want to meet? Chapter 568. Lisa Xuan, come out. Lisa Xuan, you're promoting engineering and deceiving the people. You're a disgrace to the saints. Come out and give us an explanation. That's right. Lisa Xuan, come out and give us an explanation. Yongla Lane, Li Residence Gate. After Jiang Suhua led dozens of women to surround the Li residence, the gate of the Li residence was once again blocked after half a month. The people who were blocking the gate were a group of scholars led by Cui Yinhan. There were a total of 40 to 50 people. The status of the scholars was much higher than that of the women last time. Therefore, the commotion this time was even bigger. There were also more people watching the show. Many of the onlookers who had a good impression of the Li family could not help but worry for the Li family. This was because the scholars' mouths could turn black into white. If the Li family did not handle this matter properly, then the scholars would spread the news and the Li family's reputation would be ruined. Who are you? How dare you come to the Li residence to cause trouble? With such a big matter happening, there would naturally be servants to report to the inner court. Before the person in charge came, Pang Feiji had to stand up for a while. He pulled out the long knife at his waist and shouted coldly at the group of people in front of him. Some of the timid scholars were frightened by Pang Feiji's cold-faced Hades. However, Cui Yinhan had seen the world. He knew that Pang Feiji would not dare to make a move. Therefore, he pretended to be righteous. He took 2 steps forward and said loudly, "Riches and honor cannot be corrupted. Poverty cannot be moved. Might cannot be subdued. Today, we are here to demand an explanation from Lisa Xuan. Why will we be afraid of a small guard like you? If you have the guts, then chop your knife down on my head." These righteous words immediately boosted the morale of the group of scholars. Many scholars loudly cheered. "That's right, we can't submit to force. We are here to seek an explanation. Why will we be afraid of a little guard like you? Hurry up and ask Lisa Xuan, the cultured scum, to come out. That's right, either get Lisa Xuan to come out, or bring your knife down on our heads. Let's see if you still dare to commit murder in broad daylight." Facing this group of aggressive scholars, Brother Chicken couldn't help but frown. He didn't expect that not only did his threats fail to frighten the other party, it instead made them even more arrogant. He glared fiercely at Cui Yunhan, the scholar who was leading the troublemakers, and said loudly, "Oomph, my Lord Zhu is not at home now. All of you are causing trouble in broad daylight. If you do not leave quickly, I can only let the people from Wuhou government come and capture all of you." Cui Yinhan did not back down and retorted, "Gathering people to cause trouble? Which eye of yours saw us gathering to cause trouble? We are only here to reason with Lisa Xuan. This is a matter between us scholars. You have no right to interrupt. Get out of the way. Tell Lisa Xuan to come out. I don't believe that he's not at home. That's right. This is a matter between us scholars. Why are you interrupting? That's right. Tell Lisa Xuan to come out. What's the point of hiding at home like a coward?" The more they caused, the fiercer they became. The more they spoke, the more they wanted a mile. They all pressed forward, wanting to crash into the Li family's main door. Brother Chicken was both angry and shocked. He shouted loudly, "All of you stop! Stop them! Whoever dares to go forward, chase them away with sticks." The Li family's guards at the side all agreed. Whenever they saw a scholar who dared to cross the line, they would mercilessly hit them with sticks. They didn't dare to hit their vital parts. They only hit their buttocks and thighs. In a moment, they were crying out in pain. Li family, Li Jingmao, Madame Li and Han Yushi were shocked when they received the news. Madame Li asked, "Where's Xin?" With such a big matter happening, only Lisa Xuan, this cultured person, could handle it well in the entire Li family. Cui Yunhan was right about one thing. Today's matter was between scholars. It was useless for others to step forward. Only Lisa Xuan could do it personally. Besides, they couldn't let Han Yushi, this woman, go out to solve the conflict. Putting aside her identity as a scholar, the people outside were all men. It was very inappropriate for a woman like her to step forward. Han Yushi quickly replied, "Mother, her husband had gone out a long time ago. He should be at Crooked River Square, old Mr. Li Gang's house now. I'll ask Sambao to call him back." Madame Li nodded and said, "Go quickly. Ask Xianxia to come back quickly. Let Pang Sigi help out outside for a while. Han Yushi nodded and called San Bao over. She gave a few instructions, and San Bao sneaked out from the back door. Li Jingma shouted from behind, San Bao, ride my horse. Hurry up. Io. You bunch of unruly slaves. How dare you commit violence in public? Just wait to go to jail. Everyone, they don't dare to really hit us. Let's rush in and find Li Zixuan. Yes, rush in and find Li Zixuan, this refined scum, coward. Those scholars who suffered physical pain in front of the Li family's residence were incomparably furious. They couldn't help but curse. Cui Yunhan, on the other hand, was calmer. He kept fanning the flames from the back. When the scholars heard that, they felt that it was reasonable. They started to press forward with the sticks of the Li family's guards. When Brother Ji saw this, he was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. If these people barged in and offended the women in the residence, then he would really die 1,000 deaths. But if these scholars in front of him were to really hit them, he definitely couldn't hit them. If he really hit them, he might even cause trouble for Li Zixuan. He really didn't dare to act on his own accord. So at this moment, Brother Ji really didn't know what to do. Are you the ones who want to see me? At this moment, many of the scholars who were causing trouble felt a bump on their shoulders. Then they felt a gust of wind brushing past their ears. Then they saw a man who was dressed like jade and had a dignified appearance. He stared at them and snorted coldly. Li Zixuan. Cui Yunhan's eyes flickered slightly. Then he pretended to be calm and said, Li Zixuan, you finally dared to come out. That's right, the person who came was Li Zixuan. San Bao had just left Yongla Lane when she met him. After he left Li Gang's house 15 minutes ago, of course, in the end, Li Gang didn't tell him what was special about that person's identity. He originally planned to go directly to Yang Lane to look for Su Hongji. After all, Su Hongji had taught with him for so long and had a very deep understanding of the new mathematics. So, Li Zixuan wanted to invite Su Hongji to Yanwan College to teach. But when he passed by Yongla Lane on the way, he could hear the commotion from outside. Just as he was about to investigate, San Bao rode out on a horse. Li Zixuan asked and found out that his house was being blocked again. He hurriedly rode into the lane. When he arrived at the door, he saw that this group of people had gone overboard, which led to this scene. Chapter 569. Just you bunch of mad dogs. Are you worthy for me to hide? Just now, I just happened to not be around. In front of the Li residence, Li Zixuan looked at Cui Yunhan in front of him and said sarcastically, he just descended from the sky, and the aura that he emitted was not something that Brother Chicken could compare with. This group of scholars were immediately frightened and did not dare to take another step forward. But hearing his words, many scholars' faces flashed with a trace of anger. They were all cultured people. How can they be called mad dogs? Cui Yunhan asked with an ugly expression, Who are you calling mad dogs? Li Zixuan smiled contemptuously and said, I'm talking about all of you. Look at all of you now. If you are not mad dogs, then what are you? With your current appearance, you still have the nerve to call yourselves the disciples of saints? You keep on saying that what you learned is the teachings of saints. Did saints teach you to barge into private residences in broad daylight? Did saints teach you that you don't know the hierarchy and have no respect for your elders? Please don't smear the face of saints. Behind the door, Han Yushi, who knew that Li Zixuan had already rushed back, couldn't help but feel excited when she heard these words. Last time, although those women surrounded the Li residence, but from a woman's point of view, she sympathized with those people who lost their husbands, so she didn't have much ill feelings towards them. But today, the nature was completely different. These scholars in front of the door almost barged into the residence just now. How is this behavior different from robbers? Furthermore, there are so many women in the residence. If these people came in, wouldn't it ruin their reputation? Therefore, when she heard Li Zixuan scolding the scholars, Han Yushi felt very relieved in her heart. She felt relieved, but Cui Yunhan was almost angered to death. After taking a few deep breaths, this fellow said, You are going too far. You are an important official of the imperial court in vain, but your mouth is full of filthy words. We are here today to unveil your ugly face. Ugly? Li Zishuan chuckled coldly and said, "Then why don't you tell me how I'm ugly?" Cui Yunhan said righteously, "You promote miscellaneous studies and deceive the people. You are a disgrace to saints, and you are a disciple of saints in vain. In order to lure more people to learn your skills, you did not hesitate to let Datong daily become a tool for you to promote your skills. You are the scum of my Tang dynasty. Shameful." Li Zishuan used his pinky finger to dig his ears and then asked, "I have learned martial art from my master since young. I learned Taoism, not Confucianism. How did I become a disciple of saints? You said that this duke promotes miscellaneous studies and deceives the people. Then what is miscellaneous studies? Could it be that all the theories outside of Confucianism are miscellaneous? Do you dare to say that?" Cui Yunhan saw Li Zishuan staring at him with burning eyes. He hesitated for a while and did not know how to answer. However, Li Zishuan didn't give him the opportunity to hesitate. Step by step, he pressed, "His Majesty has established more than 50 different subjects for the imperial examinations: Xiaotsai, Ming Jing, Jinshi, Ming Fa, Ming Calligraphy, Ming Swan, and so on. According to what you said, other than the 3 subjects of Xiaotsai, Ming Jing, and Jinshi, the rest are all miscellaneous subjects that are unnecessary to establish. Are you wiser than His Majesty? Also, Yinhuang College was established after His Majesty discussed with the officials in the imperial court. You are just a student without any achievements. Do you dare to question the decision of His Majesty and the officials in the imperial court?" After coming to the Tang dynasty for so long, Li Zishuan was no longer the ignorant person who knew nothing about the current situation of the Tang dynasty, especially since he originally intended to set up an academy. As the principal of a school, of course he would specially do some research on the imperial examination system of this era. The more he understood, the more confident he was. This was because he realized that the cultural environment in the early Tang dynasty was really relaxed. There was no situation where only Confucianism could survive and other skills were all miscellaneous studies. This could be seen from Li Erding's imperial examination system. There were more than 50 types of subjects, which could be said to cover all fields of knowledge. Hearing this, Cui Yunhan's face turned green and white. Even if he was given 10 guts, he would not dare to say anything bad about Li Erjin and the officials in the imperial court. If he really said that, no one could save him. The rest of the scholars who had come to cause trouble were also speechless. They were no longer as arrogant as before. They didn't have pig brains. How would they dare to accept such a sensitive topic? In the end, Cui Yunhan was not willing to admit defeat. He gritted his teeth and argued, "Even if what you said is reasonable, it does not change the fact that you used Datong daily to promote your skills and deceive the people. All the news in the Tang Dynasty Daily is based on facts. How can you say that it's false?" Cui Yunhan said, "You said that skills can allow one to travel 1,000 miles in a day, and that skills can allow one to fly above the 9 heavens. Isn't this promotion? Isn't this purposely exaggerating the facts? Let me ask you, who in the world has seen something that can allow one to travel 1,000 miles in a day or fly above the 9 heavens?" The rest of the scholars' eyes lit up. They felt that they had found something to criticize. Hence, they all excitedly shouted, "That's right. How can there be such a tool in the world? You must be bragging. That's right, that's right. You are purposely making up lies to deceive the people." Li Zishuan crossed his arms and looked at Cui Yunhan and the rest as if they were idiots. He said contemptuously, "What a bunch of retards. Just because you haven't seen it before, does it mean that it doesn't exist in the world? Without investigation, you have no right to speak. Within 3 years, you will definitely see that kind of tool that can travel 1,000 miles in a day. Furthermore, it was made by my Yinhuang College. As for that flying tool that can carry people, have you not heard of it? Half a month ago, I destroyed the Snake Spirit Mountain by myself. I sat on that kind of tool and flew up. Have you guys not heard of it?" Cui Yunhan was shocked. After such a long time, he had almost forgotten about it. However, after thinking about it, he said with relief, "That flying tool is just your side of the story. If you really have that kind of thing, why would you hide it from others? There must be something fishy. After saying that, Cui Yunhan felt that his analysis was very reasonable. In his opinion, if anyone had such a heaven-defying tool, they would definitely show it off everywhere. However, Li Zixuan had not done anything for such a long time. There must be something fishy about it. Perhaps the rumor that Li Zixuan flew up the Snake Spirit Mountain was fabricated. Li Zixuan was so angry that he was amused. He sneered and said, do you think that everyone is like you? Once you have something good, you must let the whole world know about it. If you keep a low profile, you will think that others are lying. I have to say, you are really an idiot. Chapter 570. In the Ganlu Palace. Lier was quietly flipping through the memorials. Perhaps the contents of the memorials made him unhappy. He frowned and looked very serious. Although it was a rest day and there was no need for morning court, Lier, as the ruler of a country, would not give himself a day off like the other courtiers. He still had to read through the backlog of memorials. It was really tough. Your Majesty, there's a group of students from the Hongwen Institute causing a ruckus in front of Li Zhanshir's house. There are many people gathered in Yongla Lane now. Zhao Song walked in from outside the hall. Initially, he saw that Li Er was concentrating on reviewing the memorials and did not dare to disturb him. He did not expect Li Er to suddenly raise his head as though he had sensed his arrival. Li Er frowned and said, "Why are there people surrounding his house again?" Zhao Song cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, it is said that the group of students felt that Li Zhanshir was promoting engineering in the newspaper and deceiving the people. They wanted to argue with Li Zhanshir face to face. At first, Li Zhanshir was not at home and the group of students wanted to barge into the Li residence. Fortunately, Li Zhanshir rushed back in time. Li Er heard this and his eyes flashed fiercely. He said angrily, "How dare you? There are people who dare to barge into the residence of an important courtier in broad daylight. Do these people still have the imperial court in their eyes? Do they still have me? Send a decree immediately and let Dugu Xan lead the imperial army to chase them away. Those who are unwilling to leave, arrest them all. Oh right, bring the student who started the ruckus to the Supreme Court for interrogation. If he has ulterior motives, expel him from the school and never enroll him again." Zhao Song could not help but be stunned. He did not expect that Li Er would be so angry and give such a heavy punishment for an ordinary ruckus. It was really illogical. Although that was what he thought, Zhao Song did not dare to ask. He bowed and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Then, he prepared to go out and make the arrangements. Li Er suddenly asked, "How is the Supreme Court's interrogation of Jiang Cuihua from last time? Did they find out the mastermind?" Zhao Song stopped in his tracks and thought for a while. He cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, according to Jiang Cuihua, she was indeed instructed by someone. However, she did not see the person's face. Judging from the voice, it should be a young man around 20 years old." "A young man in his 20s? Li Er furrowed his brows and ordered thoughtfully, "Let the people from the Supreme Court interrogate the student who led the trouble today. See if he has any connection with the previous incident." Zhao Song had an idea. He bowed and said, "Yes." Li Er waved his hand, and Zhao Song retreated. Then, he leaned against the dragon throne and closed his eyes in deep thought. He was indeed very angry just now, especially when he heard the words advocating engineering and deceiving the people. He was so angry that he wanted to arrest everyone who was causing trouble in the Li family. After experiencing the annihilation of the Snake Spirit Mountain, Li Er realized that Li Zixuan was far more important than he had imagined. The celestial lamp and gunpowder. These two things seemed to have opened the door to a new world for him. For the first time, he realized that engineering could not only play a role in the people's livelihood, education, and production, but could also play an even bigger role in the military. Li Er had never been so eager for Li Zixuan to quickly build Yanhuan College and train a group of engineers. When that time came, Goguryeo and the Northern Turks would be like thin paper in front of the armed Tang Empire. At that time, he, Li Shimin, would achieve a hegemony that even Qin Huang and Han Wu could not achieve. Such a beautiful vision. Just thinking about it made one's blood boil. And now, There was actually someone who used engineering as an unorthodox theory to talk about it, and even made Li Zishuan's whole family restless. How could Li Er tolerate such a pig teammate? Bring today's Datong daily for me to see. After a while, Li Er opened his eyes and ordered the servants in the hall. Yes. Stupid C***. In front of Li Zishuan's residence, Cui Yunhan was stunned. Of course, he did not know what stupid C** meant, but his intuition told him that this word definitely meant something bad. Didn't you see Li Zishuan's mocking face? Cui Yunhan, who had always been pampered, had never suffered such humiliation. His face turned red, and he said angrily, "You actually scolded me again?" Li Zishuan curled his lips and said, "Scolded you? So what if I scolded you? Scolding you is already considered light. You brat, you brought these people to my residence to cause trouble and even wanted to barge into my residence. I don't care who you are, but today's matter will not end well." After saying that, he turned his head and said, "Feiji, capture all these people. Whoever dares to resist, beat them up ruthlessly. Just leave them with one last breath." The actions of these scholars today had completely angered Li Zishuan. If the tiger did not show its might, people would really treat him like a sick cat. Everyone took in a cold breath. What did he mean by just leave them with one last breath? He was going to beat them to death. But these people in front of them were the top students of the Hongwen school. Ah, Lord, this... Pang Feiji's eyes widened. He could not believe his ears and said hesitantly. Li Zishuan snorted in an unfriendly tone. "What? You still don't dare? If I tell you to beat them, then beat them. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility." Pang Feiji shivered and said hurriedly, "Yes, Lord, I won't hide it from you. Our brothers have tolerated these people for a long time." After saying that, he turned his head and shouted, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up, beat them up with all your might." Yes, seeing a group of tall and sturdy men carrying sticks rushing over, the students were shocked. At this moment, they suddenly remembered that this young man in front of them was a peerless, ruthless person who slaughtered an entire sect by himself not long ago. He killed people without batting an eyelid. "Li Zishuan, you dare. We are all students of the Hongwen school. If you dare to beat us up, His Majesty will not let you off." Cui Yunhan shouted in fear. Li Zishuan curled his lips and snorted indifferently. "Why wouldn't I dare? Pang Feiji, hurry up and do it." Pang Feiji hurriedly replied. Then he flew forward and grabbed Cui Yunhan's arm effortlessly and lifted him up. The rest of the guards followed suit and rushed towards the 50 students. Brother Chicken was right. Previously, when these scholars crashed into the mansion, they were afraid that they would cause trouble for Li Zishuan. Therefore, they only used their physical bodies to block them and did not fight back at all. They had suffered a lot and were still suppressing their anger. "Wait, Li Xianxia, stop first." At this moment, a group of soldiers galloped over on horseback. The officer in the lead shouted at Li Zishuan. Chapter 571. "General, you're here at the right time. You're here at the right time." This Li Zishuan instigated his servant to commit a crime in front of everyone. He has no respect for the law. Hurry up and arrest him. When Cui Yunhan saw the group of soldiers coming over, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. While Brother Chicken was in a daze, he suddenly broke free and ran to the leading general and complained loudly. That young general was stunned and asked, "Did you bring all these students here?" "Yes." Cui Yunhan nodded subconsciously. Then he felt that it was inappropriate to say that, so he changed his words. "No, they are. Arrest him and bring him away." The young general didn't listen to Cui Yunhan's explanation at all. He waved his hand and ordered. "Yes, sir." 2 Forbidden Army soldiers immediately came up from behind and captured Cui Yunhan like an eagle catching a chick. Hey, you got the wrong person. It's Li Zishuan who is committing a crime in front of everyone. Let me go." Cui Yunhan was dumbfounded. When he came back to his senses, he kicked his legs and roared. That young general didn't even look at him. Instead, he went up to Li Zishuan and bowed respectfully. He cupped his fists and said, "Sir, His Majesty ordered me to bring the person who is causing trouble away. Please make things easier for me. Li Zishuan laughed. Ha! It's Xiping. Can I not make things easier for you since you're here? Bring him away. The young general was taken aback and said in surprise, Lord Zhu actually still remembers this general. This general is extremely honored. Li Zishuan sighed and said, How many of the soldiers around Dugu Xen don't I know? Speaking of which, why didn't he come personally? The young general's name was Sun Xiping. He was a soldier in the Forbidden Army. He also participated in the attack on Snake Spirit Mountain. Li Zishuan had a good memory and vaguely remembered that Dugu Xin called his name a few times. It was also because he had participated in that great battle that Sun Xiping's attitude towards Li Zishuan was so respectful. Although the man in front of him was young, he had annihilated a sect and avenged his fellow soldiers. He was worthy of Sun Xiping's lifelong respect. Sir, General Dugu Xin took leave a few days ago. That's why I brought the soldiers here. When Li Zishuan gave the order, he only asked Dugu Xin to bring the soldiers over and forgot that Dugu Xin took leave. Zhao Song was too busy pondering the emperor's will and forgot about it. When he went to Bea and couldn't find Dugu Xin, he realized it. However, the situation was urgent, and it was too late for him to go back and ask for a new order of Dugu Xion's situation's mind, so he sent Sun Xiping. Oh, I see. Then you go and do your work first. Although Li Zishuan was curious about why Dugu Xian took leave, he also knew that it wasn't the time to gossip. Didn't he see that a few scholars were preparing to sneak away? Sun Xiping cupped his hands in acknowledgement, then turned to the scholars and said coldly, You have gathered in broad daylight to cause trouble. His Majesty was very angry when he heard about this and ordered you to leave immediately. If there is a next time, he will definitely punish you severely. If anyone still refuses to realize their mistake and stays here, they will be expelled from school immediately. Buzz, buzz. Expelled from school? Oh my god, let's go. This Cui Yunhan has really screwed us over. General, it was Cui Yunhan who instigated us to come here. It has nothing to do with us. That's right. All of this has nothing to do with us. We will leave now. Yes, let's leave now. All the students were shocked. They didn't expect that today's incident would be so serious that they were almost expelled from school. How could they let that happen? Without their school status, their identity as scholars that they were proud of would be gone. They wouldn't be able to get scholarly honors for the rest of their lives. Wouldn't they be asking for their lives? Therefore, as soon as Sun Xiping's voice fell, the scholars scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in all directions. They were afraid that Sun Xiping would misunderstand and expel them from school if they were too late. Only 2 scholars looked at Sun Xiping with a complicated look in their eyes, and then slowly left the scene. Hey, I want to leave too. Let go of me. I won't cause trouble anymore. I will leave now. Seeing that he was the only one who was caught, Cui Yunhan couldn't help but panic. Behave yourself, Sun Xiping reprimanded. Then, he cupped his hands and bid farewell to Li Zishuan before leading his team away. The farce came and went quickly. It ended just like that. Let's go. Let's go home. Sigh. That doll has been taken away. Now it's all good. Peace and quiet. I wonder how His Majesty will deal with that scholar. When the onlookers saw that there was no more drama to watch, they began to gossip while preparing to slip away. They each returned to their own homes and mothers. At this moment, they heard Li Zishuan shout, Everyone, please wait. I have something to say. Hearing that, the crowd stopped and turned their attention back to Li Zishuan curiously. Li Zishuan saw that they stayed and continued. Among you, there should be many who read today's newspaper, right? For those who read the newspaper, there must be some who, like those scholars, think that I am bragging and purposely exaggerating my skills. Haha, it's useless to say more. You won't believe my one-sided words. Now, I am making an agreement with all of you and the people of Chang. Tomorrow, yes, tomorrow night, you will witness a miracle. At that time, you will understand that what Detong Daily said today is all true. The reason why he said this to these people was that there were many students among them. This could be considered as a change of direction to advertise Yanwang College and engineering. Secondly, he hoped to improve the ordinary people's impression of engineering. This would be beneficial for future enrollment. Tomorrow night? Lord Li, can you tell us what will happen tomorrow night? Yes. Lord Zhu, can you tell us in advance? Everyone saw Li Zixuan's current amiable appearance and was no longer as ferocious as before, so they all asked curiously. Tomorrow night, you will know. Everyone, you can leave now. Li Zixuan smiled and didn't give them an answer. Instead, he turned around and went back into the mansion. The crowd sighed in disappointment and left in groups of 3 to 5. Husband. In the courtyard, Han Yushi smiled sweetly and called out softly. Although the situation this time was more dangerous than the last time, her man was by her side, sheltering her from the wind and rain. This made her feel very happy. I have frightened my wife. Where are father and mother? Li Zixuan squeezed his wife's hand, comforted her softly, and then asked. Han Yushi said softly, Father and mother are in the front hall. Husband, go and take a look. Li Zixuan nodded and pulled Han Yushi to the front hall. Chapter 572. Monthly Pass +1. Li Jingma and Madame Li were also shocked by the commotion outside. Li Zixuan talked to the 2 elders in the room for a while before he walked out. He called Brother Ji to the west courtyard and asked, Fei Ji, how's the interrogation of Jiang Suihua from last time going? Why is it that after so long, they still haven't found the mastermind? Pang Fei Ji replied, Lord Zhu, I've asked the people in the Supreme Court about this. According to Jiang Suihua, someone gave her 100 strings of cash and asked her to instigate those women who had lost their husbands to come here and cause trouble. However, the person who instigated her was wearing a bamboo hat and didn't show up, so she didn't know who that person was. She only knew that it was a man around 20 years old. Li Zixuan snorted coldly and said, Still hiding your head, but showing your tail? No matter where you hide, I'll find you. Fei Ji, if anyone dares to block my door in the future, you don't have to worry about anything. If you should chase them away, chase them away. If you can't chase them away, beat them to death. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. If I can't even take care of my own family, what's the point of being a Lord Zhu? Pang Fei Ji shrunk his neck. Li Zixuan looked like he was really angry. He could only salute and agree. I understand. Don't worry, Lord Zhu. In the future, no one will be a threat to the people in the mansion. Li Zixuan replied with an "in" and let Brother Ji do his work. He went to inform Han Yushi and then went to Chongren Lane to look for Su Hongji. Su Hongji had been partners with Li Zixuan for a few months, and he had a very good relationship with Li Zixuan. After Su Hongji figured out Li Zixuan's intentions, he immediately agreed to Li Zixuan's request. He even urged Li Zixuan to quickly write the next volume of mathematics textbooks for him. He wanted to learn in advance. Li Zixuan naturally agreed. After coming out of Su Hongji's house, Li Zixuan looked at the time and went straight home. When he walked to the door, he saw a woman in white standing under the ginkgo tree next to the door, and it was an acquaintance, Lung Yuyao. Miss Lung, since you're already here, why don't you come in and have a seat? Li Zixuan stepped forward and greeted him. When Lung Yuyao saw Li Zixuan, she was slightly relieved. She took out a note from the purse at her waist and handed it to Li Zixuan. She said, No need. This is what my young master asked me to give you. Since it's here, I'll take my leave first. The reason why she would rather stand outside and bask in the sun than go in was mainly because she was afraid that the people in the mansion would misunderstand. Although she had come to the Li family with Wang Runbiao before, at that time, Li Zixuan hadn't married Han Yushi yet. If she went in at this time and was misunderstood by Han Yushi, it would be awkward. Li Zixuan opened the note strangely, and then his expression changed. He quickly called out to Lung Yuyao and asked, Miss Lung, please wait. Lung Yuyao stopped in her tracks and turned to look at him in confusion. She clearly meant to ask if there was anything else. Li Zixuan picked up the note and asked, Renbiao, what's the meaning of this? It's literally what it means. Lung Yuyao replied expressionlessly. Although her attitude towards Li Zixuan wasn't the same as before, she didn't want to kill him. But that was it. The only person in the world who could make her smile was Wang Renbiao. As for other people, it was a blessing to be able to talk to them normally. If she used the sword in her hand to talk, then the other party was unlucky. Li Zixuan was choked by this sentence. He took a deep breath and asked again, "What I mean is Rin Biao saying that the Chui family was doing something a while ago?" Lung Yiyao still used a calm tone to reply, "I don't know." Then who from a Chui family went to the gathering of the 5 great families last time? Li Zixuan was speechless. After a moment, he thought and asked. Lung Yiyao didn't say that she didn't know this time. She thought seriously before answering. It seems to be Chui Xuanji and Chui Shen from Qinghe Chui and Bowling Chui respectively. Li Zixuan nodded and said, "Okay, I understand. Thank you for telling me, Miss Lung." Lung Yuyao replied with an and then floated away. Wife, what are you doing in the courtyard on such a hot day?" After seeing Lung Yuyao walk away, Li Zixuan turned and entered the residence. He saw Han Yushi with her back, facing him, and walking quickly to the front hall. So, he couldn't help but chase after her and ask. When Han Yushi heard his voice, her body instantly froze on the spot. She looked flustered and said helplessly, nothing. Husband, you're back. Let's go for lunch. Dad and Mom are waiting for you." Li Zixuan was even more suspicious and asked again, "Really nothing?" Han Yushi hurriedly said, "Really nothing. Husband, quickly go and eat." Oh, although Li Zixuan didn't believe it, Han Yushi didn't want to say it, and he didn't want to get to the bottom of it. So, he shook his head and went into the house to eat. Han Yushi, who was behind him, pouted and muttered softly, "What a fool!" After lunch, the couple returned to the west courtyard. According to the usual practice, this was the time to take a nap. However, Li Zixuan didn't take a nap today. Instead, he bent over a few tables and wrote a manuscript. It had to be said that for the sake of Yanhuang College, he sacrificed too much of his rest time as a big otaku. "Oh, wife, didn't I tell you to sleep first? Why aren't you sleeping?" Feeling that there was someone behind him, Li Zixuan smiled slightly and said without looking back. Han Yushi stammered, I can't sleep." Li Zixuan put down the pen in his hand and turned his head to ask in confusion, "Why?" He wanted to say that he didn't have time to sleep even if he wanted to. Why was there someone who had time to sleep, but couldn't sleep? Han Yushi avoided his gaze and said hesitantly, My husband, who was the girl who looked for you this morning, sweat. So, it's because of this." At this moment, Li Zixuan understood, even if he was stupid. He found it funny and said, "That girl is the maid of the Wang family's young master. What's wrong? Is my wife jealous?" Han Yushi was relieved at first, and then she asked doubtfully, "Jealous? I didn't get jealous at noon?" Ahem. Li Zixuan was stunned. Only then did he remember that Li Er hadn't given Fang Xuanling's wife the poisonous wine yet, so the other meaning of the word jealous hadn't been developed yet. He patted his head and changed the topic. "Well, my wife, you should be relieved now. Go to sleep. I'll come over after I finish writing this manuscript." Han Yushi looked embarrassed and said, What do you mean by relieved or not relieved? Husband, what are you talking about?" At this time, she inadvertently glanced at the manuscript Li Zixuan was writing and saw that the title was On a Full Moon Night, Flying Immortals from Outer Space. Chapter 573. The Night of the Full Moon, Flying Immortal from Outer Space. In the room, after Han Yushi saw the title of Li Zixuan's manuscript, she couldn't help but wonder, "Husband, are you preparing to write a new novel?" Outsiders didn't know that The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality was written by Li Zixuan, but how could Han Yushi not know? That was why she asked this question. Li Zixuan shook his head and said with a smile, "That's not it. By the way, didn't you suspect that I have a relationship with other women just now? I'll give you a surprise tomorrow night and let you understand my feelings." Han Yushi was embarrassed, but she still said stubbornly, I didn't suspect you. Besides, you're young and have a bright future. It's normal even if you have 3 wives and 4 concubines. I won't throw a tantrum with you." Li Zixuan looked into her eyes and asked mischievously, "If I marry other women, will you really not be unhappy?" Han Yushi's pretty face turned pale. She bit her lips and said bitterly, I won't be unhappy. Seeing her like this, Li Zixuan couldn't bear to tease her anymore. He said softly, Little fool, I was just teasing you. Whether rich or poor, I, Li Zixuan, have my wife in this life. I won't marry anyone else. Han Yushi widened her eyes in surprise and said in disbelief, Husband, is what you said true? Although it was popular in ancient times to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, that was only because the situation forced it. In fact, which woman was willing to share her husband with other women? Han Yushi just said that because she didn't want Li Zixuan to think that she didn't see the big picture and didn't want her parents-in-law and neighbors to say that she was jealous. Of course, she didn't want Li Zixuan to marry a concubine. Looking at Han Yushi's cute appearance with her eyes wide open, Li Zixuan couldn't help but lightly touch her pure white forehead with his lips, and then said with a smile, Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? That day when we bowed to heaven and earth, I said that I wanted to be a celestial couple with my wife that everyone in the world would envy. Haha, let's start tomorrow night. What? Haha, you'll understand tomorrow night. Han Yushi playfully rolled her eyes and suddenly said, Oh right, husband, tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. We have to worship the moon and eat round pancakes at night. Li Zixuan was stunned when he heard this. He guessed that the round pancakes were probably mooncakes, but he didn't expect this custom to start in the Tang dynasty. He couldn't help but feel homesick as he recalled the Mid-Autumn Festival in his previous life. According to legend, mooncakes originally originated in the early Tang dynasty. During the reign of Wu De, great General Li Jing defeated the Xiongnu and returned triumphantly on the 15th of August. At that time, there were Torpon businessmen who offered Li Yuan cakes to celebrate his victory. Li Yuan took the gorgeous cake box, took out the round pancakes, and smiled as he pointed to the moon in the sky and said, I should invite the toad with the pancakes. After saying that, he distributed the pancakes to the officials to taste together. From then on, there was the custom of eating pancakes on the Mid-Autumn Festival. At that time, the rich families would generally set up incense tables to worship the moon during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Round pancakes, watermelons, apples, grapes, and other offerings were all available. Among them, round pancakes and watermelons were absolutely indispensable. Exquisite families even specially cut watermelons into lotus-shaped offerings. But at that time, there was no such thing as mooncakes. In fact, mooncakes only existed in the Southern Song dynasty. It was only in the Ming dynasty that there were accurate records of eating mooncakes on the Mid-Autumn Festival. It's okay. We can worship the moon and eat round pancakes after we come back tomorrow night. Wife, quickly go to sleep. After a long while, Li Zixuan woke up from his memories. He patted Han Yushi's shoulder and smiled gently. Okay, yo, on the night of the full moon, flying immortals from beyond the heavens. What does Mr. Li mean? The next morning, some people who bought the newspaper couldn't help but discuss with their companions after seeing today's headlines. Sigh, Lord Li personally mentioned this matter yesterday, and I was still there at that time. But Lord Li didn't say what exactly it was. Yesterday? Oh, I heard that a group of scholars blocked Lord Li's house yesterday. Is that true? Yes. It even alarmed the emperor. The leading student has already been arrested by the imperial army. Sigh, this group of scholars is really ungrateful. They've wasted all their knowledge. Lord Li is such a good person, and they still have the face to cause trouble. Sigh, but Lord Li also told us yesterday that he would let the entire Chong and city witness a miracle tonight. He wants to prove that the so-called engineering in the newspaper is not a lie. Hell, then there's a lot to see tonight. It's the Mid-Autumn Festival, and we can watch the fun. That's right. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of people in Chong, and were silently looking forward to the arrival of night. Imperial City, Changle Palace. Wow, is Brother Xian going to show everyone the fairy lamp? I'm so looking forward to it. Changle leaned against the couch, holding the newspaper in her hand. After reading the headlines, an extremely bright smile immediately flashed on her exquisite little face. Her watery eyes were filled with longing. Ordinary people didn't know about the fairy lamp, but as the princess of the Tang dynasty, Changel naturally knew about it long ago. As smart as she was, she almost instantly thought of what Li Zixuan was going to do at night from the words on the night of the full moon, flying immortals. She couldn't help but feel envious. If Changel can go up to the fairy lamp once, then even if I immediately die of illness, I won't complain. But tonight is the Mid-Autumn Festival. I have to accompany father and mother for dinner. I can't leave the palace. Changel held her small face and was in a daze. After a moment, she muttered to herself. South of Chang and City, Dunhua Square, East County Duke's Mansion. Eldest uncle, hurry up and save Yunhan. A fat middle-aged man with an oily face hurriedly ran to the backyard and shouted anxiously at Cui Junchuo, who was resting with her eyes closed in the courtyard. Cui Junchuo opened her eyes with extreme dissatisfaction and scolded in a muffled voice. What are you shouting for? Look at yourself. Do you still look like a father? The middle-aged man cried and said, Eldest uncle, something happened to Yunhan. How can I continue to be calm? Hurry up and think of a way to save Yunhan. It turned out that this person was Cui Yunhan's biological father, Cui Simo. His father, Cui Junsu, was Cui Junchuo's brother. However, in the Cui family of Cui Yinmu, the title of nobility was passed down to Cui Junchuo. Therefore, now that something happened to Cui Yunhan, Cui Simo didn't go to Cui Junsu for help. Instead, he came to Cui Junchuo for help. After all, in the current Cui family of Qinghe, Cui Junchuo's title was the highest. Cui Junchuo was stunned. Then, she asked with an ugly expression, what happened to Yunhan? Shouldn't he be in the Hongwen Museum? Chapter 574. At night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. When night fell, an extremely bright moon slowly rose from the horizon. In this era where there were no street lamps, neon lights, or LED advertising screens, this bright moon was extremely eye-catching at night. The term Mid-Autumn Festival was first recorded in the Rites of Zhou, the Book of Rites. Moon Order said, the Mid-Autumn moon nourishes the old and nourishes the old. The custom of the Mid-Autumn Festival was to worship the moon at the beginning. The Book of Rites recorded the Emperor's spring morning sun and the autumn moon. The autumn moon was to worship the moon. This meant that the Emperor had already started worshiping the moon as early as the spring and autumn period. Later on, the aristocrats, officials, and scholars followed suit and gradually spread it to the people. Later on, the Mid-Autumn Festival was gradually used to celebrate the harvest. This was because the Mid-Autumn Festival in August was the season for crops and fruits to ripen. Tonight, the curfew in Chang and City was lifted. Therefore, although the sky was dark, the streets outside were still very lively. All kinds of vendors selling small toys began to wander the streets and alleys. Lanterns had also become the favorite plaything of the rich young masters and young ladies. Laughter and exclamations could be heard everywhere. Although there were no stars in the sky, the colorful lanterns gradually rose to replace the stars and adorn the night sky. Brother, I want to sit too. I want to sit in the fairy lantern too. In the west courtyard of the Li residence, Lan'er tugged on Li Zixuan's arm and kept acting coquettishly. Today was the Mid-Autumn Festival. Of course, Lan'er couldn't continue to stay in the Han family village. Mrs. Li personally went to fetch the little girl back early in the morning. Li Zixuan face-bombed. He didn't know where this little girl got the news from. He had clearly brought his wife here in secret. However, in this situation, he could only helplessly say, Lan'er, next time, we can't carry too many people on it at once. Otherwise, it will fall from the sky. After brother brings Yushi down, I'll bring you up to play. Okay? Lan'er looked up at Han Yushi. After hesitating for a while, she said, all right. Then brother, you have to keep your word. Li Zixuan laughed and said, of course. Han Yushi bent over and patted Lan'er's little head. She smiled and said, Lan'er, don't worry. When he doesn't bring you along, I won't listen to him either. Lan'er nodded happily. Okay. Then, the little girl skipped down the corridor to watch the fun. Husband, can this really withstand the two of us? At this point, Han Yushi looked at the hanging basket and became a little hesitant and afraid. She grabbed Li Zixuan's arm and said worriedly. Li Zixuan smiled and comforted her. "Don't worry, my wife. The celestial lamp will definitely be able to withstand the weight of 2 people. I'm confident about this. Besides, even if there's an accident, I will protect you. Let's go up." In fact, there wouldn't be much of a problem even if 3 people came up together, let alone 2 people. The reason why he didn't let Lon come up together was mainly because Li Zixuan wanted to take Han Yushi for a romantic time. Recently, he had been running around for the academy in the Snake Spirit Mountain. He didn't have much time to accompany his wife. Today, he could take this opportunity to make up for it. Okay, Han Yushi heard that and felt a little relieved. She lifted the corner of her skirt and successfully boarded the hanging basket with Li Zixuan's help. Then, Li Zixuan quickly untied the rope that fixed the hanging basket. Then, he also boarded the hanging basket and ignited the kerosene above the hanging basket. A moment later, the heavy hanging basket gradually overcame the gravity of the earth under the effect of the strong lifting force of the hot air. It slowly left the ground and rose into the sky, rising higher and higher. The servants of the Li residence looked at the huge ball of fire in the sky and were stunned. They were close, but they saw Li Zixuan and Han Yushi fly directly into the sky after sitting on the hanging basket. This kind of shock was not felt by others. "Wah, wah, wah. We can really fly. Brother, Sister Yushi, you guys have to come down quickly. Don't run too far. Lon also wants to sit on it." Lon saw that the celestial lamp had successfully ascended into the sky. She did not care if others could hear her and hurriedly shouted towards the man and woman in the sky. "Wow, young master and young madam really flew into the sky. They're flying so high." Xiaohe opened her eyes wide and exclaimed in surprise. Xiaoxi's eyes were filled with enchantment. Following beside Li Zixuan, she could always feel an endless stream of surprises. She looked at the handsome man and beautiful woman in the sky and sighed softly. "Young master is so good to young madam. What's wrong? Xiaoxi, are you starting to have feelings for young master?" Although Xiaoxi's voice was soft, Xiaohe heard it clearly. She, who had a lively personality, smirked and teased Xiaoxi. "Yeah, Xiaohe, what nonsense are you saying? Young master and young madam are so good to us. How can you say that? I'm not going to talk to you," Xiaoxi said shyly. This time, Li Zixuan did not let the celestial lamp fly too high. It was only about 5 stories high. So, when he and Han Yushi flew out of the mansion, the people on the streets reflected the bright moonlight and immediately saw the outline of the celestial lamp clearly. "Wow, mother, look, what a huge lantern." A young boy who was eating candy and looked dignified saw the celestial lamp in the sky and quickly pulled the woman beside him and shouted excitedly. The beautiful woman looked up and exclaimed, "Who bought this sky lantern? Why is it so big?" In just a short while, more and more people noticed the strange phenomenon in the sky. "Wow, such a huge sky lantern. It seems to have flown out of the Li Countyman's mansion. Hey, look, there are people on the sky lantern. How is that possible? Although the sky lantern is huge, how can it carry people? Damn, there are really people. And it's not just one person. There are 2 people. Wow, isn't that young man in white Lord Li? Then the woman in white next to him must be Lord Li's wife. A talented man and a beautiful woman. A celestial couple." Countless people exclaimed at the celestial lamp under the moonlight. There were even people who were chasing after the celestial lamp. Luckily, it was only a light breeze tonight. Otherwise, these people would not be able to catch up even if they ran until their legs broke. Wow, I understand now. This is what Lord Li said in the newspaper today. Celestial flying on the night of the full moon. Lord Li wasn't lying when he said that engineering could make people fly. Oh, so that's it. Then what kind of engineering is this? It's really amazing. TSK. Compared to engineering, Lord Li's celestial couple is the one that is really enviable.